talk about it, I live. Going up, I ain't got no sky limit. Yeah. I trap into it. Bloody thumbs on the knee. That's how my niggas got it out the street. I keep 100 racks inside my jeans. I remember hitting them all with a whole team. Now niggas pay us a call cause I'm balling. I was waking up getting racks in the morning. I was broke, now I'm rich, these niggas salty.
You're everything I'm thinking of from time to time and dust to dust. Whenever there's a lull between the void, you feel the silence languid on the couch. Think I need to figure this one out. I'm lost beneath your cloud. Can I keep my 2 feet on the ground? Wake me, I'll love you tomorrow. You leave me breathless and hollow. Lately, a tough pill to swallow, but I'll try to compose. I could be, I suppose, someone you should get to know. I could be, I suppose, someone you should get to know. I could get lost in pillow dreams, caught in a stitch of what could be. Careful, lifetime's not what it seems. Shake this one off and dance with me. We're dancing through the house. Think we need to figure this one out. Shake it like a loose leaf from the spout. I think we need to think on this one. Wake me, I'll love you tomorrow. You leave me breathless and hollow. Lately, a tough pill to swallow, but I'll try to compose. I could be, I suppose, someone you should get to know. I could be, I suppose, someone you should get to know. Wake me, I love you tomorrow. You leave me breathless and hollow. Lately, a tough pill to swallow, but I'll try to compose. I could be, I suppose, someone you should get to know. Oh, I could be, I suppose, someone you should get to know. Someone you should get to know.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're doing well, doing swell. It is another morning here in the United States Eastern Standard Time. And you know what that means, guys. Another episode of Nerdy in the goddamn morning. The best morning show in commentary because we're the only ones doing it. Therefore, we are the best by default. Ergo, the logic. But I hope you guys are doing well this morning. I know I am. Let's see. We got Kenya. We got Cool Anime Girls. Thank you guys for stopping on by. I wasn't even subbed, but I like some of One Shot Quester's content, so it kind of sucks. I used to be subbed to Crispy as well, but kind of unsubbed when he started doing more commentary stuff. I just watched him for the RPG horror stories. The only good morning show, cause Chud cheats. Exactly. Chud cheats and he's British. Ergo, invalid. That's how it works, guys. That's how it works, okay? But yeah, so if you guys weren't here the last time we covered this subject, basically what's been going down is some D&D drama, which has been really fun to cover. This guy, One Shot Quester, aka Duke, accused a up-and-coming D&D show. Well, I say D&D show, but it's just a group of content creators that got together and wanted to do a D&D campaign. He's accusing them of essentially fraud, mishandling the money. Keep in mind, his accusations came out the first day, like within 24 hours of the first episode dropping. And look, okay, listen. We here at Nerdy Live try not to attack people for their characteristics of looks. But does this not look like Diet Fred Durst? This looks like Temu Fred Durst. This is like when your mom tells you that they have Fred Durst at home, and this is the Fred Durst that you have at home. I'm expecting him to start, to tell me to keep rolling. Hey, ladies! Hey, fellas! And all the people that don't give a fuck. I'm expecting him any moment to be like, keep rolling. I don't know any of these people. I think that's the best way to approach this drama, honestly. Because, oh my god, okay, so the people who are actually doing the D&D stuff, I think they're perfectly fine. Guess what? They had a crowdfunding campaign for it. They succeeded, and they're spending the money wisely on future seasons. Okay, there has been so far as I can tell, no mishandling of money. It's not like these guys are pocketing it, at least none that we can see at this time. If they're scamming, it's too early to tell. You kind of need to wait and see if they're like, hey guys, I just bought this new Porsche. You need to wait for stuff like that to happen, right? But this guy, the big brain individual that he was, instantly went to, oh, they're scamming everyone. That's the logical reason here. They're scamming everyone. Those silly gooses, they're scamming everyone. And no. They actually responded pretty well. They responded pretty well to all the accusations that he threw their way, and there was we don't know why we're very confused on why this guy's behaving this way. Very confused, and and turns out, guess what? Kanga, do you want to guess what happened? This guy was trying to get a job from them in the first place. That's right, he wanted them to hire him. D&D no longer stands for, wait, shit, I actually just remembered something. A few years ago, he mentioned that there was something he wanted to be a part of and that they were supposed to be inclusive, but he was bitter and it wouldn't be called them out. It wouldn't say who they were. I wonder if these are these people. No. These people only just now recently got into D&D. Did he really lock the comments? Yes, comments are turned off for his video. That's always a good sign, right? That's always a good sign. Yes, if we scroll below, we can see comments are indeed turned off. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I think we should listen to what this man has to say. See if he has anything of value. I hope you have a caffeinated beverage with you today. Right now, I'm rocking a Bang energy drink.
If you clicked on this video, that means you understand the backstory of what is currently happening. I understand that this is my final chance to express my concerns, and I ask that you thoroughly listen.
Dude, he's like, oh God, I can still win this. I can still win this, guys.
To what is about to be presented. And don't worry, I won't be as aggressive as I was in my initial video.
Yeah, because you realize that didn't work out well for you at all. Yeah, because that was his first video. The first video was him like crying and like yelling at his camera about how they're mishandling the project.
I spent more time doing research and gathering my information so I could make a proper response this time.
So you should have done that beforehand? You idiot! You idiot! You're a fucking idiot. Sounds like a dual retard fight. I stand by my previous statement. Don't double down, Duke. So he's doubling down. He's doubling down indeed. Yes. Hope you're doing well today, Neon.
If you're still here, thank you so much for choosing to hear me out. Before we begin, I do have a few housekeeping notes. Whatever opinion viewers may come away with, I ask that people remain civil toward.
Please be nice, guys. Please be nice. He's trying to like fucking like check himself. Dude, fucking everyone, as soon as they fucking saw your video last time around, you got shit on. You're just asking people to be nice to you because you're a shitter. That's all you are, fucking Duke, is you're a TikTok shitter.
All parties involved, as situations like this can have serious effects on a person's mental health and well-being. This is a response to Crispy's Tavern video titled One Shot Questers, the Unwanted Gatekeeper of D&D. This video is intended to present additional research and information regarding claims made by Crispy, along with the handling of donations and the level of respect shown by the producers of MinMax, while they were not serving as on-screen talent for the MinMax D&D.
Okay, and by the way, this is false. This is false, by the way, because guess what? They were on-screen talent, motherfucker. They were. This whole like, oh, the mysterious producers. The mysterious producers are responsible. Guess what? Okay, I'm about to show you something, chat. Something never before seen. Okay. We go to the MinMax YouTube channel. Holy shit. Oh, okay. MinMax. Sorry, not MinMix. But yes, if we go to the MinMax YouTube channel, holy shit, guess who's in the fucking thumbnail? The mysterious and out of touch producers. But yeah, hang on. Yeah, we gotta deal with the intro first. Holy shit, look at that. The producers. The mysterious producers, guys. The producers are on camera. It's all again, this fucking like whole thing of like, guys, I'm not mad at the content creators. I'm mad at the producers. The content creators are the producers, you fucking moron. You fucking Limp Biscuit discount Fred Durst ass looking motherfucker. Your argument is fucking idiotic at best. Your argument's idiotic at best. Also, hey, K-Huck. K-Huck, are you ready to learn about some D&D drama? You ready to learn about that, K-Huck? I hope you are. doubling down never works, lol. I'm confused on what happened, but I'm here for a bit. Oh yeah, don't you worry, K-Huck. To give you a summarized version of what happened, this guy tried accusing this new D&D group, Min-Max, which is basically a group of content creators that do martial arts videos, specifically like swords, bow and arrows, like basically medieval weapons, right? So they got together, they wanted to do a D&D show, and they crowdfunded for it, and then they spent the crowdfunding money on the new equipment, the new sets, costumes, that kind of thing. And then they decided to save the rest of their money for seasons 2 and seasons 3. And Mr. One Shot Questers, aka Duke, is mad because he's trying to insinuate that they scammed the audience, that they mishandled money, when that wasn't the case whatsoever. Another content creator by the name of Crispy's Tavern, called him out in a video exposing pretty much everything. And in Min-Max themselves also did a response video revealing that this entire time when Duke was bashing them, he wanted to take over the show and like make it in his own image. So he's made another proper response video. Actually, K-Huck, since you're new to the drama, I will showcase the beginning part of his original response video. K-Huck, I shit you not, he cries. He cries during it, and it's a really dramatic dot. And also, he changed the thumbnail too, because originally he called them pathetic. So like he was gun-ho on like calling them out, calling them scammers. If it will load, if it can load, please load, please load.
Video that if you've been a longtime viewer or someone who just joined in, I do apologize because this is going to be a video that I have never made before. Why? Because I've always been a nice guy. And I have been labeled...
I'm just a nice guy. I'm just a nice guy. I'm a chill guy.
As a nice guy within this community, within creators. You know what? That's fine. I have enjoyed that title. I have been proud to hold that title. I love this community dearly. I love the people here because you guys have supported me, and you guys are just a terrific group of people. And I care about you guys so very much. I'll also say with this video, I know a lot of people might be like, oh, great. He's going off again, making something that is more around algorithms and numbers and things like that. Just stick to what you're good at. Stick to what you're passionate about. Well, guess what? I'm passionate about this community. I'm passionate about the people that I love within this community and the people who have...
Look at it. He's crying. He's crying over this. He's crying over this bullshit.
Supported me in this community, and I am sick and tired of seeing creators and events take advantage of this very vulnerable community. It makes me so upset, and I am tired of being nice and not saying anything. I'm tired of not saying anything when people have come up to me telling me what really was going on.
No more Mr. Nice Guy. But let's get
Live
into
play
his
series. The research presented in this video is not intended to cancel or stop the production of Min-Max. This video is not a critique of the entertainment itself or the talent performing on screen when it comes to the Min-Max D&D live play games. Comments and engagement will be turned off to help prevent misinformation from...
Comments are turned off to prevent misinformation. I'm sure.
from spreading in the comments and to allow viewers to form their own opinions on the matter.
AKA, he's just scared. He's going to get a bunch of hate comments. Let's be honest.
This video is a response to Crispy, since most of the attacks I've been receiving as of late have come from their video. And multiple...
Oh, I've gotten attacked. No, you just made shitty points, you fucking moron.
family members and friends have reached out referencing Crispy and making sure that I was doing okay. For context, I made an aggressive call-out video about Min-Max, a $100,000 crowdfunded D&D live play project, for mishandling the donations they received. Going forward, I would like to change my...
Which they did not, by the way. He has to change his phrasing, aka he has to back off his original point, but still wants to like try and accuse them of shit.
Phrasing to instead be showing a lack of respect to the donations received. And
how are they showing a lack of respect? We showcased Duke, stop being an emotional woman. Right, yeah. Okay, let me show you let me show you the first video about this, right? I'm sorry. Let me show you one of the first videos that was made on the MinMax channel about the whole situation, okay? Let's see. What was it? It was First off, they made a 10-minute long video detailing
Hey guys, we're here for
how they spent
MinMax.
the
Today
budget.
we've got an important but not necessarily sexy video for you.
What are you talking about? Numbers are sexy.
Okay, well, I guess we'll let Megan take care of this one. She's the numbers gal.
Numbers are scary.
This is our budget video because we promised you a total transparent budgeting of MinMaxed. And Megan, take it away.
We did a GoFundMe, and we appreciate all of your help to make this happen. So we're showing you what we're doing with the money. It's great. So we got.
So yeah, the GoFundMe raised about $100,000, but you take the GoFundMe fee plus they took the tax buffer up front, so they're left with $72,000 to make the show. Fully transparent, they're showing you, hey, we spent about this much on on this much on that. So look, this video in full detail is showing like where everything has been spent. And they show at the end that, hey, we have about $47,000 to work with afterwards. Duke this entire time is trying to say that they're scamming the audience, Oh my, is that a wild peepaw? It's a wild peepaw. Hang on, chat's taking a moment to catch up here. Okay, I was going to make a video accusing misappropriation of funds, but I got high. Oopsie, sorry, wrong story. Good morning, chat. Good morning, people. Good morning, good sir. Hope you're doing well. But yes, okay. So this guy, in his original video, is trying to accuse them of scamming. He has to back off, but he still wants to accuse them of shit. So now it's, they don't respect the donators.
To the supporters of MinMax. MinMax made a response video providing additional information, and Crispy's Tavern made a video that covered the situation. I believe one reason Crispy made their video about the situation was because of the conversation we had on Discord the day after I posted my initial.
Who gives a fuck? You made a shitty video trying to call someone out and it failed. And you're fucking ass mad about it, you pathetic little Temu Fred Durst pussy.
Video, which I will now show and read. Crispy starts off by saying, "Hey Duke, I'm reaching out privately because I have no desire for a public feud. I watched your video on MinMaxed. While I agree with some of your points, I have some major criticisms on how you handled this. You open the video with an out-of-pocket comparison about an actual charity fraud, then move on like it was."
No, and his point too is like the producers are the responsible ones for all of this. They're the reason why it's bad. The producers are the content creators. The producers aren't this magical third party. So this guy is just ass hurt because they didn't ask him to play. That's my gut feeling. Peepaw, it's worse. This whole thing was him trying to get them to hire him, Peepaw. Let me show you, Peepaw. Let me show you, okay? Sorry, I know we're jumping around a bit. I know where this is supposed to be us watching the response, but obviously, people here didn't watch the last coverage, and I want to showcase. I just want to be able to showcase everything. So yeah, in this, let's see, where is it? Here we go. Oh, hang on, hang on. I gotta fix my output for Discord. There we go. Now they can properly hear you. Hey, K-Huck, how you doing?
Hi. Okay, can people quit being baby back bitches, please and thank you? Like, what the fuck?
Oh, K-Huck. It gets better, K-Huck. I'm about to showcase why this guy is really mad.
Because he didn't get hired? Are you kidding? Oh my god. That's so dumb.
Oh, and in Crispy's original video, it showcases that this guy tried to start his own Netflix for D&D shit, and it failed
Oh my
spectacularly. This guy is just a failed fucking like D&D producer.
These videos.
My friends know about this because it sounds like something that they would know, they would want to know more about.
Feel comfortable.
I don't know if they do or not. Probably not.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm screen sharing with you right now, so that way we because
I got you.
Yeah, okay, we're about
You
to
got me for a
I
few
wanna
minutes.
ask,
Sure, why
Why
not?
didn't you reach out to us? Because we have had communication with this person before. They reached out to us and asked.
Look at that.
Dude.
Hello, Sellsword Arts, which is, by the way, Sellsword Arts is the main, because again, all the people behind MidMax are martial arts channels. In particular, like they specialize in either swords, bow and arrows, whip combat, even. Sellsword Arts is the main channel that's fronting the cost of MidMax. And Duke, aka One Shot Questers, is hello, Sellsword Arts. My name is Duke, and I am the social media channel called One Shot Questers. And he's trying to work with him, and
Dude.
Duke responded to this in like the comments in his original video by saying, "Oh, this is my talent manager pretending to be me."
What? What?
By the way, a talent manager will go, "Hi, this is a talent manager or a representative of so and so."
Yeah, exactly.
They don't pretend to be you.
Oh my god. Yeah,
So, yeah,
they
this
say
is just-
something
this
like
is just-
that. I'm contacting you on behalf of my client, so and so. Yeah, that's what? Oh my god.
So yeah, this is just a little bitch who's mad and upset that they got a crowdfunding campaign
For
and it succeeded.
fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Jesus.
By the way, Crispy, we got content from a whole fucking weekend. Crispy
I see that.
posted yesterday, "This idiot could have gone back to twerking. My response coming this weekend. Don't worry, I'll wear something hot."
Good one.
I will say, because like at first I was recommended Crispy's video, and I'm not gonna lie to you, okay? I think I'm a pretty progressive guy. But okay, listen, I had to like take a moment to verify the information when the first thing I saw was hang on. Was this, okay? Listen, and you know what? Congrats to them for rocking this outfit,
for, like,
okay? But
D&D
this gave T Channel vibes, okay? This gave Adam McIntyre vibes. Okay.
Listen. Not everyone. I get you. God damn it, nerdy. I understand that Adam McIntyre is a whole nother can of worms. I get it. And he gives people PTSD for, him wearing stuff like that. But come on, let the dude rock his shirts.
I mean, he's rocking it. I'm not saying he's not rocking it, okay? I'm not saying that he's not. It's just, you gotta verify the information first off.
I cannot pull that off. I'll just say that right here, right now. I could not pull that off, but hey, good to him that he can. Oh, that's funny. Dude, how did you find this?
It's thanks to some of the fantastic people in my Discord server who give me topics.
Bruh, this is gold. You hit a gold mine. This is great.
These nerds are taking it to the next level. Dude needs to go to his local pub and get some ale and get laid.
True.
Okay, so like I don't blame you guys if you don't know who the fuck this guy is. One Shot Questers is like a short/TikTok uploader. And like he uploads like D&D skits, and like one of his most popular characters that he runs into the goddamn ground is the fucking bard character. So yeah, he pretends to be like a bard that's like, I'm gonna go get laid, like that kind of thing. Because we've all heard the joke that the bard's gonna seduce the dragon, that type of shit.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. But But yeah, like he went fucking hard in his initial response video. I mean, we showed it earlier. This guy was fucking crying. Look at he's fucking crying.
D&D creator that put it on. Do you want to know why it was so weird that you never saw a receipt from that donation and suddenly they're on vacation? Because I got the receipts. I have the DMs.
I have the receipts. I have the DMs. I have the receipts. I have the DMs.
That is completely unnecessary. Well, I was going to ask this anyway. Is this his like first foray into drama?
No, apparently not. Apparently not.
Well, he ain't cut out for it. I'm just saying. Or
No, he's a pussy
he's showing that he's not fit
bitch.
for it anyway.
There's nothing. I
don't know.
By the way, this DM Crispy already showcased in his own video.
Responding to comments claiming you have the evidence of something with the money. Look, until that evidence is live, making comparisons like that.
No, yeah, and like, I'm sorry, but I believe we have someone in the audience who's familiar with this type of situation before. If you're going to accuse someone of misappropriating funds from a GoFundMe campaign or a similar website of that nature, you best have your best fucking ammunition, and you can't just have speculation, right? Now, as far as we are aware, okay, and like this is the thing with fucking GoFundMe scams. We kind of have to wait and see what they do with the goddamn money.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. And like
exactly.
so far they've been fully transparent. It's like, hey, okay, like after the taxes and the fee, we have about $72,000 left. After what we paid for the set and everything for season 1, we have $47,000 left, which will be spent between seasons 2 and seasons 3. Now, obviously, since they have the set already made and everything, guess what? Because like most originally, fun fact, the GoFundMe was for about $10,000 originally, because this is a D&D IRL session, and most of these people either live outside the state of Texas or live outside the U.S. So obviously, travel expenses needed to be accommodated for.
Mm-hmm.
And however, K-Huck, something important is crucial to the story. The 3 days that they had to film was the same 3 days Texas had that snowstorm.
Oh,
so they're in a fucking warehouse. They have and like they barely made it to the fucking warehouse to begin with. But they're in a freezing warehouse. They had some issues with the equipment, which is why like the audio for the first episode wasn't so good.
Right.
And so like, and so like, dude. And by the way, they Mig-Max themselves admit that the episode 1 was kind of rocky because like they had to like salvage everything, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, at least they tried. I mean,
to give you context, K-Huck, his video calling them scammers, saying that they mishandled the money, was uploaded not even 24 hours before the episode 1 was fresh. Like he uploaded it within hours of episode 1 coming out.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, you are officially a low-count. Like, what? I mean, you already were before, probably, but goddamn. Like, what? Oh, my God. This is insane.
Yes, it's my way, people. I'm sorry for the shot. People.
Yeah, Nerdy. Shame on you. Damn it.
That was mean. I'm sorry.
That only hurts you as the reporter. The video's tone is wildly mismatched with what you're talking about. I understand getting emotional, but at the end of the day, this is a D&D show that has some production issues. They aren't committing.
That's it. That's all it is. It's just like these newcomers to D&D that want to get together and run their own D&D campaign. They had some issues episode 1 in their first session. It's not that big of a deal.
A crime here.
Right.
Criticism is one thing, but framing Min-Maxed as pathetic and disrespectful is just silly. The title and thumbnail, in my opinion, are silly given what you are talking about. Unless you have more serious allegations, this framing is poor. Lastly, it is very clear that your research was hasty. There are multiple.
It was very hasty. If you couldn't tell from the fact that it was made within the first couple of hours of, and he even admits in the beginning of this video, it's like, I did more research.
details about sellsword arts that you clearly don't know. I know you have already deleted portions of your video because you got stuff wrong. It's okay to get stuff wrong. I do that too. But 1, I own up to it in the pinned comment. 2, it is always a bad sign when the fundamentals of the research are in doubt. The video is clearly unscripted and little preparation seems to have been done. As a continuation of that point, much of your video is speculative. There is no other way to put it. Theorizing about the future failure of the show due to a bi-weekly release schedule is silly. The show has been out for a day. Making sweeping declarations about the show's prospect, either for good or ill, is irresponsible at this time. Much of your argument regarding the funds hinges on speculation. I personally would not be comfortable airing a story on that kind of foundation. The criticisms that you are receiving in the...
No, yeah, by the way, his resume, by the way, yes, because he included a resume with his thing. Was that they, instead of filming in like the outdoors, they told him that they should film in his studio.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yes, everything, like he wanted everything to be done in his studio, essentially.
People are
The comments
dumb.
are for good reason. I am echoing the statements of many of your supporters. I have no problem with drama. Obviously, I'm a snark YouTuber and drama is my bread and butter. But I cover stories months or even years after the fact because I try to get my facts in order. You accused MinMax of rushing, but that is exactly what you did with this video. I understand that you are not a journalist, but if you're going to air a piece like this, you should act like one. Again, I agree with many of your criticisms of the show. I just think the video that you...
The criticisms, by the way, all come from the fact that this was their first production. Because most of these guys, like they don't do like stationary like production, like regular YouTube videos. Most of these guys film in the outdoors because they use weapons or they film in like their martial arts studios.
Yeah.
You published has some things worth criticizing as well. I responded, I appreciate your feedback. Truly, I do. I do want to say that this wasn't something that was rushed. I worked on this for 6 hours yesterday, researching and getting this.
I did not rush this. I worked on it for a whole 6 hours.
6 hours.
Prepared plus 2 more hours today. The way it looks is because I did this on stream. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get my points across like I would have liked to. Does it seem like I also made the same mistakes that they did with rushing because of what works best for me on how I deliver things? Yeah.
Did I make mistakes? But so did they. So did they.
It does.
Yeah, exactly, people. Here's an idea. Why not just do your own shows and film it where you want? This is just crybaby behavior.
Oh, Peepaw, he tried, Peepaw, he tried, and it failed. It failed, Peepaw. He tried, and it failed, Peepaw.
Dude.
Hang on, actually, let me get to that. Let me get to that. No. Which section is it? It is. Here we go. I think it might be the beginning part here.
And only have, I think we had like 26 active viewers over there, but we weren't getting like many views.
The streaming service had 20 users. 20. Dude thought he could be like the next Dropout TV. What, by himself? Well, he wasn't quite by himself. Duke had a team. If that past tense seems ominous, that's because it is. Duke had to, I don't know if laid off is the right word because I have no idea if they were formally employed, but he had to let go of his team. And the way he announced it was just so random. He made a community post where he announced he was stepping away from Dungeons & Dragons content, which is going to be so ironic as we get into the rest of the story. But in the middle of this post where he's talking about how he wants to leave D&D behind, he doesn't feel the same about D&D, and he feels like people don't give him opportunities in the D&D space. Just in the middle of this whiny post saying that he wants to move on and do general fantasy stuff, his kind of randomly says that, yeah, the team's gone now. To wrap all this up, I'm back where I was in 2020 through 2022, running this channel by myself. No editors, no extra on-screen talent. Just me. Wow, Duke, that's a very inspirational way to tell folks that a bunch of people are now out of work.
So yeah, he tried starting his own he tried starting his own like D&D themed streaming service, and it fucking failed.
Dude. Listen, I understand that. I'm sure that they were probably, or he and the, what was the first group's name again? I'm sorry. The guys that were doing all the production.
Min-Max.
Min-Max. Okay. I get it that they're all, I'm sure that they were inspired in some way, shape, or form. First thing that comes to my head is, of course, Critical Role. You know, those types of people that are super successful.
They actually respond to like yeah, like we were inspired by that, but it's not going to be like a Critical Role type of production first thing.
Yeah, because again, trying to reenact or trying to recreate Critical Role itself is very, very difficult. You can, of course, you can be inspired by it. You can, use different elements from it or whatever, or attempt it and try it. Good for them that they're trying it. But I'm sorry.
Something that they say that they want to do for future seasons. Again, they weren't able to do this because unfortunately, they had planned the trip and like the whole session while the fucking Texas snowstorm was happening. So they weren't able to do any outside filming. But because these are all martial artists, they want to do highlights of the campaign in live action.
Mm-hmm.
And like you'll see it in the intro of their series that they have like a little set made that they do combat in. Like it's not anything like really groundbreaking, but it's like I think with the fact that these are martial arts YouTubers and you get to see them like reenact scenes from like their campaign, I think that's interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if it's entertaining, I mean, good for them that they're taking their nerdom to the next level, that they're having fun. I mean, that's something that my friends and I would do when we were younger. I'm just saying.
And also too, some of the criticism here is just like, look at all the space here. I don't like how their design is. I don't like this design. I could do a better design. I worked in graphic design. I can do this so much better. I can do it so much better. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Speculation.
That
what
is
I provided
insane.
is evidence of things they have personally said in videos and in their comments. Again, I really do appreciate your words, worry, criticisms, and warnings. I wish you would also wait before sending this because there's a lot of very solid points you are making based off of the information I gave in that video. You unfortunately...
You see, I didn't give you all the information. I hate this. I fucking hate this. I hate when people are just like, oh, you think my video was bad, but I didn't give all the information.
Yeah.
Do not know the full story, as I've been getting reached out to with more information on how they are running things behind the scenes, and it's...
Who's telling you this, by the way? Who's telling you this? Because the only people who like have any sort of like awareness of what's going down are the creators involved.
Not
Who's
looking
telling you
good.
this?
I can't share any of the information because I do not have permission to post it as of right now. I would also suggest looking at how they are handling answering questions within their own comment section. I understand this is just one video, but this one video is telling, and how they are responding
This one video is telling.
to their own fan base's needs is also very telling. I hope you're doing well though, and 2026 is doing good for you. Crispy replies, Duke, 8 hours is nothing. The fact that you think a single afternoon of research is worthy of a full expose is not countering anything that I said. In addition, because of how poorly this initial video was handled, your viewers, and more importantly, the views of Min-Max, have no reason to believe you. Who will trust that you did due diligence this time? How have you verified your source? My 2026 has been good to me. It's been good to me because viewers appreciate due diligence and proper journalism. I hope you understand that before you put out your next video. And the last comment comes from me.
By the way, this is how, again, I think considering these guys aren't like drama YouTubers, I think they responded pretty well. This is how they open up their video.
Hey guys, is the Sellsword crew who are kind of producers behind Min-Maxed.
We were informed. There's been a video about Min-Max that we feel like we need to talk about.
Yeah, it's a little bit harsh. It's got some criticisms, and we think that we should talk about it. We talked to the cast, we talked to the crew, and they all said that it's a good idea to address it because if there are even a couple of fans out there who feel like they didn't get what they paid for, we want to talk to you. We want to make sure that you know why we made the decisions we did. So for that, we're going to dive in.
To start, I think it's important to look at what we promised.
So let's look at this video.
Let's talk about the announcement video because I feel like that is very important because that is why people don't.
Oh, there's some echoing on your end, by the way.
Oh, is there? Okay, I'll mute.
But everybody lives in different time zones and has different schedules, and that's complicated. So I invited everybody over to my house, studio.
We think playing normal D&D would be boring, and we know you want to see us as D&D characters.
So we're gonna play ourselves.
We want to do some really cool things like build a set.
And have a cool video setup with cool angles and stuff.
Buy me a flight so I don't have to swim.
Make cool character art of us and minis.
And if things go well, we'll even do a second campaign.
So here's the things that we promised. To get our friends together, play a game of D&D, and share it with you.
And if things went well, we're going to do even more.
Those things included having a set, having character art, doing a camera setup where we can see all of us on screen, and also having multiple seasons, which is something that is in the works.
So now that we've talked about that, let's look at the criticisms of this video.
So this first slide is their layout. $100,000. These creators, you know, the creators that people wanted to see play together are so little.
If we're understanding correctly, it seems this creator thinks that our layout wasn't very good.
We had a 4-camera setup so we could catch everybody at the table and all the little moments in between them. We thought it looked pretty good, but we can see where there might be some room for improvements.
David is the editor, and it took him quite a long time to edit episode 1.
Yes, but I learned a lot in the first episode, and based on feedback that we had already gotten from the community before we even saw this video, we're gonna implement some new stuff like some punch-ins, some cropping, and a couple of color correction things. I'm colorblind, so a little bit hard, but we'll get it done. So these are...
So yeah, they're responding to everything in good faith.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Exactly. Wow.
It reminds
Wow.
me of a D&D group that uses PNG VTubers to show their characters. Everyone does something different that makes them unique. And like what I like about this show is that like for one, it's a physical set, which is tremendous on there because like it's not a green screen or anything. It's a physical set.
Yeah, good for them.
Yeah,
No, well, I'll have to check into this later, my guy. I'm sorry, I gotta run. But
no,
thanks for letting me
take
crash for a few minutes. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Bye, chat. Behave. You behave. More importantly, sir.
Never.
Please, whatever. I gotta go. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
That was K-Huck, everyone. That was K-Huck.
Saying, I'm sorry you feel that way. I unfortunately will have to step away from communication for a bit because this is the type of experiences I would face and the reason I would be scared to speak out for 6 years. I'm sorry.
He's scared, chat. Mild criticism is the reason why he's scared to speak out for 6 long years, chat. Because remember, guys, from the video that we showcase, he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy, chat. He's just a really, really nice guy. And people have been keeping him down for 6 long years.
The way I presented my information wasn't to your standards and how you would have liked my content to be presented. I'm still open to your criticism and feedback, and I will take your words when I need to use them. Wish you the best in everything. A day later, on March 4th, MinMax posted their response video to me, and Crispy then posted their video covering the situation on March 6th. Just for clarification, Sellsword Arts is the one producing MinMax, and starting right now, I will be addressing them as the producers moving forward. So with that being said, I'm going to follow along with Crispy's video and presents research that I found and only cover the topics I feel like are necessary in regards to MinMax in this video.
You're not going to cover like your Rocky history. Oh, you're going to leave that part out? You're going to leave that real convenient part out, are you, buddy?
And if you are interested, I will provide additional information about points Crispy made that I didn't cover at the end of this video. So the first thing we will be discussing is when Crispy brings up the tech. I'm glad Crispy brought up the tech portion because there were some interesting things that I found when it came to the tech that was bought to produce MinMax. And I'm glad Crispy did his due diligence with doing his research on the audio, but surprised they said nothing about the lighting, and I'll address that a little later. First off, let's...
Yes. The guy's really anal about the guy's worried about this like he's their goddamn accountant. Keep in mind they've been fully transparent with everything that they've been doing so far. They have a whole video breaking down how much they spent on the lighting and everything.
Let's talk about the tablets.
This one is about the tech. Duke is really upset they spent so much money on tech to record this show. that needs tech to function. Again, doesn't really make much sense that he wants the show to be higher quality, but also cheaper, especially in this field. Duke also goes on a long rant about the tablets.
In the video, in this video of the breakdown, they said they were going to be able to look at the tab, like us as viewers, we were going to be able to see the tablets in real time. We were going to be able to see the players work with these tablets in real time. You didn't see any of that.
Duke, the tablet view that you're saying doesn't exist, the tablet view that wasn't implemented, can we rewind back to when Duke was complaining about the camera zoom? Yeah. You see that giant screen right there? That's the tablet view. You idiot.
My issue with
Yeah, you see that big digital screen right there? That's the tablet screen, buddy. But yes, by the way, Min-Max, obviously, they address all of his points one by one.
right here is all we're seeing. Why did they have to get a set and not just use backdrops that they will all still be able to see?
Because they wanted to make a set. Because they said they wanted to make a set. And by the way, I love that he's like, because like his point simultaneously is that they are spending too much on the art, because that's one of his points, is that they spent too much on the artwork. But he wants them to hire artists for like backgrounds and shit. Which is it? Which is it, my guy? Are they spending too much on art, or are they not spending enough on art? Which is it?
The tablets was something that Min-Max actually addressed in their response video.
One of the issues we had is we wanted to be able to do a live feed of the character sheet to the project, but that didn't work out. But that doesn't mean it's not something we can do in post. Again, I'm learning as I go, and that's something that I'm hoping to put in the new episodes.
So the part that Crispy says that this is them showing off the tablets is false, because that's not what I or Min-Max was saying. That's what the tablets were going to be used for. And I'm thankful for Min-Max for addressing that. Next, Crispy talks about the cameras.
They could have saved hundreds, if not thousands of dollars by cutting corners and getting worse gear. Which again, very contradictory. You want the show to be better, but you also want it to be cheaper. It doesn't make any sense, especially in this particular section. But going through the individual points that Duke makes about the tech, you really expose how little he understands about anything. For starters, the cameras. Duke says they should replace their cameras with Logitech C920s. Duke, you mean this Logitech C920?
Yeah, I use that as like my main webcam for like the longest time. It's such a shit webcam.
This like Zoom meeting during the pandemic Logitech C920, like no hate against this camera, it's a great budget camera, but that's what it's for. It's for like people who want to have board meetings in their house. This is not professional grade film equipment. What the hell are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is a section in your video where you show the producers talk about the cameras and listen to how they describe the cameras in the budget video and then how they describe the cameras in their response video.
We didn't want to go with big DSLRs because that would have blown the budget just on 2 cameras. So I went with smaller action cams, and we've got them recording to a like big crazy NAS setup. Now the NAS, what we bought was some
DJI Action Cam 6s. Okay, so I'm going to look that up real quick. We're going to look that up together. Let's see. DJI Action 6. Okay, so these are GoPros. These are just like little GoPros. Okay, I mean, within the realm that these guys are mainly martial arts YouTubers, it makes sense that they use like those types of cameras, right? It makes sense. Let's see if we can get like a test footage video. Test video, here we go. Let's see. DJI Action 6 8K test footage and comparison. Okay, let's see.
Alright, so DJI has just released a brand new firmware update for the Action 6, giving us the ability to film in 8K, which I am doing right now. And also, you can now upload your footage directly to a cloud service of your choice. But I'm mainly going to focus on the 8K stuff in this video because I do want to see, first of all, how much...
I mean, like, it looks good. This looks good.
Space it takes compared to 4K on the Action 5 Pro or even the Action 6. And also I want to see if it improves the image quality because honestly I haven't been too impressed with the image quality of the Action 6 compared to the Action 5 Pro. And in fact, in some cases I actually prefer the image quality from the 5 Pro because at least according to the tests I've done with my previous videos, the Action 5 Pro delivered more detailed results. So right now I'm filming in 8K on the Action 6 and 4K on the Action 5 Pro, and I use automatic exposure settings with minus 0.3 EV compensation, same white balance of 5,500 Kelvin.
Like I don't know. I like it doesn't look that bad to me. It doesn't look that bad. Am I just being a boomer here? Am I just being a boomer? I will say from my understanding, sometimes cheaper cameras can be better than more expensive ones, but I could be wrong. You can get some decent DSLR cams for about $400. No, yeah, I have a DSLR for about $400. Yeah, if you look hard and if you look hard and these are 24 megapixel or whatever, like what we were talking about, Nerdy John. How long you streaming for, John? I don't know, honestly, because like this is I find this to be a very entertaining topic, so I'm probably gonna be, and plus I have other stuff too, so I'm probably gonna be on this for quite a while. If you want to call in, Neon, go right ahead, because I find this very entertaining. But yeah, if anyone wants to call in, actually, let me get the invite to the server ready. I do have to like approve I have to approve it first before you guys can fully come in. Simply because we've had a problem of people raiding the server. But yes, if anyone wants to try and call in, you are more than welcome to. You're more than welcome.
Action Cam 6s.
My main problem I have in regards to how the producers are handling the budget is that they keep saying,
we're going to have a full, transparent public accounting of how we're using that money.
Because we promised you a total transparent budgeting of MinMax. He did a budgeting video that was very transparent. In fact, most of the information that he gets comes from our budgeting video because we're trying to be transparent about where we're putting the money.
But yet there's barely information provided and no proof being shown about how the...
Barely any information provided? What do you mean? What do you mean? Hang on. That's false, you fucker. Most of the fucking information you get that supposedly says that they're a scam is from their fucking transparency video. They show it right here. Now, is it itemized down to the exact camera, the exact fucking type of microphone? No, but they're showing you where their money is going. And that's what they promise. They're showing you where their fucking money is going. But you just want to be a fucking retard. And you basically want to be like, well, I deserve an itemized list of everything. You're a fucking retard is what you are. A retarded is what you are. I wasn't going to call in a bit. I have a couple things to do first. Gotcha. I'm already in tech server though. Oh, you're already in the server. Okay. Don't know why I read that as tech server.
The funds were actually spent. The only thing that we were told about the cameras they bought in their fully transparent budget video was that they were action cams and nothing else. It was only when the response video came out that we finally got the information that they were Osmo Action Cam 6s, which made me ask, why that wasn't expressed in the budget video. The Action Cam 6 is the newest model releasing on November 18th, 2025. And if the cameras were just going to be mounted on a tripod pointing out a subject in their set, then the difference between the Action Cam 3, 4, 5, and 6 is very minor when it comes to video quality. Looking on Amazon, it seems like they bought 2 DJI Osmo Action Cam 6 enhanced combos, which comes to $950 after tax, and is closer to the price they provided rather than if the cameras were bought as standalones. Comparing prices between the different Action Cam models, they could have bought the Osmo Action 4 Essential Combo, which could have been either $200 or $282 per unit based off of the time of purchase, which could have cost at most $580 after tax, meaning they
We get it, man. If you were in charge of the show, you could have saved them so much more money. We get it. You could have saved them so much more money. Good on you, man. Good on you. Okay, these guys like, and say what you will about it, these guys clearly had the idea of like, okay, we'll get the latest model so that way it looks the best. And like, unfortunately, that's the thing with like GoPros. Even, you know, like there's not a whole lot of like, if you're looking at like, how many GoPros are there now? It's like they're up to like 9, aren't they? Like if you look at the footage from like a GoPro 9 to a GoPro 8, like the footage is like minuscule of difference, you know. But still, it doesn't stop people from buying the fucking latest model because they want to like have like good action footage.
They could have saved.
And if the idea is later on that they use these cameras to film like outside scenes for their D&D campaigns, then yeah, they're gonna want to use action cameras.
Saved at minimum.
That's probably what they're most familiar with, because that's probably what a lot of them use to film their fucking videos.
Minimum $345 on camera equipment. And Crispy, I am so sorry that I'm upsetting you once again by providing ways to keep.
This fucking sassy bitch with his like, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Production costs low. I only bring it up because the producers apparently also want to keep production costs low.
We tried to keep expenses on the Min-Max channel as low as possible, but still producing a good season. And by keeping the costs low, by editing it in-house, by not having a bunch of middlemen and producers, we also get to spend your money even more wisely. We are being the best stewards of your money that we can.
So Crispy, to answer your question, yes, you can spend less on equipment and still receive similar quality. Now, it is important to note that the producers did state that they returned the cameras.
In fact, Min-Max didn't spend any money on camera equipment, and we were able to return the stuff that we had bought.
But with no proof of return, we don't know if it actually happened. Again,
oh my god, dude. You want them to be a scammer so fucking bad. You want them to be scammers so fucking bad, dude. It's so fucking transparent. You want them, because that was the whole fucking thing with his original video, is he was trying to call them out as scammers when they're fucking clearly not. Wouldn't the newer models work longer than the older models as well, or is that just not how it works? I mean, it depends, right? It depends. It's like getting a new GoPro or like action camera in general. It's like getting a new iPhone or a new Samsung. You know, there are technically the newer phone is better, but the differences are so minuscule that you might not want to upgrade. But if this is like they're buying these cameras specifically for Min-Max, and they saw the camera quality that they liked, and they were and again, they had the idea of filming these for like outside scenes. Like, I don't blame them necessarily for wanting to get good GoPro cameras. But no, this guy clearly wants them to be scammers so fucking bad.
The only thing the audience is relying on is the producer's own word, and that doesn't cut it if they state they're trying to be fully transparent. So it is an important question to ask on why the most recent and most expensive Osmo Action Cam was bought for the production rather than a model that can produce similar quality and is $200 cheaper per unit. Next is the audio equipment.
Finally, the audio. Duke says that they should only spend $900 on audio to mic up 7 people. Wow, that's ambitious. But the specific mic
invested in 7 pod mics, which cost around $80, $90 each.
The Rode pod mic specifically costs $100, and that's not counting shipping. So yeah, not $80 to $90. If we really want to get technical here, the Rode pod mic, specifically like the base model, not including like the one that has like the USB stuff enabled into it, it's $100. It's a good microphone. It's what I'm using right now to broadcast this. It's a fantastic microphone. I personally love it. Although my model has seen some wear and tear over the years. But no, yeah, it's a fantastic microphone. I highly recommend it to anyone who wants to do like XLR based microphone audio. And I think it's a bit more expensive, but there is a version now that is like USB enabled. So like you don't even have to get like a full audio interface. You can get the same microphone quality with a USB setup.
Each, you get 7 XLR cables and a decent 8-channel audio interface, all bought on Amazon. It would have delivered better audio quality and would have cost them $500 less.
Which is a great budget microphone. I love that thing. But it also costs almost $100 each, and Duke wants to buy 7 of them. Duke.
Plus cables, plus the 8-channel audio interface, which an 8-channel audio interface is going to run you anywhere from like $200 to $400. A decent one anyway.
Your $900 budget for audio is already almost completely blown out by just the microphones. Then he wants 7 XLR cables. Sounds like a nightmare for cable management, but sure, okay, 7 of those, $70 if you want them to be long enough. Finally, he wants an 8-input audio interface. To get a decent one, you have to go to Tascam. Even used, those things cost almost $400.
No, yeah, right here.
We're well past Duke's arbitrary $900 budget, but screw it. Let's just dig this hole deeper, because Duke also wants 7 boom arms. Okay, at their cheapest, boom arms are $20. We're already past the budget, so we might as well go up.
And this is my one critique of Rode pod mics here, is you have to get specific ones, or you have to get like adapters for the arms for these microphones. So yeah, you gotta spend some money on adapters too, which kind of sucks.
While out, if you want a decent boom arm that doesn't creak and drive you insane, that's $100 each. So, yeah, Duke. Because yeah, miking up 7 people is expensive. I'm impressed that they were able to do this at all on a budget of $1,400.
The issue that Crispy made is that they started to suggest getting $20 mic arms and instead said,
let's just dig this hole deeper,
and suggested $100 mic arms since my budget wasn't going to surpass Min-Max's final audio cost. If the $20 mic arms are that big of a concern to you, then here are those $20 mic arms that are holding up my lights and being used filming while using a Rode pod mic as seen here, which I've had no issues with these arms. If Crispy chose to do the $20 mic arms for his version of my budget, then the total cost would have been $1,210, which is still under the price that Min-Max spent on.
But oh, look, guys, look how good I can do this. Look how good I can make this.
Their audio equipment. Also, here is a picture of what my audio tech suggestion is. And as you can see, creating a whole setup is cheaper than Min-Max buying 4 microphones.
Look how good my setup is, guys. But we're forgetting the factor of like, because like they bought lavalier microphones. They bought lavaliers, which I don't know if you guys know this or not, but you know, if you want to do like action stuff, lavalier microphones are generally good to have. You know, as long as you factor in the fucking wind. Because my God, if you're I'm getting fucking Vietnam flashbacks from my fucking tech school days. But fucking like trying to record with a lavalier microphone on a windy day is a fucking nightmare. Jesus Christ.
Oh, sorry, Crispy. You probably didn't know that based off of how you presented your video. So if you thought buying 7 pod mics for $700 is an issue, then I should probably warn you that Min-Max spent $1,438 on 4 mics. And again, it is important to know that they did end up returning those microphones.
We were able to return them.
But according to you, we don't know if that actually happened or not. Because you want to insinuate that they're scammers.
Those microphones and reinvest that money into season 2.
Although there is no proof of it provided. But
okay, because he wants them to be scammers. Because this little bitch just wants to he wants to be the fucking victim. He wants them to be scammers so fucking badly.
Thankfully, we got to know what mics were bought thanks to a behind the scenes video that was released, and it shows us that the mics were BLX 188 CVLs. And this is the only way anyone could have known what mics were bought. And I should warn you that MinMax is also using XLR cables, so I guess by your standards, you're also calling MinMax's audio setup a nightmare. But here's the thing, Crispy, you are 100% right that I don't know what I'm talking about, because what I provided was a setup that is perfect for a live stream D&D game, but not for a pre-recorded D&D game. The issue with both MinMax and I's audio mixer is that it takes everyone's audio and puts it into a single stereo output, meaning if you record from the mixer, everyone's voice is trapped into one audio file, which can be a problem for post-production if people are having mic issues. Since this was a pre-recorded live play, let me show you what the producers use for audio equipment on their own channel.
Should you do acrobatics in a sword fight?
You can see they're using DJI wireless lav microphones, which would actually be perfect for this group since it delivers good audio quality, holds to a person well if you're moving and flipping around, and is a piece of equipment that the producers are already familiar with. And the best part about this is if they went with the DJI Mic 3 and bought 7 of them, it would have been $751 after tax, making it cheaper than mine, yours, and their setup. Plus, the DJI Mic 3s record internally, which means everyone would get their own separate audio output. And then you take all of the separate audio files and you put them into an audio editor like Reaper, and you apply a gate to each single one of those audio files saying, hey, do not play this audio until it goes past this level. And then you apply a half a second look ahead and a fade in that tells the program, okay, we're gonna play the clip a half a second sooner before it hits that level. And with that fade in, it then introduces someone's voice very naturally. And the same.
Here's the thing, man, right? If you can make a better D&D show, make your own D&D show then. You're here being like, I'm the arbiter of what can be considered like a good D&D show production. It's like, dude, okay? Like, listen. Like, I think I have my own nitpicks here and there when it comes to content creators. Like, I know I've definitely before been like, hey, I think this would be better. I think this would be like a better way of like doing stuff, right? I can see that. My microphone obsession activated. No, dude. Okay, well listen, I have a microphone-tism too. I was the audio guy for my multimedia class. It was a lot of fun, and look, I like audio. And like, look, there are the thing is, there are 100 different ways you can do audio for a production, for a live stream. And I'm not expecting them to know everything out the gate, right? And this is my thing, right? There can be hiccups with production along the way, as long as they're like, hey, this stuff's happening, which is what they said. Okay? As long as they're not fucking taking the money and running away with it, I'm going to give them as much grace as I possibly can. Whereas Duke here wants to insinuate that all of them are goddamn scammers. That's all he wants to do is, like, throughout this entire thing, he's just been insinuating constantly that they're scammers. On another channel they did some D&D stuff, but I don't think they ever finished the campaigns except for the one-shots. So he did do some D&D content, just didn't finish it. I know audio is your thing. yeah. But it's just so frustrating because it's like, dude, you have done this before and you have failed, and you're just like, you're a bitter old man who's angry that these new people are getting your attention when like you had to work hard to get your stuff, right? You had to work hard to get it.
Same thing happens with a close gate, where if you tell it to close a half a second later after the voice is done speaking at that level, it fades out. You now have a clean fade in and fade out of someone's voice, and it just sounds naturally with no hard cuts. And then you just export all of the audio files separately. You sync them all together into your video editor, and then you only have to do minor cleanup with the audio. Listen, I love editing audio. It makes me so happy and gives me so much serotonin. Okay, Crispy, let's move on to the lighting. Now, I know you didn't touch on this, but it does fall under the tech category, and I'm honestly surprised you didn't talk about this since you do state that you're a proper journalist. It might be good for you to know the lights the producers bought didn't come close to the price they said they paid for, which was $1,376.
We bought 4 lights for the players so you can see our faces.
All of the lights that you see above that are casting light into the room were provided by Seltzer Arts. We already own those. We didn't spend any money on that.
If we look at the behind the scenes video, the lights used to light the players' faces are 3 Elgato LED key lights for $180 per unit and 1 Elgato key light Neo, which is around $75 per unit. And if you would have totaled all of that up, you would have seen that the final cost only comes to $650 after tax, which doesn't make sense if the producers are saying
we bought 4 lights for the.
Well, hang on. Actually, let's see. Lighting 1,700. Okay, so if they either got marked up, they either bought a marked up price, or that's it. Okay, hang on.
The players so you can see our faces.
This is huge.
Well, let's see. Okay, so like they have the lights for the faces, but like obviously there's lighting for the sets.
And choosing not to look into it made you miss $1,348 of donations that none of us except the producers know where it's at. And if you're confused on how I even got to that number of unknown funds, it's because the producers also say,
in fact, MinMax didn't spend any money on camera equipment, and we were able to return the stuff that we had bought.
We were able to return those microphones and reinvest that money into season 2. We returned $3,000 what MinMax spent on equipment that didn't end up working.
The only equipment stated that was returned was the audio and the camera equipment, which only totals to $2,363. Meaning on top of the unknown $711 from the lights, there is an additional $637 of unknown funds in regards to returned equipment. They promised and stated multiple times that they were going to be fully transparent.
That can easily be explained. Hang on, okay. So like all they have to do is just make another video clearing up like, okay. One second. What's Coin Girl saying? They just said they didn't buy them because they already owned them, didn't they? Or did I hear that wrong? So some of the lights that they're using, they already had because of their own channel. So we have to go to their channel to see if they've provided any other statements regarding that. Now, the last thing they uploaded was episode 2, which was 3 days ago. So yeah, that is something they need to address then. I don't think it's scamming, though. I think it's something they can easily explain.
With the budget.
We're going to have a full, transparent public accounting of how we're using that money.
Promised you a total transparent budgeting of MinMax. He did a budgeting video that was very transparent. In fact, most of the information that he gets comes from our budgeting video because we're trying to be transparent about where we're putting the money.
And when a difference in pricing like this appears where the actual price is less than half of what they claim to have spent, it prompts questions and highlights the need for proof of what was actually spent. And by how you present yourself in your own video on how you didn't take what I said seriously on screen or not believing anything I showed on screen to be true since I presented everything on a PowerPoint.
Also, please don't miss the fact that
No, dude, also, I'm sorry, but it's the fact that you were yelling and screaming throughout the entire fucking thing. You did not do it professionally whatsoever. You cried on fucking camera, dude. Okay, so it was only some of the lights and not all the lights. My guess is like for like they had some of the lights and probably spent some money on various lights. But again, that is a legitimate, like, to give Duke some leeway here. That is a legitimate concern, right? Which I wish they had addressed in their original video then, right? Because they're showcasing here that the money was spent. Either they got someone gave them a crazy markup on the lights that they bought, or they did some miscalculating, something along those lines. I doubt it's a fucking scam like he's like been trying to claim constantly.
That little clip exposes that all of the time and research Duke put into this video went into a freaking PowerPoint presentation. I mean, I prepare a whole media package filled with receipts that I gather over the course of days, weeks, sometimes even months. I have thousands of words written in a script and notes ready to go, so I'm ready to present this information in a consumable way. I could have just been making a PowerPoint presentation the whole time and like winging it. I'm missing out.
Then I guess that means you don't believe what MinMax showed in their fully transparent budget videos, since what they presented was also on a PowerPoint. And I understand how hard it can be to believe me, especially if this is what people saw me say in the producer's response video about the lighting setup.
Another thing gets brought up is the lighting setup we had.
They also showed off the lighting. They said they spent $1,300 on lighting. It would have cost them $1,000. I'm upset at this compared to what my thing is.
So actually, the recommendation that he makes in the video is the one that we did. I don't really understand the discrepancy about how much money that should have been. That's the price of the equipment.
Yeah, I'll admit, if you hear what I'm saying, it sounds like I'm angry and jealous, and I'm just trying to find everything wrong with...
Because that's what you were trying to do. That's what you were trying to do, man. I'm sorry, but if you didn't want to come across that way, why did you make that video off the fucking cuff? If you didn't want to appear like the fucking disgruntled D&D YouTuber, then why did you make the video the way you did initially? Or they're including the electricity for the building they used that go under the lights as well, lol. Who knows? I think that is something that's worth them clearing up. But so far, it's like, they're painting me as this disgruntled, jealous YouTuber. That's how you come off in the video, my guy.
With what they did at this point and just trying to prove that I could have done a better job. And I was like,
also too, I mean, maybe that points more towards like Crispy, but these guys were nice to you throughout the entire fucking video. They were nothing but nice to you. They were civil. They didn't throw any insults towards you whatsoever. It is, but I just wanted to make a lame joke. Yeah. But like this guy, like they could have gone on the offensive and like just absolutely fucking pummeled him, but they didn't. They were just like, hey, okay, there are some concerns, some valid concerns, and we want to address them.
Actually shocked to hear that they did what I suggested in terms of lighting. I was shocked because I never go into full detail on how to set up the lighting. And you would have known that too, since you...
How did they know what to do if I didn't give them full detailed instructions? You're expecting them to be fucking like buffoons. Like they don't know what to do with a goddamn light.
You state in your video multiple times that you watched my video.
Well, I checked out what he said. You see, when I watch Duke's videos, if you watch Duke's original video, when he published this video, I watched it within hours.
And since you did, you would have noticed that the producers edited that clip to make me sound like I was angry at them for not doing it my way. And seen the single frames left in where the cuts happened when they were piecing and altering my words together. But I understand.
Oh, they mischaracterized you. I'm so sorry. Okay, hang on. Let's go to how you originally said it then. I'm ready. Okay. Hey, Neon, welcome to the show. How you doing?
All right. Why is it I can leave for half an hour and he still sounds like a scorned girlfriend?
Dude, okay, so like, well, like, okay, so like, he has brought up a somewhat decent point that I think needs to be addressed by the producers, aka like the creators behind it. So in the original budget video, it says they spent over $1,300 on equipment, but then if you look at like the actual equipment that they said that they use, it comes to like $650.
Okay, did they go pick it up themselves, or did they have it shipped? And what type of equipment was it?
Basically like Elgato key lights.
Okay, so at the most another $300 in shipping.
Possibly,
depending on where they got them from. If they went and picked them up in person, then yeah, that's $1,000 that needs to be accounted.
Yeah, no, yeah, and like I think it's worth them being transparent about that. But also,
I mean, if I was them, I don't see a problem showing the all the bills, bill lading or whatever you want to call it.
No, yeah, and like they did like. Again, like, because like a lot of the pretty much all the information that he got from his original call out video is from their budgeting video that they themselves made.
And you know, you're hitting a couple of my tisms with this stuff.
Oh, am I hitting the tisms? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, no, it's I've been studying D&D off and on since 1980. Whoever wants to do the math, have fun. And then I've been into photography off and on all my life. So I had to do research when I was going to art classes on what cameras are good for video versus picture, because and this might be a shock to people. If you're just taking pictures, a 12 megapixel camera is amazing for you, and it'll always do the job. Mm-hmm. And they're cheap as hell. The 24s, the only reason you want 24s if you're a visual artist or a videographer that you're going to be playing with pixels.
Right.
That's honestly all the difference is. If you're just taking video, there's no reason for it. But if you're actually going to do some production remapping and such to the video, you want 24 megapixels. And or the GoPros with 4K.
And that's exactly what they bought. They bought action cameras.
These guys drive me nuts with their. I know when they. It's worse than people who've never watched wrestling commentating on wrestling. Okay.
Yeah. And like another thing too is just like he's expecting like they needed to buy Rode pod mics, which is what I'm using right now. It's a great microphone.
You're talking about the mobile mics, right?
No,
or are you talking the stand mic?
The stand mic.
Well, the Rode that you they're basically lapel mics.
Oh, the Go wireless ones, yeah. But he was suggesting the Rode pod mic, which is what he uses for his own productions, and it's a good microphone. But like the idea that they're for one. We have to realize what these guys are familiar with. They are familiar with GoPros. They are familiar with lavalier microphones. These are not like sit down and like let's record gameplay YouTubers. These are martial arts YouTubers who have equipment that they use for like on the go shit. This is like their first time doing
IRL, really in the world stuff, not sitting around a table stuff.
Yeah, and like we have to keep in mind they had the idea, the foresight of future productions doing live action bits of their D&D campaigns. So it makes sense. They're just like, hey, instead of buying completely separate camera equipment, let's just like buy action cameras. Let's buy lavalier microphones so that way it's the same audio quality, the same camera quality. And we don't have to do a whole bunch of work to like get everything done.
Well, and future proofing.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why like because like the GoFundMe got to $100,000. With the GoFundMe fee plus the tax buffer, they were left with about $72,000. After cost and production, they were left with about $47,000. And that money is for future seasons. So that way they can pay for flight and housing expenditures, as well as like any other emergency stuff that they might need to buy for future seasons.
Hence, as I had just said, future proofing.
Yeah, exactly.
Making sure you can do it in the future, not just here's one season. Okay, now we're going to throw another GoFundMe. They're saying, no, we're going to use this on the next season now.
Exactly. And that's exactly what they said. And their response was like, we didn't want to just blow the money on the first season and then beg you guys again for more money.
They're being cost effective creators. What?
Yeah. And like obviously like a good chunk of their money
Kettles has got to be spinning in her grave over this.
Oh my god, this guy would have had a fucking aneurysm if he ever found out about that shit. In their response video they were fully transparent. It's like, hey, the first batch of cameras that we bought and the first batch of like microphones we bought initially didn't work, so we had them returned and switched them out with different cameras and different microphones, which I assume are of the same quality, you know, like GoPro, lavalier microphone stuff. And he's like, well, we don't see that. So they're, because like throughout this entire video, he's constantly insinuating that they were scamming the whole audience. Because that was his whole point to begin with in his original video, is that they're scamming the audience. He wants them to be scammers so fucking bad, so that way he looks like the good guy in all of this.
What? Oh my God. I'm trying to make sure you stay monetized. So what an artard of a fucking individual to go this far into the weeds over nothing, really.
And like and this is the thing, we have to wait and see. Unfortunately, like this is the majority of stuff involving like GoFundMe scams. We kind of have to wait and see if they spend the money on shit that they're not supposed to.
That can be the next 5 years, honestly.
Right. And I'm sorry, like the worst you can criticize them for is because this is like their first time trying to do a big production, they're buying stuff that they might not necessarily like absolutely need. Or like maybe there are more cost-effective ways that they can purchase something. But this is their first production. That's not like, let's film our martial arts.
Well, it's not like they have a Neon or Nerdy John just right there going, hey, this is more cost effective. This will cost you less money and get you more equipment. They're all striking it on their own.
No, yeah,
as a group.
They have like a tech, like there was apparently like a tech video showcasing like their lavalier microphones and stuff from a separate channel. So they do have like a tech guy helping them out, but I'm sure it's just like they're giving him the equipment that they already bought and he's working with it however he can.
Oh my God, man. This is yeah, there's a lot of autistic drama to this.
I love it. I love it so much.
On all three ends. In martial arts, I used to go out every weekend when I was in Texas and do Amped Guard, which is foam swords with PVC cores.
Oh, you'll love this. Sellsword Arts, the main channel that's responsible for MidMax. They're based in Texas too. And you know what happened? Because keep in mind, the other content creators that they have involved in this are either from out of state or even out of the country. And obviously you have to plan this months in advance, so that way everyone's schedules line up, so that way, because the other content creators aren't making any money from this. They're taking time out of their schedule from either a full-time job or their content creator endeavors to do this. So they're on a very tight window of time when they're able to do this. Guess what was happening when during the 3 days that they had available to film this D&D session for season 1?
Oh, that was the Texas snowstorm, right?
Yes. So they're filming in a warehouse that they were even lucky to get to in the first place, freezing their asses off, trying to film a D&D session with, I guess they had some
when Texas
difficulties.
gets cold, it gets cold. Okay.
yeah, and then they had some technical difficulties on top of that too. So like they're trying it's amazing that they're even able to salvage season 1 to begin with, and I think that's just showcases how much they really wanted this project to work out. And he's trying to insinuate that, oh, they're manipulating my words to make it seem like I'm angry.
They're not taking you out of context, little girl. You need to step up and man up, or you need to get off the
It's
plate.
like, dude, you were crying and yelling throughout your entire video.
God, what
And
is he,
you
fucking
do your due
Mizkif?
diligence and proper journalism when it comes to this stuff. So I understand if you can't take my word for it and need the proper evidence. So going off of the advice you gave me in our Discord conversation, I'm going to take that advice and use it now to show you a comparison between MinMax's video and my original video in regards to the lighting setup. They also showed off the lighting. They said they spent $1,300 on lighting. It would have cost them $1,000. I'm upset at this compared to what my thing is. They also showed off the lighting. They said they spent $1,300 on lighting. I saw the lighting, and some of the lights I use in my own studio. Some of the lights that I used at live shows. And guess what? They could have used 4 LED aperture lights, and if they would have just lit them in a correct way, and maybe got 2 C-stands if they wanted to, it would have cost them $1,000. They ended up going a different route and spending an extra $376. I have made decisions like this. I have bought things being like, I think I need this, blah, blah, blah. I end up buying it, realizing that I never really needed it in the first place. And the difference between why I'm upset at this compared to what my thing is because majority of the time, all of that funds came out of my own pocket. I paid for them. They used not their own money.
Your original clip makes it worse.
Okay. I want to ask something.
Yes.
I have to ask this. Who the fuck puts a tracer on a bit that turns into a dollar bill that ends up wherever, on Amazon or whatever? Because if he says that his money went to the lighting, he can't say it went to something else. And I'll bet money he says it every time he's complaining about one of these things. He's like, I'm upset because it's my money.
Oh, he didn't donate a dime to this GoFundMe.
Then why the hell is he phrasing it like that? Because that is very disingenuous, sir.
Because he's the guardian for the community. Okay, he's looking out for the community.
So what does he think? He's Aiden?
Yes. He wants to because in his original video, he says that he's tired of being the nice guy in the D&D community, and he's gonna start calling people out. And the first people he decides to do that are newcomers.
Because he's sure not a Nick Diorio.
I shit you not.
Yeah, with what you just described, he is literally fucking Aiden for that community.
Yeah, no, for real. Let me show you the intro bit again. We showcased this earlier, but let me show you the intro bit again. This guy is just fucking insufferable. Oh, by the way,
don't make me make videos on idiots.
By the way, his original video was like, this is absolutely pathetic. And like his original thumbnail was calling them pathetic. Like he was super aggro against them. And then he pretended like, oh, I'm just concerned. Like as soon as he saw that the community was not for what he was doing, he tried to dial his tone back a bit.
Made before. Why? Because I've always been a nice guy.
He's always been a nice guy, Neon. He's always been a nice guy.
And I have been labeled as a nice guy within this community, within creators. You know what? That's fine. I have enjoyed that title. I have been proud to hold that title. I love this community dearly. I love the people here because you guys have supported me and you guys are just a terrific group of people. And I care about you guys so very much. I'll also say with this video, I know a lot of...
Yes.
So I just have to say this because it's something even Xylee would call out quickly. People who say they're nice guys aren't.
No, yeah. If you have to state that you're a nice guy, you're probably not.
Okay, guys, like Nerdy's heard this from me. Other people in the community have. I don't say I'm a nice guy. I say I'm an asshole.
Yes, yes, so do I. I mean, like, listen, I'm an
If you
asshat.
find me nice, cool. But I call myself a self-proclaimed asshole for a reason, and it's because of people like this that call themselves nice that are some of the most bad faith, fucking delusional fucking idiots. You want to be a gatekeeper for fucking something? Go be a gatekeeper for your ass at a gay bar or something, motherfucker. Because gatekeeping my D&D, fuck you. I've been messing with that game longer than you've been breathing.
And this is exactly like I don't think this is like their first time playing D&D, but like obviously this is their first time delving into like the D&D content space, and like you can tell from like their videos and how they've interacted with the community, they've been nothing but positive. Like even in their response video, they could have been fucking harsh towards this guy, but like listen how they address him.
Used webcams instead of buying Osmos because webcams are cheaper. And while they are cheaper, they don't have as good of video quality. But even more so, I want to set the record straight and say that Sellsword Arts already owned all of those Osmos. We didn't buy any Osmos for MinMaxed. What we bought was some DJI Action Cam 6s. We had 2 cameras, but we had to buy 2 more that were going to work in this specific setup because it's so small. We didn't want to go with big DSLRs because that would have blown the budget just on 2 cameras. So I went with smaller action cams, and we've got them recording to a like big crazy NAS setup. Now the NAS we did not pay for with MinMax money. Sellsword Arts paid for that because we need that for our stuff. We're just like, hey, we'll use this. And we bought those. When we got to production, they didn't end up working. So instead we used our tech team's other Osmos and a webcam that they had. So in fact, MinMax didn't spend any money on camera equipment, and we were able to return the stuff that we had bought. And next season, we're going to upgrade and have even better stuff.
And the reason there's a discrepancy between what you're hearing now and the update video we made before is that we didn't know they weren't gonna work.
In our budgeting video, we hadn't had a chance to hook everything up in the space. Actually, we had quite a few technical problems. The computer we were supposed to be using worked in the studio, but then didn't work in the space. Our tech team was so good. They found workarounds, they made everything work, and we're still very proud of the project we made, but we can see where there's some areas for improvement, so we're already in the process of looking at better tech, both for the visuals and the sound and everything else.
So they're like completely professional throughout their entire response. And there's a part here where there's like, it's quite upsetting how this guy's like trying to say that we're scamming people and that we're not doing enough. Cause it's like, he said it like, cause like, obviously I think it's safe to like, it's clear to say that these are not like drama people. Like these are just people who like talking about swords. They like D&D. And there's a part here where they say, well, like, it's quite upsetting that this guy like is so aggressive with like his criticisms and like trying to say that we're scamming people, because that's not what we want to do.
Jeez. The 2 people besides MinMaxed, right? Crispy and this guy are very special.
Very.
Because I've seen some of Crispy stuff. Crispy is shooting a shotgun at content right now and seeing what floats. Because they're delving into commentary, then they're delving into this. They've got a lot more on this than they do commentary, but the swings in commentary, I honestly advise to stay away from.
Mm-hmm.
It's short-term money, but long-term, you're going to get a lot of grief.
Yeah, I mean, he's winning from this. He's winning from this because this guy's just a fucking moron.
I don't know many people who couldn't win from calling on this guy. Jesus.
Because his entire point is like, I can do this production better. I can do this production better. But like, he's tried to do this production level before and it failed.
I'm not going to say it's not hard. It is. All of it is.
Right.
Because when you're putting together a show like, say, Critical Role, in general, even without extra, just using Roll20 and Discord and streaming it, if you're doing the episodes, taping them like you would a podcast normally, all the editing and stuff is not easy. It takes time.
No, yeah, because I mean, and then like you got to edit any like visual stuff that you want to do as well. And they said it in their response video. Episode 1 came out kind of choppy because again, as they mentioned in their response video, they had some technical difficulties throughout the production
And a learning curve.
Yeah. And like the pressure is on because they only had 3 days to film this.
Yeah, this is worse than like doing a content stream up where you just do like 8, 10, 12 hours of content because you're going to be away for a bit. This is a lot worse than that because you still have time.
Yeah.
They had a 72-hour window to get everything they wanted taped, and then go. And if they had anything they needed to retape, they're screwed.
No, yeah, and the fact that they even got season 1 out because of this storm is a miracle to begin with.
I haven't seen their stuff. I actually want to look at their stuff now because, yeah.
Well, let's.
I mean,
they're
not a multi. They're not like $100,000 or $1 million budget fucking production, so they're not going to be Critical Role or the other offshoots.
No, and like I know, like Sellsword Arts is like the most popular channel, which is why like they're the ones like forfeiting the bill for this most of the time. But like they're popular in the realm of like TikTok and YouTube Shorts. Like their like long form videos do well, but like obviously most of their audience is from like the Shorts algorithm. And like as good as that is, obviously you're not going to get a whole lot of money from like shorts and stuff. But like look at this. This is an actual set that they made. I think visually this looks perfectly fine.
Into the attic?
I got into the attic. I'm in the attic.
Yes.
We're all in the attic.
But who like?
It was Clark first.
Clark was not up first.
Okay,
I'm up second.
I'm gonna give you 2 people in the
Lighting
attic.
looks perfectly fine. They sound. I know they were a bit echoey in episode 1. I guess he in post he was able to fix that. This seems perfectly fine.
Well, if
like one person
if they
on
did
the ladder,
multiple recording tracks, it would have been easy to edit out the track that was echoing.
Yeah. Well, I think they accidentally filmed it. They recorded it all in one single audio track.
Oh, that takes more time by a lot because I have an audio editor that I can go into video and kill channels, but you've got to find the perfect channels to remove.
Yeah, because they had an 8-channel audio interface, but the one they use doesn't separate the audio channels.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, this looks perfectly fine.
Okay,
It would have to be then Clark's in the attic, Ben was pushing him up, and Jax.
I'm on the ladder. Yeah.
Okay.
To keep with the deadly do right.
Also, too, they're using lavalier microphones, so like it's gonna sound a bit echoey, unless like they are in a well-treated like warehouse. No matter what.
Well, you've got 7 people in the same room in what amounts to a vault, which echoes, with sets that help cut the echo. And the sets don't look bad.
I like the sets. I think this is like the most charming part of like their thing. By the way, previously in his first video, and like he kind of doubles down on it here, but like he says, "Oh, well, they didn't need to spend money on sets. They could have just spent money on art." But like he also criticizes them for spending too much money on art.
So like what I personally would have done, this is the artist part of me coming out, is on the stone, use a wash on it. It's where you put a little bit of black ink and water and just go over it to distress the stone a little more. That's a nitpick though. Because it looks good.
okay. Perfect.
Yeah, like and like obviously this is like this is their dungeon master for the game. I think his part of the set looks good. This part of the set looks good. This all and like the art. I like the art. It all goes together very well.
So Clark and I are upstairs. Who's next?
Oh, we get a full cam of this. This is fucking awesome. actually.
So the iron I would have done a little bit differently, but it's all like preference though. But on average, it's all solid stuff. I would love to do a fucking D&D session in there myself. Shit.
No, and this is their first big production.
God, what a tard.
I used fan support for all of this. And again, that is why I'm upset. And now a question for you, Crispy, since you posted your video regarding this situation, and by our conversation, it sounds like you only post these videos when you have all of the facts straight. So can you share with me on why MinMax purposely edited out the main reason I was upset and instead made it look like I was mad at them for not doing things my way?
You were mad at them for not doing things your way. And also too, again, part of dude, your original, like that original section of your video makes it worse because why are they insinuating that I'm mad at them for not doing things my way? Dude, in your original video, you're insinuating that they're scamming people.
Oh no. So this is stupid to even put in his video, right? I'll explain why. When he does the cost analysis for the lighting, he's literally mad because they didn't do it his way. He literally says, you should have done it the way I did it, and I did it this way.
Mm-hmm.
In his tone and his words. He might not have said it exactly like that, but that was what he was saying. So to come later and go, well, they made it seem like I was mad at them for not doing things my way. They didn't need to edit that. You were mad because they didn't do anything your way.
Yeah, and dude, you're mad. You're also mad that they didn't include, because he's trying to say the real reason why he's mad is because again, they're taking the community's money and mishandling it.
Mishandling. If they put it into an account that they are not touching until they do season 2, they haven't mishandled it. And if they do season 2 and they use a third of that money and they still have money left over and set it aside for season 3, you still can't complain even if they just spent it on season 2 and there's no season 3 because they did do what they said they were going to do.
So far,
why?
So far, the worst you can say is that because this is their first big production, they bought stuff that didn't work, so they had to return it. And they didn't buy the most optimal equipment. Oh no, first timers didn't buy the most optimal equipment? Oh no.
So something we've discussed before, and something somebody said in chat is, the most expensive is not always the best. I'm sorry, but buying a Nikon for something you can do with a Canon or a Pentax is just stupid in my opinion, because you don't want to have to deal with anything more wow, brain, really? Proprietary than you have to.
Right. And
you want to get as much off the shelf as you can.
And you don't want to work with anything that you're not too familiar with, or not too unfamiliar with. Sorry, if I'm saying that right. But
yeah, if you're unfamiliar with something, you don't want to.
Because
you're less inclined to deal with it than if you're familiar with the interface on something.
Right, and
without a doubt.
Obviously, because I have one, there are plenty of budget DSLR or mirrorless cameras that you can buy from a $400, $500, or $600 range. But these guys are not familiar with DSLR cameras. They are familiar with GoPros. They are familiar with lavalier microphones. So if they're buying equipment that they're familiar with, obviously production is going to go a lot smoother, even though obviously in hindsight we know that they had some technical difficulties. But I can understand what they're trying to do on paper. Because for the shot stuff, here, I'm sure a DSLR camera would have been oh, you could have had a blurry depth of field.
Yeah, using the camera that you picked up, or one of the ones that I was looking at from Pentax that were also 24 megapixel, would have been perfect for this. You don't need a ton for this. You already have the set. You're not doing crazy green screen stuff, thank God.
Which is what he suggested that they do, by the way. He wanted them to just green screen all of this.
You green screen it, you get artists, yes, and you pay artists, yeah, you can do that. But you have to find an artist you're comfortable putting that kind of money and that kind of time crunch on.
Yeah.
And if you're not comfortable with it, it's smart to not do it. I love artists. Nobody get me wrong. I am an artist of sorts myself. I love artists. But there are variables people never think about until it's right up on them. And they're like, oh my God, I need to get this and this and this and this and this done. Why don't you do it 6 months ago? Why don't you start it 6 months ago? That way the project has time to breathe and has time to move.
And and this is no diss to any artist, right? I love, obviously, like I primarily use green screen for when I'm on camera and stuff. I love the art that I have commissioned, mostly for the stream stuff, mostly by Magical Porpoise, aka Kat. You know, she does fantastic stuff for she did fantastic stuff for Now Recording, Half Baked, and several other YouTubers. She's a fantastic artist. But you know, like there's something about having a physical set that just like, wow, like, you know, you it feels a bit more immersive. And like the fact that these guys are in like costume, well, some of them are in costumes. These two aren't. But like,
well, I have to pose another question for you.
Yes.
Since when has set design not been an art? In set building.
Yep.
Because you have to use carpentry and other works, and carpentry is considered an art.
Right. I mean, Twin Peaks, like the set design for that show when it comes to like the fucking what's the one room called that like the FBI agent goes into where they all speak backwards. I
haven't seen Twin Peaks.
Oh shoot. But like set design is an important visual medium for like TV shows.
Have you ever seen The Ranch?
No, I don't think so.
It was a Netflix show. And it was pretty good, but like,
is that the comedy?
The comedy with Sam Elliott and it was Danny Masterson and Ashton Kutcher.
Yes, I've seen some episodes here and there.
But oh God, go back. Thank you. I want you to tell me what's not artful within this realm. Come on, actually, yeah. Of this still.
Oh, you posting it somewhere, or you?
I'll post it in side chat so it'll make it easy.
Okay.
Or wherever I can. It'll either be a DM or side chat.
Okay.
Okay, it'll be a DM.
Okay.
I'm just curious. I would really like to know. Let's move on to what Crispy has to say about the producers holding back $47,000 worth of funds for future seasons.
Which is a good thing. It's a good thing.
That's the one that hurts me the most, is that he's talking about it like these guys aren't going to use it for future seasons, when 99% of the time, the reason why you don't get another season of anything is because of funding. If they already have the funding, then they're already like 90% there.
Right. And he's like, oh, because like in his original video, you can tell he's like, he talks about like a scorned lover would, with like, oh, well, you see, it's going to be diminishing returns. Yeah, your first video is going to do fucking fantastic, but then it's going to get less and less views as it goes on. And like, they actually address that. They go like, yeah, we understand that. That's why we're holding money back. So that way we can save up money. So that, because like, they know that, because like, it will, because it's over 400. It's a 400,000 sub channel. Oh, why is my computer on the fritz? 1 second. Hopefully you guys can still hear me.
I can still hear you.
Okay. Okay. Everything's okay still on my end. I tried dragging that picture into like the fucking browser, and now my computer's freaking out. So it might be a second, but luckily we have a lot to talk about here. like none of the creators so far are making money off of this because all the money is going back into the production. They are open to the idea of like obviously like t-shirt sales and like, you know, merch and all that. Like they're open to that. But you know, it might be a bit before they can do something like that.
And
this guy's just so fucking annoying. Because it's like it needed to be done my way. It needed to be, because that's essentially what his whole attitude was. If I needed to be on staff for this, and like in his original like pitch for his employment, he was saying stuff like, "Oh well, instead of filming outdoors, they can film it at my house. They can film it in my studio." It's like, why? Why would they do that?
It's he wanted to be that much more of a gatekeeper. He wanted to be able to say, well, you know, we can't have filming this day. We can't do this.
Yeah, he wanted to be the head honcho in charge of this.
He wanted to be HDIC.
I think he's just really upset that because obviously any project he's done before, he had to do it out of pocket. But here comes these new guys who haven't been in D&D as long as I have, and they get a crowdfunding campaign. And keep in mind, the original crowdfunding campaign, they were only asking for $10,000 so that way they can cover business like travel expenses and then like make a small set.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of like mesmerized by something. So he disabled comments on this video, right?
Yes, he did. He did.
And dislikes.
Yes, which we can't. The only person who can see them is him.
Well, what's funny about that is the only person that can see him is him, but they still go into the algorithm. They still push his video into the algorithm farther.
Mm-hmm.
No comments and no dislikes means if somebody doesn't like it and they can't make a comment and they can't do that, it's not going any farther. It's going to stay dead in the algorithm. Jesus, what a
because he wants like, I bet you if he came out as the victor for this, he would turn on comments and turn on likes. He's not going to, of course.
Could somebody give him his bunnies, please?
Right.
Context
and his lollipops to go with his rainbows,
because they raised $100,000, but they really only needed like 20,000 in order to make the first season happen. So after paying,
yeah, because initially they were like, "Hey, let's have a one and done D&D session where we all get together, we have fun," and like the community was like, "Holy shit, let's give you more money," and funny enough, they had to close the goal themselves because within 4 days, because like the campaign only lasted 4 days, and they went from a goal of $10,000 to $100,000. So it wasn't like they were like, guys, we need $100,000 in order to do this D&D campaign, because the original 10,000 again was just to cover expenses and to create a small set. And Duke is like doing this entire thing where it's like, well, you see, he's insinuating that they wanted to scam the D&D audience this entire time.
paying for taxes and paying for fees, they took the rest of the money and saved it for future seasons, which I think is really smart. Duke disagrees. See, he accuses MinMax of holding this money in suspicious manner because what if season 2 doesn't happen? Season 2 is just a what if.
Well, no, you see, them holding the money back is so that way season 2 is not a what if, because they've said it several times that season 2 and 3 are happening. That's why they're holding the money back.
What if your show fails? Then what are you gonna do with the money? You're gonna run away with it to Colombia or something? No, Duke. You got it completely backwards.
Number one, we didn't want to throw all of this money at season 1. We can't tell a good enough story in that amount of time.
By holding back the money that we did, we guarantee future seasons. And I know in the video he kind of claims that it's only if season 1 does well, but that's not the case. We held it back in case season 1 doesn't do well. We are guaranteed another season, and I think another season after that.
Yeah, for anyone with more than 2 brain cells bouncing around their head, that would be obvious.
As someone who is the proud owner of having 2 brain cells, I used one brain cell to understand their reasoning by saving them money for future seasons, and I used the other brain cell to ask the question on, what if season 1 doesn't do well? That question has not been addressed by the
What do you mean it hasn't been addressed? They addressed it.
They literally said it doesn't matter what happens with season 1. Season 2's happening.
Because like, keep in mind, this isn't really a money making project for them. This is a
passion project.
Yeah, and it's a way for their friends to meet up and like have a fun D&D game. He cannot see past the forest. He's just like, but, because he's thinking purely from a business standpoint from this. He's completely ignoring the fact this is for friends to have fun with. And if they make money along the way, more power to them. Well, what if season 1 doesn't go well? They literally explain that's why they have the $47,000, so that way they can cover season 2 expenses.
Well, didn't they say they could cover season 2 and possibly even a 3rd season?
Yes, because obviously the bulk of their spending was for like the sets, microphones, lighting, and obviously that's all done.
And they have that now.
Yeah, and like they did show in their transparency video that with for travel for everyone was a little over $10,000, which makes sense because flights from like the UK, other states. And then like housing, food costs, and all that. It makes sense that would be roughly around $10,000 because travel's fucking expensive nowadays.
Well, for me, because of my size, it would probably, if I went back to the U.S., cost me $6,000 for a ticket, just the ticket.
Right, and like
for round trip.
I think it's only one person definitely traveling outside the country, maybe 2. Because one of them might be Canadian. But like majority of them are like traveling within the States, but they still have to house them. They still have to like, provide food and stuff. Because like, again, these creators have to take time out of their day. And if they're not full-time content creators, then they have to take time from their legitimate jobs.
They have to take vacation or something. Yeah.
And he's just like, What if season 1 doesn't succeed though? And it's like, well, that's why they have safety nets, so that way they don't do another GoFundMe campaign.
Producers and as a possible outcome, because what does happen to $47,000 of donations? You even showed it in your clip when they say,
but that's not the case. We held it back in case season 1 doesn't do well. We are guaranteed another season, and I think another season after that.
There is no guarantee that future seasons will happen, and they
literally said season 2 is happening. They literally say that in that clip.
1 doesn't do well. We are guaranteed another
season,
and I think another season after that.
There is
I swear he has autism. I swear he fucking has Aiden level autism at this point.
Right.
That future seasons will happen, and they even state it in their budget video.
And that means we're hoping that the money we've got here will easily do 2 more seasons.
For sure.
Goes right. If everything goes well,
automatically get 3 seasons.
Assuming everything goes well and the thing explodes.
Yeah.
But no. Okay, fine. But maybe more.
Okay, they're clearly like joking around there, and okay. Let me pull up their fucking budget video, because like they show it that like, yeah, the cost was around $10,000 for like travel expenses, and obviously like, hey, they might want to build like a new set, maybe a new costume, maybe get some new artwork for season 2. So yeah, like you gotta give them some leeway there. But like obviously the majority of what they want done is already done. So yeah, here we go. The people, flights, $2,000, hotels, $4,000, staff pay around almost 2K. And then
and per diem's 24.66. So what a per diem's going to be is it's going to be something that they probably agreed on for the content creators to get to subsidize what they're missing out on their streams.
So yeah, there's a little coverage. There's a little bit of a like, hey, you're not making a lot of money from this, but like here's some cash to like. Incentive.
And the staff pay is going to be their tech department more than likely.
Yeah, the person who's like actively like monitoring the recording as
3 or 4 days pay, 1,800 between like 3 or 4 people on 3 days. That's fucking solid.
Yeah, and this is what they're left with: $47,000, which I think is perfectly enough money for a season 2 and a season 3. Obviously, again, it depends on if they want to buy new costumes, new art, maybe upgrade the set.
Well, you know, on the costumes part, it depends. The smartest thing to do, and this is me in general telling people, is to find your local SCA chapter and get a hold of the seamstresses there. They usually give you a reasonable price and they will sew just about anything.
So, yeah, and like obviously when season 2 and season 3 are rolling around, they're going to be more experienced, so they'll know how to be more cost effective. Like he wants them to be scammers so fucking bad that he's like, well, season 2's not possible.
And
he's going into the weeds fucking far.
Yeah.
Audience that because some of their own guarantee.
Also, too, like obviously, I can't say because like obviously I don't make this much money. I don't get this many views myself. But like, let's see. And obviously, again, it's going to be diminishing returns. But because you know what, I'll even include their fucking response video. Their first video got 1.3 million views, episode 1. Their response to him got 481K views. Oh, and they're doing their own podcast too. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, okay, so there's a visual format and then the audio format as well. So like audio format got 49K. And then episode 2, which is 3 days old, got 34K views. Obviously, there's a drop off here, but we have to also keep in mind that there's a 2-week period between episodes. So this might increase by the time episode 3 rolls around.
And like, we don't know D&D community wise how well they're doing there versus how well they're doing in the overall YouTube community, because you know, how many subs do they have versus that 240 something?
Let's see, 464K.
So episode 2 got 243K views. That's 50%. That's better than 90% of the YouTubers get. So
no, yeah, and okay, hang on, testing. Are we back? We back. That fucking sucks. Looks like we might be back. We back, chat? We back? Please say we're back, chat, please. Okay, it looks like we're back. Okay. Luckily, I don't think we missed too much. We were just kind of talking about like Okay, so they weren't missing much. That's good. Oh shoot. Okay, hang on. Now we got an opposite problem of the audio. 1 second. I'm just gonna have to change stuff real quick to make it work. So let me switch over the switch over that, and then properties. Go ahead and speak.
Check.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Phew.
What will happen to their money if season 1 doesn't do well, since these are both possible outcomes?
Again, season 2 is guaranteed. They said that money is in case season 1 doesn't do well to begin with. Because guess what? They want to do this for fun. This is not like a make or break success story for them. And you know, Neon, I think audience members can tell if something's done for fun or if it's done purely to make a profit. Because, okay, for example, we'll use commentary related stuff. Nicholas Diorio, he gets a shit ton of money. It's not because he needs it, because he has a full-time job. But people see how much fun.
Full-time job, yeah.
But people see how much fun he's having on stream, and they want to donate to him. But if you look at someone like, let's say, Xander Hall from like the Twitch poll space, that guy begs for money constantly on stream and barely makes any money because people
DSP.
A DSP, and another excellent example.
Better example because he's like higher up in the YouTube ecosystem of people knowing who he is.
Yeah, and
because if it wasn't for commentary, I wouldn't know who Xander Hall is. But DSP, like
everyone knows who he is at some point. But yeah, like people, because like I guarantee you why this guy, his projects never succeeded was because it was a clear money venture for him. Whereas these guys, it's a fun project with their friends.
You want to hear another one that like kind of breaks that to an extent?
What's that?
Keemstar kind of breaks it. You never can tell if he's having fun or if he's legitimately angry, but he still makes a ton of money doing it when he goes live.
True. But like, I think as long as they're having fun, I think the audience will show up. Even if it's not like a million, even if it's not like 1 million plus people, as long as they're able to keep, let's say like a consistent like 250,000 people watching an episode, I think that's a success right there for a smaller D&D production.
I'm going to go farther than that. I'm going to say, what is it? The standard's only like 10 or 15% is what you're aiming for viewership versus subscribers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So 25K, they're already a success. When they hit 200, they're, for what they are in the niche they're in, Jesus, man, 250K is crazy without being a household name. It's.
And then keep in mind, like, out of those people that are consistently watching, you know, a good chunk of those people are going to buy like merch.
Mm-hmm. Or they're going to go over to the other channels and support those streamers as well, or those content creators as well.
Right. So this is
what they do. So
like advertising for their stuff, because it's like, oh, you like how I played this archer in this D&D campaign? Well, come to my channel where I actually show you like the historical significance of archery.
Mm-hmm.
And again,
it's a win-win just as long as they get 20K,
right?
25K. So they're already winning.
$47,000 of people's hard-earned money on the line here.
And you see, this is what I mean. He's trying to insinuate constantly that they're scamming people, that they're being disingenuous with the fucking money.
Well, my biggest question is if it's not your money, why the fuck are you trying to be this guy? Because nobody wants your opinion. Nobody wants your attitude towards a project that is successful, and you're crying because they're successful at this point. Is what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not that's actually the case, when you put out a hit video on something that you've already been bitching about, when they have success, like over 1 million views on the first video, and then he comes out with something that makes you look petty and weak.
And like, this guy's channel has been on the decline for a while. Like, the only way he gets views, like, is by doing like compilations of like his older stuff, and then like obviously he got like a shit ton of views from like his initial like video talking about this. Yeah, because he's hemorrhaging subscribers, by the way, because he was close to 1 million. Now he's like closer to 900,000. And look at his videos, okay? Like
16K, 28K,
23K, 42K, and these are all these are compilation videos of his older content. Okay, well this one's a newer one.
I want to ask you something.
Yes.
When did you swap over to Nick's channel? This looks like Nick's views with literally 9 times the subscribers.
And keep in mind, this guy doesn't live stream on this channel, so this is all the money he's making. Three months ago he got a video that almost hit 100K in terms of views.
But like,
it's another compilation video. Nothing original.
Of course it is. Wait, what was that one? Keep your chin up, both of them? Healing words for clerics who hate their party.
Compilation. Let's see what grade A content he's been making. Because obviously, you know, he's a production master. If he's constantly criticizing them and saying what they can do better, right? So like obviously, whatever he produces is like grade A, right?
Hey, Cleric, I got this bad crick in my neck. You got a healing word that could fix this?
Absolutely. Hey, keep your chin up. Both of them.
Thank you?
No problem. And one for the road. Your neck is looking so strong. Must be from all the weight it's supporting.
Okay. Hey, Cleric, Barbarian was trying to show me that he could cast spells, but instead just punched me in the face. Could you healing word this?
You got it, boss. Even though the Barbarian couldn't fix you being the least fairest in the land, at least your humor shines brighter than most.
This is the guy criticizing production content, by the way. This is the guy.
These aren't even so like in comedy, and you should know this from some of the different circles you run around. There's lame. There's so lame it's good, or so bad it's good. These don't hit the so bad they're good. It's just lame.
Right. Well, you know what? This is older content. This is compilation. So let's check out one that's like actually like original. You know, like something he made specifically for. Oh, okay, here we go. A how to create a character on D&D Beyond. Step-by-step guide 2026. Okay, let's see what he's doing here. Let's see.
His first transgression against the D&D community was going on to D&D Beyond.
Hey, I was wondering if I could teach you how to make a character on D&D Beyond. I thought you'd never ask. If you keep scaring me like that, I never will. Great, so you want to use D&D Beyond to create a character? Yes. Great, so do you know anything about creating a character on D&D Beyond? No, that's why I came to ask you. Great, so creating a character on D&D Beyond is just so much faster and beginner friendly. Because it's a program, and it takes care of all the calculations and back-end work for you. No, what makes you think that? Because programs like that are built to help new players get into the game! Listen, I am sensing a...
Loud equals funny. Loud equals funny.
Yeah, a la Boogie 2988.
Right now, and as your friend, I think
Oh my god, that's what it is! He's skinny, somehow less funny Boogie.
I don't know how you could get more or less funny than Boogie is these days. I really don't, but I think you're right.
Anger management. Anyway, as this program helps new players create their character by taking care of all the calculations and back-end work, mother of a juvenile shadow dragon, you'll soon come to realize that this program...
So this is just like standard YouTube comedy skit production. Like, it's not bad. I want to clarify that. It's not bad, but it's just like...
It's not anything groundbreaking or anything like super funny that I'd send to somebody else, I look at this and go,
Right. Also,
let's go see what else is out there. Jesus.
Also, only 16K.
Can we get good content creators?
No, you're asking too much. I'm gonna, I gotta be like the maid from Family Guy. No.
No.
no good D&D creator for you.
Content in general.
They kind of only know the answer to one of those questions. The next segment Crispy goes over is how the producers handled the GoFundMe when it was live. And Crispy, thank you once again for telling me that I needed to take more time with my research.
Okay, pause a second.
Because what?
So, production-wise, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like when you have a scene like this, when you're doing video,
Yes.
he's got too much light.
No, yeah,
The
because
wood in the background is reflecting the light back into the camera. So is the AC unit. So is the light up there. He wants to talk about like bad production and shit, and like there was none of this in that first season 72-hour shot campaign that they did.
No, it was all decently lit. Like, could the lighting be better? Sure, but the lighting did what it needed to do.
I'm sorry, if he's gonna nitpick, I'm gonna nitpick him.
Right, exactly.
His production quality is not what he thinks it is.
Right. Well, we're looking at Temu Fred Durst, you know?
Hey, that's still an insult. It's more like Wish Fred Durst.
Clarifies misinformation being spread by fans, MinMaxed, and yourself. So let's listen to what you have to say.
Another bit of context that they added, though they really didn't have to, considering, I mean, I was there for the GoFundMe. I saw this happen. They add the context that they turned off the donation button. Once again, they did not want $100,000, but that's what they got, so they may as well use it. Duke is really upset.
Again, with the context of the initial GoFundMe was just to cover the travel expenses and then make a small set. They got way more than they initially thought that they were going to get.
I have a question. Is that green screen or is that actual set?
I think that's an actual set that Crispy has.
Because it actually is nice looking.
No, yeah, I will say Crispy
It's
has
a little
fantastic
cluttered, but
set.
it does look decent.
Yeah, because well, this is like a zoom in shot. He's got like a wine thing here, like some because like sometimes he'll have like a D&D book in like the background because he gets sent free stuff apparently, and Duke is really ass mad about that. By the way, Duke is upset that D&D never sent him like free shit. That's why he initially left the D&D community.
Hilarious.
That's why he left the community at first, was because he was mad he wasn't getting sent free shit.
I don't get free Palladium shit. I don't wreck their shit all the time. I probably should, but I mean, I love the company.
Dude, do you know how like happy I would be if like fucking like Rode sent me like free microphones, or if like Warhammer sent me free models? Oh my god, I would be happy.
Or if you had one of the wrestlers like send you a letter going, "Hey, you want to meet up here and I'll give you one of my old belts?"
Oh my god, that would be so awesome. Yeah. But like,
that'd
guess
be
what?
a lifetime thing, but you're not going to be ass mad they don't.
Right, because like you can't expect that. Like, for example, yeah, game companies will sometimes send you a review code if you're a popular game reviewer, but that's not guaranteed all the time.
I've
gotten some free games over the years when I was doing Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
Even pinned a comment talking about how they dared to keep the donation button open for 4 whole days.
That's how long the campaign was, by the way. It was only 4 days. 4 days, they got $100,000, which I think is pretty impressive. I think that shows how much the community really wanted to see this happen.
So after some of the fallout for Critical Role, and they've had some fallout.
Right, because like didn't one of the players like have like a really sketchy like essay history? And they had to like scrub season 1 and 2.
There was that. There was the girl who was doing Critical Role here. She wasn't a full time at the point that this happened. But she was being sponsored by Metal series, the Steel series, and she was being sponsored because of they started an anti-bullying campaign, and then she got caught on Twitter bullying somebody.
Are you serious? Damn.
Yeah, I won't touch Steel because they just said, well, we're not gonna trash anything that she did. We're just gonna remove our sponsorship. But it's like, guys, you shouldn't even sell anything because if she gets any of the profit, then you're promoting bullying still.
No, yeah. If you want to be like a harassment-free company, you shouldn't be a part of that. It's one thing if you go to like a commentary YouTuber, right? It's like, hey, we still want to like have you as like, we still want to like do a sponsorship ad with you, you know? But like if you're trying to be like the wholesome Chungus like D&D YouTuber, then yeah, you probably shouldn't have that.
Well, that's what she was trying to come off as anti-bullying and all this, and then she got caught ripping into somebody on Twitter, and I mean like a thread.
Oh, it wasn't.
And I can't remember what her name was.
Like she was going into it.
Yeah, and Steel was called out by a bunch of us because at the time I was still streaming on Twitch, and I called him out on Twitter about it because, you want to see me get really lit on somebody over a subject? That's it right there.
Oh boy, okay.
And so yeah, she ended up. Critical Role had to do some stuff, and some other places had to do some stuff because there was fallout all over the place from that because, bullying being a hot topic. Who would have guessed?
Right.
Duke, it was a holiday weekend. They were like spending time with their family.
I do appreciate you bringing up that the producers were with their families, but what I'm confused about is why you didn't show your audience the clip of them stating that. There's a phrase they use that makes their entire statement untrue, as well as the statements you just...
I'm so confused. Why does it matter how long they had the campaign open for? Why does that matter?
Made. So just so your audience still receives the facts on what you state you get for them, here is what the producer said about handling the GoFundMe.
One of the things he says in the comments that we should end the GoFundMe sooner because we blew our budget out of the water. And it was live for less than a week. We ended it while we were away at Thanksgiving with our families.
We set this thing up, and we originally had a goal of 10K just to buy plane tickets, and then we modified the goal to 20 when we saw we might hit that. And then we kind of didn't look at it, and it exploded. And we actually ended it, I think, within 4 days because we didn't want a ballooning budget.
They state they kind of didn't look at it. Now, I'm going to go off of a creator standpoint here, so bear with.
Oh my God, is he really going to nitpick the fact that they said they kind of didn't look at it?
I wish this guy had a good excuse for being this, but he does not have the Afro Man defense because you can tell he's too uptight to be able to be singing "Cause I got high, cause I got high, cause I got high."
With me, if they state that they saw they were about to raise $10,000 and then proceeded to raise the goal to $20,000 for a project that a creator would be passionate.
Dude, like if they're able to squeeze it out a bit, and obviously, as you can tell from like their budget breakdown, obviously if hypothetically, right, if they had just done the initial 10K, they would have gone over that with like the travel expenses.
Yeah, well, I've got something else. So it's been what, 4 years, 5 years that Wizards of the Coast have been under fire between Pokemon and Dungeons and Dragons, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they've pushed a lot of people out of the gaming space. So somebody's being positive and trying to bring people back into the gaming space through doing a campaign.
Yeah.
And this guy is trying to break it down and pull people out of it. this is just me. He's actually attacking, to me, the D&D community as a whole by doing it this way. Because if you want to just attack the creators, go for it. But if they're trying to do something that instills some newness and something special to D&D again, this isn't the way to do it. But I can see why you left for reasons the D&D community, bud.
Right?
Because they're becoming rock stars in a niche genre on YouTube, and you can't even get a tenth of what they can. Yeah, envious. He's bitter. He's a petty little bitch.
I think what happened was he blew up during COVID. He got success pretty quickly. He thought he was a big swinging dick in the content space, and so like I don't know if you were here when we showcased it. He tried running his own D&D like streaming service for D&D shit. He only got like 20.
I actually looked up One Shot back when it was first coming around, right? Because me and some friends were talking about doing that type of streaming, and then I went, because I always like to look at something and give it 6 months to a year.
Right.
I want to make sure it's still around, because if it doesn't have support, I'm not going to give support, whether it be the creator or whatever. And I went looking for it and couldn't find it, and I went, okay, I'll just go on to something else. He
passionate about.
I understand there's a lot of people like this in the world. There really are. I mean, we both hang out in commentary spaces, even if I don't do, if I really probably will never do commentary content, right?
Right.
That is the home of petty, though.
Yeah.
And this guy doesn't understand petty. He's trying to be petty. I mean, I could have done this so much pettier.
Oh, he's doing his best. But like the problem is he's being petty, and his arguments have no substance at all, right? It'd be one thing if there was a little bit of venom on the knife, a little bit of poison to fucking stab them in the back with. But like this dude's not effective at all with anything.
Or he'll did he read his script? Because he literally argued like half an hour ago or 20 minutes ago that they said this, and then he comes around and says the total opposite. And that's why I call him Aiden, because he keeps bringing up arguments, and then 10 minutes later he's destroying his own argument with a new argument.
Yeah.
It would be very weird for a creator to not monitor it, especially if comments state that $5,000 was reached in less than an hour, $20,000 in 3 hours, and $25,000 in just 4 hours. Again, as a creator, if there was money coming in that fast into a project that I was passionate about, I know I wouldn't just forget to look at it.
Well, I think that's why they raised it from the 10K to the 20K, because they saw how fast the money was going. I think that's perfectly reasonable. I think that's perfectly fine to do, especially since we know, with hindsight, that the 20K was definitely going to be needed to fully cover the expense, like the travel expenses.
Well, yeah, and like since they did state that anything over their initial would go towards more seasons, no matter how the first season performs. He's using the Mama Max
oh my god, Mama Max.
I am Alex defense of bad faith.
Yeah.
Because that's all those guys did were bad faith videos.
And this is extremely bad faith, because
in the end,
he's under the presumption that like they're hoarding the season 2 and season 3 money for their own personal use. Like they're gonna buy fucking new expensive shit.
Cameras don't just stop working like without a lot of use.
if people want to give the money, what is the problem? Well, he's trying to say that they're mishandling people's money or misusing people's money, that the money's not going towards a thing that the people gave them money towards, which they've shown throughout this entire thing that, yes, it is going towards what people paid for. I mean, we fucking saw the set. we saw their equipment.
We saw them all in the same place.
Yeah, like it's very clear that they're doing what they promised, even if there's some bumps along the road.
I mean, it's not like all of them but 2 people live in fucking LA or something.
Right.
And they have, you know, a huge sound studio they can go fucking perform at. They're fucking average people trying to get a fucking project done, and I applaud them for it. I'll have to go give them a like and a view at this point.
No, for real, man. Like, ironically enough, him bitching and complaining is like the perfect advertisement, because it makes me want to support these people.
Jesus.
And be monitoring it, which is what the producers did. And I know they did because other talent are part of MinMax and the producers themselves posting these videos.
So that's pretty crazy. Hey.
Oh my God. The guy, one of the people who like is part of the thing, but it's not one of the main producers, made a video congratulating the GoFundMe raise. Oh my God.
You guys rock. And on this Thanksgiving Day, I just want to say how thankful I am for all of you. That is extraordinary. We are working on some stretch goals and some extra things. Stay tuned. We got a meeting coming up next week where we're going to be going over logistics, planning, and exactly what we're going to put some of that money towards.
So yeah, they probably had a group chat and they're like, "Oh my God, guys, look how much money we raised," and they're like, "We'll plan it out in further detail."
Is wild, and I am super grateful. We've all been completely overwhelmed. But
I like this guy's videos, by the way. He's the bow and arrow guy. He does some very good informal videos on the history of archery.
I think I've run across some of his videos, not the history ones, but the other ones of Cannon Arrow go through.
Right, because like he's done some videos like talking about the archery and like Lord of the Rings and stuff before.
So yeah,
how much support there's been for this game. We are putting together a meeting as soon as possible so that we can do.
Okay, this is all pretty consistent. Like they're all saying, "Hey, we're trying to get a meeting together so that we can officially like plan this out better,
discuss what to do."
So we did a thing.
And then you guys did a lot of things.
And now we get to do a lot of cool things.
We are blown away by the support we've seen in the last few days.
We were all scattered for the holidays, and we didn't really expect to have to make a response until we got back, but the response has been so overwhelming we needed to make a video. We're gonna let the fundraiser go to the end of the day so Ben can post his video, but we are gonna be closing it tonight at midnight. Hey guys!
November 28th.
Guys, welcome to MinMax. Not this. This is my childhood home because I'm with my family celebrating Thanksgiving. We didn't think we were gonna have to make an announcement this quick, but you guys blew the fundraiser so far out of the water, I thought that I needed to say something, and that thing I wanted to say is thank you. And we decided to launch our Kickstarter to get it all going, and you guys absolutely blew it out of the water. It was insane. Within a day, we'd hit our goal, and then we doubled, tripled, quadrupled that goal, and now, this isn't just a tiny little D&D project anymore. This is gonna be epic.
Let's see, the 26th to 28th, 100,000. 29th, paused. Okay, so like the final stretch, they got a little over the 100K mark. Okay, so like what again, what's your point here? Is your point that again, if we're okay, well actually I think his point is if we're going with the argument that like they're trying to hoard the community's money, right, for their own selfish nefarious purposes, they wanted to stretch that money out as soon as they possibly could.
I think they were very responsible to cut it off within 4 days. I really do.
Well, yeah, because they probably realistically they were probably thinking, oh yeah, $10,000 and all of our community support, we'll definitely reach at least close to $10,000.
This is just. Oh my God, this is so much AIDS and autism. It really is.
It absolutely is. Well, keep up, because like, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't GoFundMe's they have to meet the goal within a certain amount of days, or is it like indefinite?
From what I've seen, you have to set a time on it, and I didn't. I was surprised that they set such a short time to.
Well, I bet.
To be honest,
I bet you their initial like end date wasn't probably 4 days. It probably was like a week.
Yeah, but they
maybe
got
2 weeks. But then they got a huge
like
bunch of
within
support.
24 hours, they were already sitting high.
Right, and they were probably like, okay, well, like before this balloons any further, let's end it now.
We've got stretch goals. Let's do that, and let's just stop it. Which, I have to say thank you, because there are projects that are still out there that are, I'm going to call it gumming up the works for other projects.
Right. And like, if we're going with the narrative that they just wanted to like squeeze the community for all the money that they could, why end it only after 4 days? Why take the initial tax buffer, which took out like almost 24,000, leaving them with like $72,000? Why end the campaign so soon when they could have like squeezed out the community for as much money as they possibly could? It's because they weren't trying to get people's money for a malicious intent. They wanted to do a good campaign.
Shown by the evidence, there was communication happening between Talent as early as November 27th, 2 days after the launch of the GoFundMe. Talent stated that there were talks about planning a meeting, and I don't think a meeting can be planned without the producers a part of that conversation. And yes, they probably couldn't pause the GoFundMe because, like what they and you state,
we ended it while we were away at Thanksgiving with our families.
It was a holiday weekend. They were like spending time with their family.
That logic is flawed, because if they didn't have the time to pause the GoFundMe because they were with their families, how did the producers find the time to make and post a short form video and an edit?
Oh my God. I can literally, guess what? I'm live streaming right now. Technically, I'm busy, right, Neon? Technically, I'm busy doing something.
Yeah.
Guess what?
Yeah.
I can pull out my phone right now and green screen filter a fucking TikTok video right now if I wanted to. He probably like stepped out for like a grand total of 10 minutes, was like, hey mom, I'm gonna go do something real quick. I bet you he probably filmed the short form video and the long form video around the same time.
Oh God.
He was probably like, hey mom, hey dad, do you mind if I like step out real quick? I gotta do something.
Edited long form video thanking their audience at least 7 hours before the GoFundMe officially closed. And in those same videos, another claim you make is also flawed.
They add the context that they turned off the donation button. Once again, they did not want $100,000.
If the producers truly didn't want $100,000, they would have closed the GoFundMe when they posted their thank you video displaying $88,000. Instead, they left it open and ran another advertisement.
Realistically, right? When they post a thank you video and people see that they got so much support, wouldn't people who see that thank you video would go to the GoFundMe campaign to give further support? Doesn't that not?
Or new people giving support. Come on.
Right, because they probably like, oh my God, this campaign's going on. Let me go fund that real quick.
Oh my God.
To me, that doesn't sound like a creator who you claim doesn't want $100,000. The number one thing I saw written in my own comments on my initial video was that they closed the GoFundMe in 24 hours and they urged people to donate to charity instead. Since many took what other comments were saying as fact instead of doing their own research, this misinformation began to spread like wildfire. And that is the reason why I turned off comments on this video.
Oh, yeah, that's why you turned off comments. That's why. So that way misinformation doesn't spread.
Yeah, I just have one thing to say about that. And I'm going to try to say it in the voice, but I might not get it. Pussy. It's as close to Brian Griffin as I get. Fucking Christ.
Video to help stop the spread of even more misinformation. And I would like to say that there was misinformation being spread about me, painting me in a better picture and supporting me in the comments. And I don't even want that misinformation going out because that's not true.
What? What? So you had your fans were defending you, and you didn't want your fans to defend you, but also too you don't want to be, in your words, defamed. Like, what do you want? What do you want out of this? Because you're saying that they're defaming you, but according to you, people defending you are also spreading misinformation. What?
All I'm hearing is a lot of tard. I'm a tard.
Right. I'm a tumor. I'm a tumor. I'm a tumor.
Yep.
I'm a tumor.
Yep.
I'm a tumor.
About the GoFundMe. The GoFundMe was open for 4 days, and there is no evidence of the producers saying to donate to charity. Although there is proof of one of the on-screen talent of MinMax who did say to stop donating to the GoFundMe and to donate to charity instead.
But in the meantime, please stop. This is more than we need. And there are so many.
And he's right, as shown by the fact that they have a ton of money left over for season 2 and season 3.
Charitable causes out there. So if you really want to donate some money, go donate to a good cause. We're good. Thank you.
So after taking your advice and doing my due diligence within my own research, Crispy, can I ask you if you still agree with your statement about how the producers handled the GoFundMe?
I would say there is nothing wrong with Crispy's statement about the GoFundMe whatsoever. Because they handled it appropriately. Okay, fucking Duke. Let's put it in your shoes, okay? So you're saying as soon as you see the 88,000, you're cutting it off, right? That's what you're saying? 100%? So in the future, if you ever do a GoFundMe campaign and you meet your goal, I'm expecting you, the microsecond it hits that goal, to close it. You're establishing that as like a rule. So, if you ever do a GoFundMe in the future, I'm going to watch that like a goddamn hawk. And if you even meet the goal, because I bet you if he ever did a GoFundMe thing in the future, he might have a hard time reaching that goal. But let's say he does, right? I'm going to watch and see how long it takes you. And however long it takes you, I'm going to criticize you for that.
Now, if you thought the GoFundMe was a headache, wait till we talk about the lack of live action in the MinMax.
They were in the middle of a fucking snowstorm in Texas. What the fuck do you want them to do?
Indie live play. This is what Crispy had to say about it.
He harped on about another thing that was promised in the GoFundMe, that these martial arts creators would film live action fight scenes for the camera. Now, I bought into this. I mean, I assumed that kind of thing was going to happen because these people all do fight choreography stuff. So, it makes sense they'd recreate these moves in real life. But obviously there was a massive snowstorm, so I completely understood why those scenes were.
And like they did do some like live action bits for like their intro. Because like if we look at let's just look at like the intro here for episode 2. Like, okay, is it like the most like highbrow level choreography? No, but like they did what they could. And they already promised. They already promised when they start filming season 2 that they're gonna go back and like do highlight stuff for season 1 as well as season 2. So, like, what? Dude, come on.
Weren't going to be present for season 1. However, in the Min-Max response video, they explained that that's not true. They never promised live action scenes at all.
It could be disappointing.
It's important to note that that's not one of the promises that we made because we knew we couldn't deliver that in season 1.
Oh my god, I thought I was a smart guy, but yeah, no, Duke got me. You gaslighted me wholly and fully, my guy. Congratulations. Yeah, this promise was never made, though they are promising to do it for season 2, something that Duke was, once again, very, very upset about.
Okay, Crispy, I am so happy you made the same mistake that I and many others did. Because yes, they never verbally stated that there would be live action, but it does seem like there were plans to do it up to the day of filming.
And we fully intended to use the type of microphone we had because we thought we were going to be getting up more.
And then over here, we have the soundboard that connects all of their...
Again, Duke, there was a fucking snowstorm in Texas. What did you want them to do?
What do you want them to do? I don't know. Rent out somewhere in fucking LA?
It's like Duke's essentially saying, no, I wanted you guys to go out in the storm and freeze your asses off and film.
Lapel microphones.
I want to say
together.
there's a couple of places in Texas where you can get soundstage.
Right, but like last minute during a snowstorm, I doubt that was.
Oh no. That's the waiting list on that's probably actually years.
Right, because a lot. I imagine a lot of like TV productions already like hold those, you know.
To record everyone's voice at the same time, but still allow those yahoos to get up and walk around and do their acrobatics and whatnot and still be able to hear them.
So they bought these mics for a certain reason, and we already know in their response video that it wasn't for getting...
Again, they fully intended on... but like, there's a difference between like fully... There's a difference between promising something and not delivering and wanting to do something to add production value and just not being able to do it because of your time constraints. If they had promised during their campaign that they would do live action scenes and never delivered on them, then your point would have merit. But if this was something that they were hoping to do during season 1 and they weren't able to do it, then that's especially considering the circumstances, it was out of their control. They did live action bits where they could with like the intro and everything, and they've already promised that when they go to do season 2 that they will do highlights of season 1. So what's the point here?
Getting up and moving minis and terrain around because that's something they state that wasn't possible for season 1.
The next issue he brings up is that we should have used minis or terrain.
And logistically, that just wasn't possible for season 1.
They bought the mics as well so the tech guy can still hear them when they do their acrobatics. But they're saying that they never promised live action because they couldn't deliver it. So
because of the fucking snowstorm, Duke. I don't think he's acknowledged the storm throughout this entire thing.
You know what we should be calling him?
What's that?
Miss. His new name should be Misinformation.
There we go.
Because he be missing a lot of information.
So why get those mics and why would the tech guy say that? I don't know. I'm confused. But Crispy, you are right that they did promise they would do live action scenes in season 2. But I'm shocked you stopped the clip there because if you kept going for a minute and 30 seconds longer, the producers state that they will. And then they won't. And then they won't, but still have live action scenes in season 2. I just watch the clip.
It's important to note that that's not one of the promises that we made because we knew we couldn't deliver that in season 1.
But we are working on it for season 2. We've already talked about how we want to go back and do the highlights of this campaign now that we have the whole thing, and we'll have a little bit more time in the production next season. Also, we're trying to incorporate more physicality into the D&D. when it's not freezing in the studio. And I know that's not much compensation if you were really expecting it in this season, but we're hoping the small in-between things we've been doing will make up for that.
And even this isn't us promising we'll do more of it in future seasons. We want to try, but we don't know if it's even possible.
And even I don't see anything wrong with that statement. Call me crazy here, Neon. Call me crazy. I don't see anything wrong with that initial statement. Because they're like, yeah, we're gonna do live action bits for season 2, but it might not be as much as we want. It sounds like they're just like, we want to do as much as we possibly can, but it might not be like the whole thing. Is that...
Yeah.
I don't see anything wrong with this so far.
Even after saying all of that, if you look at their Q&A pin comment on episode 1 at the time of recording this on Monday, March 16th, 2026, it still states that there will be some live action for future seasons. This pin
hang on. What does that say? Because it says we will have some live action highlights of cool moments.
That there will be some live action.
It's for highlights.
For future seasons. This pinned comment was made before the producer's response video, and it was also edited after the response video. So if they're stating they aren't promising live action, then they should have went back to change the pinned comment, but they haven't yet. So that just...
What do you mean? They addressed it that there weren't going to be any for season 1 in the moment, unfortunately. But they stated for future... Wait, it says it right there. Hang on. This guy
was made before the producer's live action for...
In future seasons. In future seasons. His point is they are invading his territory and he has a monopoly on it. And they don't follow advice he had that he didn't give.
For future season. Edited after the response video. So if they're stating they aren't promising live action, then they should have went back to change the pinned comment, but they haven't yet. So that just leaves questions. Especially when the producers say this right after stating they aren't promising live action.
This campaign is evolving as it goes, and we're being careful about what we can and can't promise, but we really want you to know that we love what we're doing and we want to make it better, and we're going to do everything that we can to do that.
We honestly do not know if live action will even happen.
Strawberry, no, he's not stupid. He passed stupid about 80 miles back.
Yeah, there's no going back now.
Retarded, possibly autistic, but
this guy is so fucking dumb.
Stupid is just too high IQ for this guy.
Mama always said stupid is as stupid does.
Because the producers can't make up their mind. And honestly, I don't blame you for being confused about this. Now, the question to ask is what led people to assume that there was going to be live action scenes within?
Well, I think it's because like they're all martial artists. You know, they're known to be like proficient in weapons. I think it's, to be fair to the audience, I think it's a natural assumption that there would be some live action bits.
In the Min-Max D&D live play, you know, besides all of these people being martial artists and, you know, handling their weapons and whatnot, well, it could be what Min-Max was posting and what the viewers saw leading up to the debut of episode 1 of Min-Maxed.
And again, these are martial artists, so of course they're going to showcase their content when they're promoting this.
And asked.
Because Cell Sword Arts, because I follow their channel a lot. That's like the thing that they do in their videos, even if it's not necessarily relating to what they're doing in the video. If they're talking, they take turns like fake killing each other, because like that's what they are. They're sword combat guys, so they're gonna do that in their videos.
And asked.
Would you guys play D&D together?
And we decided that would be a great idea.
As long as I don't need to play a bard.
But we think playing normal D&D would be boring. And we know you want to see us
as D&D characters. So we're gonna play ourselves.
Trying to roll for stats. Roll number 2.
Just like last time, I'm gonna stack an ice block on top of my target stand. I'm gonna set a D6 on top of that, smash the entire thing with my giant metal D20, and what it rolls is what I get.
Oh, okay, that's actually kind of funny. That's actually kind of funny, like doing incorporating like your martial arts into like creating your character stats. That's kind of funny. But like this is all like But this seems all like stuff that they're making on their own to like hype up the campaign.
Nice! Okay.
Don't fuck with that guy, Jesus.
Rapier and Dagger is one of those popular combos because you can defend and attack at the same time. And before you say it's not possible, I'm fighting, off and throw. Fencing, swashing my buckles, and knife. Fencing, swashing my buckles, knife.
I would want to use this sort of whip because it's small enough, short enough, that I can still use it quickly and feel like...
Never. Oh God, they got the white guy with the whip. You don't want to mess with him.
I'm not leaving myself
especially
open
down
with
south.
big swingy motions. Dent in the bottom of the can.
It probably won't shock you to hear that I really like archery. But while I can do a fair amount in real life, or fast, agile warrior monks, launching volleys on the fly, following them up with rapid close quarters strikes, and then dodging back out of danger before making their next shot.
Oh my God, he's showcasing the live action stuff that they were able to do for season 1 for the intro. Oh my God.
Yeah, I do have to say, yeah, they're pretty solid with this stuff. And Kickin', I don't see that out of you at all. I've talked to you in voice.
But this guy is just like obviously like they filmed what they were able to do, but again, they were under a fucking 3-day time constraint. There was a fucking storm going on. I'm amazed that they were able to do half the shit that they were able to do, especially with the technical difficulties that they were working with. I think for a low to mid-level production for like YouTuber stuff, I think this is perfectly suitable. And this is all good fun hype, unlike One Shot's one trick joke. True.
Oh, jeez.
And after witnessing all of that, the audience is finally introduced.
I'm going to say something controversial about the guy.
What's
he should
that?
ask Jake Weddle for his fucking money back.
Oh my fucking God, yeah. And like, again, like, look at... I like the character art that they have of their characters. I think production-wise, the sets are great. Visually speaking, their overlays and everything are perfectly fine. I think this looks all very clean, very professional.
To a 2-hour, normal, but entertaining D&D live play. Hi, Editing Duke here, man. I just gotta give credit where credit is due. I'm editing the part where they're showcasing their skills and their weapon techniques into applying how to create a D&D character. And man, like, all of the stuff they're doing is so cool.
Oh, now he wants to fucking glaze them.
And there's the dick suck.
Yeah, because remember, despite calling them scammers, he still wants to work with them. He still wants to work with them, Neon. We have to remember that crucial detail that he's been sending them applications, that he wants to work with them production-wise.
God.
Like, I hope people get to see more of that because it really is so cool.
Guess what, Duke? They promised that for season 2. Don't you worry, buddy.
Cool.
Obviously with like safety measures in place, because imagine getting fucking hit with a whip. Ugh, that would fucking hurt.
God does hurt.
I also want to point out that we need to ask that same question in regards to the production of MinMax. Since
What do you
the
think
two biggest
most
critiques
Texas
were the
kids use as toys?
Oh god. Oh, true, yeah.
lack of live action and the final product of MinMax. So to ask the question, what led people to assume that the final product of MinMax was going to be of a higher quality? Again, it could be what was being said about what to
Hey, Midna.
expect from MinMax.
We want to do some really cool things,
hey,
like
Midna.
build a set.
And have a cool video setup.
Cool set, cool video setup.
With cool angles and stuff.
We're so grateful for the support and trust that the community has put into us, and we are going to make something really cool.
All the money you guys donated to the project will go back into the project to make it as awesome as it can possibly be.
And now, this isn't just a tiny little D&D project anymore. This is gonna be epic. But now, because of you, we're really gonna be able to make this campaign come to life. We've got a team that's gonna help us record, edit, and produce this at a high quality. We've got artists who are gonna come and help bring this world to life. We've got set designers who are gonna make it so it's immersive and fun.
We are back in the studios after the holidays, and we are hard at work to make this the most epic collaboration we've ever done.
It's gonna be so cool. So we're partnering with
Oh my god, these guys are excited for their D&D project? Oh no.
Dark Hour or Still Be Studios to do the set. They're building the gaming table.
We have
which
to
is super
skewer
cool.
them now.
Right.
Cool.
Well, you see, it wasn't TV production level, so we have to burn them at the stake.
Man, I've seen some bad TV production over the years. That was just fine.
And trust me, I think me and you over the years have seen some pretty bad YouTube productions over the years.
Oh, I can just think of every last major film house that's done TV, Warner Brothers, Paramount, all that, have had some bad production over the years. And I am talking scene quality and stuff, man, worse than anything they put out.
Right. Dude, I think for the budget that they had for their experience with production, right? It'd be I guess his point would stand if these are like people with backgrounds in production, right?
Or communications degrees, yeah.
Right. But these are all people who are like martial artists who are like, I think most of them have gotten popular from like content creation within like the last 5 years, maybe. Because let's be generous and say they started like blowing up maybe sometime. They started gaining an audience sometime around like COVID, maybe. Or like maybe a little bit after COVID. These are young people who are new to content creation, probably, who are new to like this level of production. The fact that they were able to pull this together at all, I think, is an accomplishment in and of itself.
Luckily, we have an awesome tech person that Megan knows that's going to come in and handle the tech during the show.
Did I miss something kicking?
Oh yeah, this was I think she's talking about some stuff that was going on during KX stream a few days ago.
D&D Beyond on the tablets, because we'll be able to look at people's tablets in real time, and the tech guy is going to be able to do all that. It's going to be really cool.
And even after saying all of that, in the response video, the producers say this.
And I want to talk a little bit about the budget and the expectations.
It seems like he was expecting a professional D&D production level quality.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to pull off a Crit Role Season 3 production level with the experience we have and the budget that we have.
That's like the most snippy that they get throughout their entire response video, by the way. That's like the worst that they get. And it's like, yeah, they don't have the backing of Critical Role. Of course, it's not going to be like TV level productions.
And we weren't gonna try.
No, we were trying to do what we said we were going to do. Bring all of our people together and create a cool game and try and make it multiple seasons. Look, I can really understand. If somebody was expecting a crit roll level of production, if you see $100,000 and you think that can make a lot of stuff, if you have these expectations and you get something you weren't expecting, it can be a big downer. And I really feel for you if you were expecting something or you donated it and you didn't get what you want. And I am sorry that we couldn't give you that. We really, really are.
We really need to reiterate that unlike these production big D&D games, this is none of our full-time jobs.
And that brings me to my point of the producers not showing respect to the donors.
What do you mean not showing respect? What?
Funds or even the viewer supporting MinMaxed, because what do
you mean? They've been openly transparent where the money's been going. They've responded pretty decently to like every concern.
Like for me, from what I've seen of them, they responded kindly, responsibly, and professionally with everything that people have been criticizing them about. So get wrecked.
Yeah, it's not like if they were like, fuck you, fuck you, it's our money now, we'll do what we fucking want with it. Like if they were like that, I would totally get the criticism. But they were like, hey, listen, if you were expecting something that we can't provide, I am truly sorry, but we're working with what we can. Like
he said and showed to their fan base
with this guy.
It did mislead fans to expect one thing. And
what mislead? They weren't misleading. Like what? They were open, like they were fully transparent in everything that they promised and then what they were trying to do.
When it didn't happen, the producers backtracked and pretty much said, it's not our fault. You assumed.
Wait, how do they backtrack? How? They never promised live action bits, and what they were limited to, they tried to do as much live action bits as possible, as you saw with like the intro, the trailer. And like promised that they will be doing more live action stuff for season 2. Again, you know what? Maybe this point will stand if they don't do any more live action bits for season 2, but we'll have to see. Again, we have to also factor in the circumstances of they were filming during a fucking Texas snowstorm.
What to expect of MinMaxed. What I am seeing is this community being more than respectful towards the producers, since this is their first time putting on a production like this. But there's little to no respect being given back from the producers to the community.
Bullshit. They've been nothing but respectful and kind and like dude, they've been trying to explain everything the best that they can. And like they were like, and like in their response video, like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we need to improve on, like the audio. Hang on, because where is? Oh, did I decide to? I think I clicked off of it at one point, but there is a section of the response video where it's like, yeah, we plan on like improving production the best possible way we can. And that includes spending longer time editing it. I think they mentioned that they're going to do color correction, which is, they won't let me work there, which means they don't respect the community.
You are not the community, motherfucker. You're not even a one small insignificant cell of it.
His ego is huge.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, because like if you look at his fucking like application shit, he's like, oh well, this can all be done at my studio. Let's go to my studio and do this.
We are taking it all into account and we're hearing your feedback. We want this to be great for season 2, which is happening.
His next complaint is that we didn't need tablets at all.
But for the setup that we had, we actually did.
Because we went with the digital map, we wanted to give the players the ability to move their character around and view the map without having to look at terrain or have the DM walk around the table. Having the ability to look down at something that was already on our character sheet and
yeah, like I forget the program that it's that's used, because I've used it before in like Discord D&D sessions. A digital map is fucking great, and it's really convenient. You don't have as much clutter.
And
the map made
so
go.
The homebrew that we did for a couple of years,
Mhm.
me and some friends did. We went through Roll20. There's your digital map.
Roll20,
there's your
yes. Roll20, that was the
It's
program.
all there, and it's an amazing website.
It is, and it's just user friendly enough to where it's like, because like me personally, like obviously like I don't have a whole lot of experience IRL with D&D. Like someone had to walk me through it still, but like it's very user friendly.
Oh, the website itself is. We used it with Pathfinder, and the only thing that we had to do was learn how to. This is how far back we were playing. Learned how to code rolls that had extra damage on them.
I think that's a thing in the website now, if I remember correctly, right?
It is. It's something that you can do just off the cuff now, but we actually had to learn how to code it up to set it up right.
Much more smoothly.
What
So
formulas
using
you
the tablets
needed.
was absolutely worth it.
And in the future, we will be able to continue using them and integrate more of the features into what you see.
One of the issues we had is we wanted to be able to do a live feed of the character sheet to the project, but that didn't work out. But that doesn't mean it's not something we can do in post. Again, I'm learning as I go, and that's something that I'm hoping to put into the new episodes.
His next complaint is actually something we agree with, the audio.
We bought a set of microphones that had really good reviews, and we'd actually tested them before, and they worked fine.
And we fully intended to use the type of microphone we had because we thought we were going to be getting up more.
And that brings us to a little issue called the historic Texas ice storm. So it was very cold in the building, and we're gonna talk about that later, but we didn't get up as much as we wanted to. It also meant that we couldn't go change the audio setup after day one because the roads were impassable. We started filming when the snow started falling, and we ended when the roads finally started to get free. So there was really not much we could do to it. I am doing my best in post-production to save as much of the audio as I can.
We were able to return those microphones and reinvest that money into season 2.
And we're gonna have better tech set up for season 2. That is a big thing that we're working on. So everything that didn't work got reinvested back into the campaign to get something better for season 2. Another thing gets brought up is the lighting setup we had.
They also showed off the lighting. They said they spent 13.
Oh my God, they're so disrespectful throughout this entire thing, aren't they? You're just oozing disrespect.
Jesus, man.
And since we are on the topic of producers, let's move on to the next point Crispy makes, which is about the producers themselves.
Now, last up, and this is a point that I've basically already said, but this whole show is produced and edited by 2 people on the cast, Megan and David. The content creators of the show are the producers of the show.
He talks about he has no hate to the
So happy I made it to a live stream about the situation. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. I fucking love this situation because this guy is such a fucking idiot. The only
Also, please like the stream.
Yes, please like the stream, and if you like what you're seeing so far, subscribe. Every little bit helps. But like the only good point I've seen so far, and it's just a small clarification that they need to make on their end, is the exact budgeting of expenditures of like the lighting. That's the only good point I've seen throughout this entire thing, and it's 50 minutes long.
the creators, and it's mostly about the producers. But again, there was no producers. David and Megan did this entire thing basically on their own.
Thank you so much for pointing that out, Crispy, because why is it that these 2 are the only ones producing?
Like and subscribe. Thank you.
MinMax when this was said in their first ever video on the MinMax channel.
But now, because of you, we're really going to be able to make this campaign come to life. We've got a team that's going to help us record, edit, and produce this at a high quality. We've got artists who are going to come and help bring this world to life. We've got set.
Yeah, and like I don't know if you saw it when I was showcasing episode 2, but like they were showing off the art of their characters throughout the entire episode.
Designers who are going to make it so it's immersive and fun.
Fans are being told one thing and then being told another thing in their budget video 2 months later.
We're going to be filming.
I also saw a video of a lawyer guy breaking down the transparency and fraud regarding this and thought it was a good perspective. You see, and I think their transparency video was perfectly fine.
Next couple of weeks, and then it's going to take many more weeks.
of me editing. Hopefully I can get some help because it's gonna be a lot.
And another 2 months later go by where they say this.
David is the editor, and it took him quite a long time to edit episode 1.
Megan and myself are the ones who...
Well, yeah, because like if you have audio issues throughout the entire recording, I imagine it's going to be a headache to go through. Right? Especially if because he edits the content obviously for the Cell Sword Arts channel, but the editing there is not that complicated. Because I've seen their stuff, it's very well edited. It's very good stuff, but short form content, unless you're doing the heavy edits, it's very simple to do. Whereas this is a full hours long production, You got, I imagine he put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into making sure that episode 1 was salvageable. And from what I heard of episode 2, he got even better with the editing.
To set up most of the logistics, figured out the tech, I'm doing the editing, and by keeping the costs low, by editing it in-house, by not having a bunch of middlemen and producers, we also get to spend your money even more wisely.
So Crispy.
Well, let's be honest. If they hired a professional video editor, how much of the budget would that be? Maybe if they decided to put money into making more seasons rather than employee cost? No, yeah, that's exactly what they did. They decided that they were going to save the money back for seasons 2 and season 3. And obviously, if they have to make any other purchases like new costumes, new sets, new artwork. But they've been handling this well so far, at least what we can see publicly. Again, you can't say they're committing fraud or scamming people unless you have direct access to their bank account.
Let me
ask freeze frame. Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah.
Ask you, why didn't you bring up the question of what happened to the team that was mentioned to help edit, film, and produce Min-Max at a high quality 7 hours before the GoFundMe even ended? The question to ask now is, what happened to that team, and was there even a team to begin with?
I mean, they showed that they had a guy helping them with the audio, with the recording setup, and everything. And they showed his sources. Trust me, bro. It really is. Last time I heard about professional editors, they were asking for $2,000 to $3,000 a month. Just saying.
That's what.
And this
Keem
is where
was
I want to
paying
come
the
back
editor
and
for
talk about how
lolcow
there
when
is no
Tommy was on
guarantee.
the first time.
Yeah. Well, that was how much he was demanding to get paid.
For
the second person, not the first, the second person, it was them deciding what they would give up for an editor.
Min-Max's future at this point, since the producers gave all of these promises and all of these guarantees before episode 1 to only backtrack and say, nope, again. That's why I think it's more than appropriate at the...
And in some of their extras, you can see a bunch of people working with them. Yeah, so they obviously had to, because obviously they're playing the D&D game. It's going to be hard for them to focus on making sure everything's working in real time and playing the game as well. So yeah, they're going to have people, and they showed that in their budget video that they already paid for the crew and everything. That they already gave money to the crew to help out. This guy is just so fucking stupid.
This point for the community to ask what will happen to the remaining budget.
But he's confused. Obviously they had in real time, they had people working with them to make sure the production was running as smoothly as possible. But for post-production, yeah, they want to handle that in-house, which I think is perfectly fine because you want to minimize as much unnecessary expenses as possible.
If future seasons do not happen. And now let's move on to the last and probably the number one thing Crispy and others have said was the stupidest thing that I could have done. And that was my entire crash out was just so I could submit my resume to be hired by MinMaxed.
Oh boy, I wonder how he's going to address this, because his original post was about, yeah, so like, that was my manager pretending to be me.
Let's just take a look, shall we?
What's in this email he sent to MinMax? It's his job application. I'm putting this out there. If any of you would like to see what I'm offering for helping to produce MinMax, here is a link detailing my ideas. Link below is yet another PowerPoint presentation. This guy's got one move and he's going to use it. But yeah, this PowerPoint presentation has Duke's ideas for improving MinMax. They are all the most just...
Look at this. 1, camera work. 4 cameras. 1 on DM. 2 on players. 1 top-down camera capturing the table. These are groundbreaking ideas, Neon. I can see why they needed to hire him. 2, player setup. DM has own space. 3 players on one side of the table, 3 players on the other side of the table. Holy shit. Neon, this is some groundbreaking shit here. The way it feels like you can actually, that you're actually together rather than feeling like you're in different rooms. 3, shots. Will provide full screen coverage on who is the main focus, similar to how D20 films and edits theirs. B-roll. At times when players or DM describes what the player characters do in game, we have an imagination B-roll effect shot where we fade into seeing the players as their characters doing what is being described. Location. Okay, we're skipping audio because we've already discussed that with like the fucking Rode pod mics. Location and set. Location would be at One Shot Quester's studio, set in a tavern themed room, made by One Shot Quester himself. Dude, this is fucking hilarious. This would be free of charge by One Shot Quester.
Generalist, Gary V, useless advice for making the show better. Like, base it off Viva La Dirt, base it off Dimension 20. He volunteers some ridiculous things in the slideshow, though. Like, he volunteers that they should use his studio instead of the studio that, you know, they specially built for the show. Duke, they don't want to use your studio. They want to use their own. It looks...
Would that not be a... Like, if we're talking about them not delivering on what they promised, they actually promised a studio set. And if they don't use the set that they already paid the GoFundMe for, would that not be a form of, like, actually misleading or scamming the audience?
you could actually call it scamming or misleading, yeah, if they never used the set that they built.
So that's so fucking funny that he's, like, accusing them of, like, mishandling their funds, borderline accusing them of scamming, when what he's suggesting is basically scamming the audience in this fucking resume of his.
Looks better, to say the least. But even more crazy than that, he says there's 2 bedrooms in his house that the MinMax crew can sleep in. Bro, you want them to sleep in your place after you borderline slandered them? Interesting move, bro. Let's see how it goes. Next up,
Did you see Crispy's recent community post? Yeah, we went over that at the beginning of the stream.
Talks about the shooting schedule for MinMax. He wants to shoot the entire show, the entire D&D campaign. He wants to block shoot it all in one day.
Day 1, film D&D live play content, scripting out B-roll scenes for talent based on options. Day 2, depending on option choice chosen for day 1, either finish recording and writing B-roll scripts or using the day to write, choreograph, and finalize B-roll footage plan. He told him to scrap season 1. Yeah. In this, he's like, yeah, you should scrap season 1 and put it behind a paywall. Put it as Patreon exclusive content. That's how you fucking piss people off. Because they already donated money for season 1. Because obviously people gave them money without knowing that there would be a season 2 or a season 3. That's an actual fucking scam right there. If they didn't provide season 1 for free at the very least. Like, holy shit. He can do that on the account of the Coke, but that's not normal production process for most anyone. No, especially if you want to fucking add like choreograph bits. Cause like, yeah, these guys are professional choreographers, but like you still need to plan that shit out, right? Cause like you have to decide, okay, which part of the campaign are we gonna like highlight as like a choreograph bit? They have to like make a decision on that.
All right, John, thank you for having me. I'm going to leave for now. Have a good rest of your stream.
Thank you. You have a good rest of your day, man. Thank you for stopping by.
Oh, definitely. I enjoyed it.
Dude, this is fucking so goddamn irritating. What the fuck, you moron? But that was Neon, everyone. Watcher pulled that shit and they nearly canceled themselves. But this is so fucking irritating.
12 to 14 hour filming session. Bro, I want to die after 3-hour filming sessions. 12 to 14 sounds exhausting, but worse than that, all of the martial arts choreography stuff.
Ew, like I love playing D&D and could go for a day, but I would not want my whole campaign to be done in one. No, yeah, because they filmed the entirety of season 1 within 3 days. So like that's 3 days of filming just for like the actual session itself. So like, and like they want to do more live action bits, which is good on them. But obviously they need to make sure they plan that out effectively. Because like, again, these guys are either out of the state of Texas or out of the country. Because the one guy's from the UK. Like they need to make sure that they have everything down pat.
He also wants to do all the choreography in one day and then all the shooting directly the next day. Again, sounds like an absolute nightmare. Blocking it all out and doing all the shooting for 3 continuous non-stop days of filming. Ugh. Especially since martial arts are athletically draining. This is just a presentation that shows once again that Duke doesn't know what he's talking about. This guy's driving me nuts.
In order of how things played out, with me posting an aggressive call-out video to MinMax, to them responding, and then myself posting my resume in the comments of the response video, yeah, it was dumb.
I'm glad you can acknowledge that, you fucking... Oh God, you... This guy is so fucking frustrating. Sellsword also recently posted a choreograph video. It was like 12 hours for just a few minutes of a video. The D&D community is such a controversial hellscape. Holy shit. It's only because of guys like this.
Would it have been a smart move to not submit it and not just, dig myself a bigger hole? Yes, it would have. But did it
no way you're gonna
show that I was being serious, that I wanted to see MinMax succeed?
No, it shows the fucking that you're a fucking narcissistic, ego-driven maniac. Because your whole thing is like, it can only succeed if I'm a part of it somehow. That's your thing. You're a fucking gatekeeper who can't stand seeing outside people come into the hobby and see some success. This guy, I swear to fucking God. This guy makes me seethe with fucking rage.
Considering I took the time to write everything out and post.
Does this not show how passionate I am? No, it shows you're a fucking egotist again.
That information to the public. Yes. If I didn't want to see MinMax succeed, I wouldn't have put.
You don't want to see them succeed. Because if you're not a part of the project, dude, you've been doing nothing but calling them scammers. You've been calling them scammers without directly calling them scammers because you're insinuating that like they're pocketing the fucking money.
Put any effort into making that resume or offering my services and resources for free, which would help their case if they actually mean it at this point that they want to.
Oh, bullshit. Oh, dude, this is such a fucking slimy ass move. Because now you're like, well, you see, if they actually care about D&D, they would use my services. If they actually care about the community, they would use my services. He's plugging himself again, yes. And this is such a bullshit argument. Because then you, like, see, they don't want to use my services. They don't actually care about D&D.
Keep costs low.
We tried to keep expenses on the Min-Max channel as low as possible. And by keeping the costs low, we also get to spend your money even more wisely. We are being the best stewards of your money that we can.
I understand the mess that I created. And honestly, it would have been even more unfair to the producers if I held back information that could help Min-Max improve. And yes, Crispy, yes, I will agree with you on what you say about my resume.
I don't know why you're giving that in quotations. It is a fucking resume because you're like, see, this is what I can do for you guys. This is what I can do. This is my experience.
Here,
They are
it is a resume.
all the most just generalist, Gary V, useless advice for making the show better.
What?
I don't think he understands the mess he created. He does not whatsoever.
I presented as my final version for the product is boring and unoriginal, and I will acknowledge that. So, if you would allow me to present a new version of how Min-Max.
Oh my fucking god, dude. No fucking way. He's like, oh, I see. My pitch didn't work the first time. Let me pitch it again. Even though I've basically been calling you guys like borderline scammers throughout this entire hour-long video. Let me pitch you my idea again. Please let me work with you. Please let me work with you.
X could be produced that is more unique, then here it is. And I am saying this on record that no one needs to credit me or even ask me to be a part of this.
Oh my fucking god, dude, you're such honestly, fuck off. Fuck right off, you fucking loser.
These ideas and or concepts are free for anyone to use. To Min-Max and to any of the other talent that happens to be watching this video, my new suggestion for you to make this even cooler and epic than it already is answered in your promo video.
But we think playing normal D&D would be boring. And we know you want to see us as D&D characters.
Don't just play D&D. Become D&D. You guys have an entire warehouse in the palm of your hands that you showed that you're able to go around and explore and even do live action scenes within it. Have the DM go through and create a one-shot that takes you through the entire warehouse where you guys, the talent, are making real life skill checks. You're having to actually search for things. And
what the fuck do you think their plan was for season 2? Oh my fucking god. I'm having a fucking brain aneurysm right now. And like, cause guess what? Any live action segment that they do now that's remotely close to anything he's suggesting now, even though it's fucking obvious, clear as fucking day, he's gonna take credit for it. He's gonna be like, yeah, I'm the reason why Min-Max succeeded. They just won't credit me.
When the skill checks happen, you guys could show how really cool it might be or really comedic, depending on what you roll. You guys could just do so much more than sit in a setup just playing D&D. Be those D&D characters, become those D&D characters, because what would be really freaking cool as well is not only could people donate to make this happen, but you could also bring those people to be a part of the creation of this. Your final thing, the final thing of this episode or this entire campaign or season 1 of whatever you guys want to call it, the ending, after you guys go through the entire warehouse and you...
Wait, is he retroactively saying they should bring people who donated into the show? Duke, they already filmed. What?
You explore and you have a good time. You go outside or within the warehouse. I don't know how big it is. And you have a setup where fans and audiences can come and watch you guys have an actual combat session.
That's not possible for season 1 because season 1's already filmed. This guy's got brain worms. Actual fucking brain worms. Holy this guy's a fucking moron. Holy fucking shit.
Against potentially local LARPers. How cool would it be for each one of your guys' names to be called out and you guys...
And I fucking hate this too, because again, to reinstate this, anything that they do in the future that's remotely close to this, because again, they already promised that they were going to do more live action bits for season 2, because they already promised that. But because he's suggesting this now in his video, he's going to take credit for anything that they do to improve the show in the future. And that's going to be fucking irritating.
Just hear a roar from your fans cheering you on. And then for combat, you still play it like actual D&D. You roll the D20, and depending on what you get, you're hearing the reaction from the audience. And at the same time, you guys are showcasing how certain attacks could hit or miss. All of you are so talented. So why are you sitting down and playing D&D? Become D&D. That would be so cool. That would be epic. And again, I can't tell you guys what to do. I can't tell you that this is the right way to go. But like, that would be something your audience would just die to see. And I know it. I'm getting to the point.
God, that would take so... It would. Oh my God, production would... Because like, the whole point of their live action bits... At least from what they've talked about, because they're playing D&D and not LARPing. Like any live action bits that they do, they've already stated is going to be for like highlight stuff. Like that's the point of the live action bits. It's going to be for like highlighting cool moments during the campaign. Do you know, like, dude, like production would be halted by such a degree where like, okay, guys, I know we're playing right now, but we have to pause right here because we have to film the live action bits for this. Like that, dude, that would be such a fucking nightmare. For like a high level D&D production like Critical Role, I could see them pulling that off, but this is a low to mid level D&D production. Why are you expecting like This is what I actually really like about MidMax is that they're not trying to be overly ambitious. They are working within their means and still trying to produce the best show that they can. And I commend them for that. But this guy is just fucking like it's so fucking clear. Dude, get Duke. Listen to me, buddy. Listen. Do this shit on your own time. Create your own goddamn show. Oh, wait. You tried doing your own service before, and that fucking failed.
Of my YouTube career, where I would just rather produce stuff and help produce stuff rather than being, you know, the front end talent and also the writer and the editor.
Oh, poor you. It's so fucking hard. Boo fucking who? Oh no, I have to be on camera. Oh no, I have to write. Oh no, I have to edit my own content. It's almost like it's fucking YouTube.
Editor, it's all exhausting, man. I would just rather be able to put all of my energy and time into the producing of something rather than having to split all my time. And
okay, then produce your own fucking show. Don't hop onto a show that's already got a fan base. Produce your own fucking thing. If you're such a fucking fantastic producer, do your own shit then.
This isn't me saying that MinMax should hire me for this production. If this...
Oh, dude, you were totally trying to get that. You were totally. Don't bullshit.
This is the direction they want to go. I'm going to be straight up honest. I burned that bridge. I burned that bridge with MinMax and the creators there, and I burned that bridge with the community. And I honestly feel like if they did bring me on, if we happen to make amends, I do personally feel like if they did bring me on to MinMax, that it would not help MinMax in any way, and it would actually hurt it more. So yeah, I just wanted to give you guys the idea, and I am saying that I totally understand what I did and that I'm not looking for you guys to bring me on in any way. That is all I have to say. And that is all the information that I have regarding these issues. I hope what I provided helps clear up any confusion and misinformation being spread around regarding this situation. And if any of you would like any additional information, please reach out to me and I'll be happy to provide what I can. If you would like to see my research on points that I didn't cover in this video in regards to Crispy's video, there will be a Google Docs link found in the description that I wrote and provide the research myself. And to all of you,
oh God,
who stayed till the very end.
Oh my God, he's crying again. He's crying again.
I just want to say thank you.
Oh my God, you fucking crybaby.
For hearing me out.
Fuck it, I'm taking a fucking screenshot of this. This is gonna be the fucking thumbnail image.
Even if you agree or disagree with me at this point.
Yep, taking multiple screenshots. Because fuck you, that's why. Holy fucking shit, man. Holy fucking shit. That was so fucking asinine. Honestly, what the fuck? What the fuck was that? What the fuck? Oh, dude, this is fucking... Okay, I have to see this fucking Google Doc. I'm not going to show it on screen, but... Let's see. Additional information and research. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, wait, what's this? Crispy? Oh my God, wait. This is funny. Okay, let's go. Guys, okay, do we go over the Google Doc? I'll, do we spend a little bit more time and go over the Google Doc? Let's see what you guys think. Oh, 3 votes say yes. Google Doc. Oh my God. But this is so fucking irritating. My fucking God, man. Okay, we're gonna get anyone else voting on this? Anyone else gonna give their take that we should go over it? Because so far, 100% of the votes have been yes so far. So I think, yeah, I think we're gonna go over the Google Doc. Okay, yep, let's go over the Google Doc. And hang on, let me see how it will look first. Okay, so just like rearrange this all real quick. Because obviously I have my screen capture formatted specifically for videos, but not necessarily for like Google Doc capture. Doc time. Yes, it is doc time indeed. Holy shit. Okay, here we go. All right, Chad, here we go. Apologies for any awkward cropping. That's not intentional on my end. Okay. Crispy shows a huge dip in views from One Shot Quester's channel on deleting videos. Oh, wait, okay. Actually, before we go over this, let me take a restroom break. I'm sorry. We have been, dude, we've been streaming for a fucking minute now. I think at least 3 hours. Let me get some fucking background music. Good kid. Lo-fi. Apologies. Let me just use the bathroom really quick. And I will be back, I promise. Let's get this on the fucking road. My fucking God. Okay. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, let's go over this, shall we? Ugh. Crispy shows a huge dip in views from One Shot Quester's channel on deleting videos. Duke. The huge dip that is shown is from March 2024. During that time, many YouTubers were trying / advertising to do separate long form and short form videos into 2 different channels. That is exactly what I did. I privated all of my shorts and re-uploaded them to an old channel I had, realizing by the YouTube community that it wasn't as big of an issue for fans or channels. I privated all of my shorts on the new shorts channel I had, and then made the videos public on my main channel once again. So the dip is because I privated all my shorts, but they're now back. Okay. Good for you, I guess. Crispy brings up my failed streaming platform and laying off employees. Duke, if I wrote everything out, it would be longer than the script I made for the video, so I'm going to provide bullet points. Okay, why the streaming service? In 2023, the thing to do for bigger content creators was to make a streaming service? No, the fuck it wasn't. Who else is making streaming services? Who else was doing that? What? I thought I could do it as well and was always trying to push the limits on what I could do. Cost of streaming service. Spent $3,000 of my own money to build a streaming service from the ground up. Later realized that people were using Vimeo, where Vimeo only took $1 per charge. So when I switched to Vimeo, it actually made me a profit on day 1. Okay. Maybe Destiny, but like Destiny is like an entirely different like what he's talking about is like streaming services like Netflix. Like apparently that's popular for creators to try and do that, the few times I've seen content creators try and do their own fucking streaming service, it fucking fails spectacularly. Where are my employees? I had to let them go since the channel wasn't able to sustain full-time editors anymore. Just like any business, you face hardships that you don't want to face. Unfortunately, I had to do this in this case. Why has the channel been so everywhere? Honest answer, I wasn't taking care of myself, and it showed in my channel and in my work. I was very negative to myself that entire time, and not once did I look back at being proud of my accomplishments, but instead looked at them with disgust. I've only just started to slowly find my self-worth and getting better every day. Not trying to gain sympathy, just trying to give you the honest truth. So what? It's like, wait, so he's just fucking... I mean, dude, okay, I get it, man. Fucking depression's a bitch, but like, I'm sorry, what the fuck? I'm thinking he was trying to do what Dropout did and ended more like Watcher. If you're not willing to accept charge or potential change or potential improvements, you shouldn't be the one giving the criticism, right? Let's see. What was the blue post about stepping away from D&D? Again, I wasn't taking care of myself, and I blamed outside problems for my feelings to make my feelings better. D&D never was the issue. The image I viewed myself as was the issue. Side note, Crispy shows off my comedy partner, and I'm performing on stage and wonders where he went. I don't have the original blue posts anymore and deleted them from all my socials when my mental state started to become less negative. Since Crispy seems to have them Since Crispy seems to have them saved, ask Crispy to show you the first post in that thread where I state at the beginning what happened to my comedy partner. There were 4 blue pictures in that thread to make sure Crispy sends you each one. All right. Here we go. Crispy shows one of my most popular viral videos of my bard trying to distract the evil king by dancing to whatever that sound is with the beat of Everyone Bites the Dust. Crispy zooms in on the part of the king's cloak that is being keyed out and calls it a green screening glitch. The specific video I made used TikTok's crop out filter, where it was cropped out a subject to make the background transparent. This can be used with or without a green screen, and it does have issues. Okay, well, this is a slight nitpick, I guess. What? This is the fucking... Okay. Crispy brings up my issues with the logo, that it makes sense to pay that price for a logo, which claims that I am a professional graphic designer and says my graphic designs were cheaper because my stuff wasn't good. Okay. First off, I never stated in my video, nor did I ever claim to be a professional graphic designer. And yes, Crispy is right that I wasn't good at it. I was brought in to help a family friend since they were struggling to find help, and I had no Photoshop skills at that time. The entire year I was there, I was taught on how to do graphic design by the owner and other employees that they allowed me to help with them in creating graphics. So if it provides any more value, I never saw a $861 price for a logo when I was shadowing overshadowing skilled employees in the graphic design space. Everyone bites the dust? What? If you're talking Queen, it's the only one bites the dust. Did I say everyone bites the dust? My bad. But like, for one, and they state this in their response video, they paid extra for the logo because obviously they're going to use it in merch and they want to compensate the artist for the work. Especially if the artist isn't taking like any like royalties from it. You know, you want to make sure you pay the artist decently up front. How long ago was the graphic design shadow? Just a year. The number fluctuates price-wise depending on a ton of factors. Yeah. Now, you might be wondering why I didn't bring up the logo in my video. I understand how protective the tabletop RPG community is of artists, and I feel like if I would have stated out in my video by presenting my evidence that the logo, it would have turned away many from even listening or finishing on what I was presenting. To make a long story short, I reached out to local graphic design shops and never got a quote back from them on a logo creation. So my best example I could use there was using Fiverr. Fucking hell, Fiverr. By reaching out to one of the highest rated graphic designers and a few others, this would include everything that MidMax paid for, including the copyright and legal ownership. A top-rated logo designer would have costed around $350. I do want to note that other freelancers in the field had cheaper pricing and also included the copyright and ownership after work was completed. Pricing was completed. My only argument that I bring to this is the statement that by one of the producers saying $861 is actually cheap for a logo. If anyone can find and use these freelancers for a logo, is actually cheap for a logo. If anyone can find and use freelancers for a logo design, that would be a $511 difference in savings. So stating $861 for a logo design is faulty and flawed. You will find the details of my research is fault. You find details below of my research. And like, this is a thing too. I have personally seen $1,200 paid for someone from one of my exes. For a company brand and logo, less than a K for all rights is fan-fucking-tastic. Or like also too, like just saying, right? Just saying, you want to make sure that you compensate the artist, right? And every artist has their price. Like obviously we're going to start going into like the realms of like cheaper pricing here. But like I've commissioned artists from anywhere from like $20 to $150. Wait, he took their actual logo that they have rights to Fiverr artists? Yeah, to compare it. Yeah. That's not even the full logo too. Yeah. Yeah, hell, I tip artists I use. It, right? And plus too, like you want to make sure that the artist doesn't feel ripped off, you know? So like hypothetically, right? Because like this is a logo that they're going to use for merch sales, that they're going to use for promotional material. So like they're spending a lot of money, or at least that's how I view it. They're spending a lot of money on an artist to make the logo and all their graphic designs. But the idea obviously is you make that money back within season 1. Crispy shows a clip of Duke stating it was a borderline defamation. For clarification, after Crispy makes a claim of defamation, the next clip of me saying $698 for self-service and bad financial decisions, the dollar amount of myself saying $10,000 is purposely cut out, which can be dramatically misleading for the audience who are only listening to the video but not watching it. Here's the original clip from my video as proof. Crispy states that I promoted / promoting the event called Convergence when I had the interview with Crispy. Convergence had already taken place, as Convergence happened from May 3rd to May 6th, 2023. Here's a video of confirming that date. Crispy scheduled the interview with me on June 6th, and we recorded it on June 10th. Here's a screenshot of the conversation we had as proof. Crispy's whole point, because like in retrospect, you called out the Convergence event in your first video. So yeah, Crispy's point is, wait, so you were promoting an event that went bad on my show? Because like, it's convenient that he never had a problem with the Convergence event until he started like quote unquote like burning the bridge with like the D&D community. To be open and honest with those reading through this, I think he meant through this. I do remember having a talk with one of the creators who was helping put together the event, and I will state that I believe I mentioned using Evermore Park to host the event, since at the time thought it would have been a great setting for this event. I do want to state that I was not hired to help put this event together, and was only invited and hired to be a paid celebrity DM for the event. Unfortunately for me, I wasn't aware of the business issues that Evermore Park had and was making until during and after the event. So when Convergence happened before this interview, I was not promoting it, but stating my experience. I do want to make something clear with Crispy when I was saying promoting a suspicious event on their podcast. Like any big event, there will be drama, and that happens behind the scenes. And I witnessed a bit of that drama at the time of recording this interview. There wasn't much to raise alarms about in regards to how the event was managed. It wasn't until after the podcast was posted, since I believe this podcast was the first time I publicly talked about the event after it happened, that I was reached out by attendees of the event, where they shared with me their experience on how the event was and how they were being treated. That's where the alarms in my head started to go off, and I started to reach out to the other attendees, where I had multiple confirmations of instances of problems between staff/hosts and other attendees. The information will stay private, since the event did take place almost 3 years ago, and trying to show it now would be trying to dig up drama. Same goes with the charity event that I stated as well. Okay. The question does come up on why didn't I speak up about this. You could tell my first time attempting to call something out, I did not do a great I am not that great at this type of communication. I am learning from the first video and the advice I have been receiving. I was scared to speak up in cases that creators tried to retaliate. I would end up receiving an onslaught of attacks I am getting now with the mid-max situation. Oh my god, dude. The onslaught of criticism. This guy can't handle the onslaught of fucking criticism. My fucking god. Words of affirmation is my #1 love language, and words affect me greatly. Words affect me greatly. So I was scared to speak up in the past because I was scared of slipping into a very dark mental space if the reaction did occur. So selfishly, I didn't speak up because I was trying to protect myself. Oh my fucking god. Crispy brings up Kickstarter called Tabletop News and Tabletop Hope. Tabletop News and Kickstarter Hope was to make high quality news production focused on tabletop and role playing games. Duke, some additional information regarding the Tabletop News situation. Tabletop News raised $169 $140 for funding to be able to produce this type of content at a high quality. Here's a screenshot link to their Kickstarter if you're interested. Note the information I can find. Kickstarter was June 29th. Okay. It's just all like, I'm correct, please. The situation, he started by digging up drama. The irony, right? Yeah. This is fucking funny. Please let me state once again, I am not good at addressing my concerns when it comes to this. And in the stream, I pretty much, word for word, make my accusations towards tabletop news in the same way I accuse MinMax. I will defend myself and say that it wasn't an official call out. Oh, bullshit. Bull fucking shit, man. Listen, obviously you can make a caveat. It's like, hey, you know, I'm looking into this situation in real time, so like my opinions might change throughout this entire thing. But if you behave the same way that you did during the fucking mid-max stuff, then yeah, you're fucking calling them scammers. Dude. Dude, this is so fucking AIDS. This is fucking AIDS. This guy is such a fucking loser. Honest to God, I can't wait. I can't wait to see. Wait, is this video editors? Hang on. MinMax said it was out of budget and not able to have professional subtitles and captions for $1. Wait, so he's just like, look, here's here are editors that will do the job for you. Listen, they said repeatedly that they want to keep that kind of stuff in-house. They might add stuff like that in the future, but right now they want to keep stuff in-house, right? And like, this is an important thing when it comes to projects. You don't want to be overly ambitious. You have to be within a certain scope, right? You have to be within a certain scope so that way the project is able to be produced well. And my fucking God, dude. Chat, you know, I think we're all kind of biased here, but I don't think Duke's going to win this one. I don't think Duke's going to win. I truly do not think he's going to win. He's trying to actually, right? Yeah, no, for real. He's trying to actually. Oh my God, guys. Okay, so apparently the show's been going on for like 4 hours and 22 minutes. Can you believe that? Can you believe that, chat? Amazing what happens when I'm on my fucking day off, right? I can fucking... And guys, did you know? No, not biased at all, right? No, not at all. No. And guys, holy shit. Okay, so I have more topics to discuss. So I hope you guys are still going to be with me right now, because I do have more topics to discuss. The next topic is still a nerd-related topic. It is going to be a 1-hour video essay on Comic Book Gate. So I hope you guys are interested in that. But anyone who's found the channel through the coverage of the one-shot questers mid-max situation, thank you so much. This was a really fun topic, and I cannot wait. I can stay a bit longer. We'll have to get lunch soon. Oh yeah. Lunch is very important. Okay. Lunch, very important. I cannot wait to see Crispy's response video to this. Dude, we're gonna be eating good for quite a while. Chat. But I've been looking forward to this. I've been wanting to watch this off stream, but I've been holding myself back so that way you can get my reactions to everything live. So, without further ado, Let's get into this.
If you know anything about me, you know that I love this. This is what I like. I like openness.
This is what I like. I like openness.
I like honesty. I like the facts being out.
He sounds like Buffalo Bill, kind of, doesn't he?
Out there. I love receipts. I love receipts. When I have receipts, I give receipts.
Chapter 1, Ripa Derangement Syndrome. Let's go.
Ethan Van Sciver is sick in the head. Like, actually, he's actually insane, stricken with self-afflicted Ripa derangement syndrome. Every thought, every opinion, every action revolves around what the black libertarian comic man is going to do next.
And there are definitely, because like I've criticized Eric July in the past for like how he's been handling his comic book company and stuff like that. But like making content around him 24/7, I think is just not a healthy thing to do. You don't want to ever become a one-trick pony when it comes to content that you cover. You want to have a variety, you know?
How many books has Eric July launched? A lot. How much revenue is he making? A lot. How often is he still crashing out over those bitch-ass roads? A lot.
Oh no, yeah, he still crashes out a whole lot when it comes to people who hate him. I'm on my second Bang energy drink, by the way. It's gonna be fun.
Past 3 years, especially in the year since I made my last Comicsgate video, Comicsgate has essentially just become the Eric July detractorverse. This is all they do. That and grifting their audience for books that will take forever to come out.
Vito. Sorry, that was a very loud cough. I'm so sorry. Jeez.
If they ever do. The thing about EVS is that we're at the point where his reputation is starting to precede him. You can only lie, scheme, and play internet cult leader for so long before your own shenanigans start catching up to you. You would think the simple mission statement of finish comic, ship comic would be a simple thing to fulfill.
And you know, that's the thing. That's the one thing you can say about Eric July. Regardless of the quality of his comics, at least he's fucking getting it out there, right? Most of these people who aren't going to do like the whole like factory thing, you know, they haven't even fucking made their comic books yet.
But your problem is that you want a middle-aged, bipolar, narcissistic, washed-up comic book pro. The Frog King can't just do what Eric July or Timothy Lim do and just mind their business and make their comic books. No,
I will say though, the fucking live action comic book trailer he made for one of his comics was fucking cringy as hell, and I love laughing at that.
Drama in the super chats must flow, but we're hitting the diminishing return phase of Comicsgate when it comes to new members, new viewers, new super chatters, new crowd fund backers, and pretty much new everything. Everything is worse than it was a year ago, which is worse than it was a year before that. The human sunbeam is running out of money, time, minions, his backers' patience, and also internet friends.
And you see, that's why you can't just be a one-trick pony when it comes to content creation. You have to have like multiple stuff that you're covering.
What made EVS not like you? What was the thing?
Because I didn't want to talk to him anymore. Well, I just and one day, like, I was really contemplating it. Like, why do I?
Kino Casino, great guys, by the way. I love their content. Finally able to catch you live. Yo, pretty idiot, how you doing?
Hang out with this fucking guy. He's bad for business. He would come on my stream sometimes and start shitting on Nerdrotic and calling FNT zeros. It's like, I'm cool with these people. I'd have to DM these guys and say, listen, he ran his mouth. I'm not cool with that.
I mean, Nerdrotic, you can make fun of him for his own stuff. I still, like, there's a whole camp out there that say Nerdrotic is a neo-Nazi. He's not. He's just an idiot with, like, grifter opinions, you know? I mean, I know some people like him, but like you see, I maintain the opinion that you can make fun of someone, but like still say that they're not the worst human being of all time.
That I would have to constantly sweep up his bullshit.
Oh,
and I'm tired of it. It's not worth having him around. He's literally bad for business.
Even War Campaign doesn't mess with him anymore. On the contrary, War Campaign are some of their former Caesar's biggest ops, constantly poking, prodding, and exposing him for his greasiness. And have no doubt, Uncle E lives in fear of his old shit poster legion. If you bring up any member of War Campaign, he'll start to seize up and will hashtag blame War Campaign for just about anything.
Somebody said that
oh my god, Shine Comics is another fucker that I just love laughing at, because like anytime he gets into drama with because like most of his drama happens on TikTok, right? Most of his drama happens on TikTok, and it is fucking hilarious to watch. Fucking hilarious. Because because let me tell you what his points. Well, you see, you're not a real comic book fan. I'm the real comic book fan. Also, if you criticize me, you're a racist.
Is it true? What happened at like a convention?
Oh God, he's getting notes from retards here. Stop it, Shine. Are you sitting here getting like notes from like war campaigners and stuff right now?
Any criticism that is, you're getting it from my ops.
I don't know what all this shit is. These weird.
Oh, a bunch of people DM'd him like, hey, this guy has a history. So like, obviously, like, to give Shine credit here, he's gonna be like, hey, so like, I got DM'd that you did a bunch of weird shit. Do you care to explain? And he's like, oh, it's my ops.
Terms and stuff.
Yeah, I know. Like a retired mafia hitman who has to look over his shoulder for the rest of his life in fear that he'll get whacked. EVS now lives in a state of constant paranoia of one day being crucified by his former brothers and shitposting. Honestly.
By the way, guys, if you want to support the channel, you know, tweet out the live stream, you know, share it where you can, leave a like on the live stream, and if you're new to the channel, subscribe. And, you know, if you're feeling extra generous, you can become a member today for just $1. You can get a shout out at the end of every live stream and every pre-recorded video.
Just living is a punishment for Ethan these days. Back during his infamous drunk stream where he was toe up from the flow up, tongue and urine.
Oh my fucking god, dude. How shit-faced you gotta be to fucking destroy your own setup?
And flirting with homeless lesbians who let him take a hit of that good in a parking lot.
No fucking way. Are you serious? That's fucking hilarious.
He called himself a nobody.
Came out to the bar, some people recognized me.
The people recognize me.
I'm nobody. I used to be somebody, but I'm nobody now.
Oh my god, dude, that's so depressing. Don't say that you used to be a somebody. Don't say that.
Even still, some people recognize me.
Now, some of you might say, well, Mikey, Ethan was really intoxicated and maybe a bit emotional that night. You can't take something like that too seriously. Okay, sure. But there's not really a way to excuse all those times he said, while very much sober, that he's living in hell.
Look at where we are right now. Look at the corner of the world that we've been shoved into via cancel culture. We're with people who are in similar straits, who used to be but or never were, who want to be but can't. You know, we're with these people now. This is hell. This is what hell is.
And I can't.
Dude, oh my god, dude, so sad. This is so fucking sad.
Can't even blame Uncle E for thinking he's Dante Alighieri wandering through the 9 circles of hell, because being the Frog King of Comicsgate ain't all it was once cracked up to be. At his peak, Ethan was arguably the single most influential guy in the indie crowdfunded comic space. Frog Caesar, bringing in millions with his campaigns, with his loyal CG lieutenants, bringing in 6 figures themselves. Everybody was balling out on Super Chat donos, tons of viewers on their streams, tons of growth in motion going on in Comicsgate. Even the CG slums were somewhat closer to lower middle class than outright poverty. Yeah, all that is over with, nigga. The $1 million campaigns
it's all over. It's all over now.
They're gone and they ain't coming back. The only project of Ethan's to make over 200K in the past 2 years is the campaign for the Rainbow the Brute action figure.
I'm sorry, the what? Rainbow the Brute? What? Is this a My Little Pony parody? Oh god, is he a brony? Is it? Did I stumble upon a brony?
An action figure for a comic that Ethan Van Sciver is still over 4 years late on.
Oh my god, no. This is for a project he's late on? Oh no.
Delivering. And things are getting about as tough for the rest of the Comicsgate aristocracy, if not even tougher. Campaigns in 2025 just weren't hitting like they were in 2020 or 2021. And the comments of these campaigns are full of backers demanding refunds and calling the CG creators thieves. This is the new status quo for Comicsgate. They can try and push their own continuities on YouTube and Twitter all they want, but no matter how much they try to doomsayer Max about the Rippaverse, at the end of the day, Eric July is putting out more comics each year than all of Comicsgate combined.
No, yeah. Eric's got other people working in his comic book company as well. Say what you will about the people he has working for him, but he has people like Yellow Flash, people like Mauler. I think Nerdrotic also works on his stuff. Again, say what you will about the quality of Eric July's stuff, but again, he's making the comics at the very least.
Literally, the opposite is the case for the Eric July detractorverse that is modern Comicsgate. And no amount of prognosis from Ethan Van Sciver is going to change that very sad reality. But all that ain't the only reason why EVS thinks he's living in hell. On top of losing friends, losing money, losing backers, and losing his mind, his prognosis, his ability to manipulate the minds of those around him, has lost its potency. Part of this has been that EVS has just been giving the game away for too long. Like when he admitted in January of 2025 that he records private conversations and saves them for future gay-opping youth.
Oh no, that's not cool. That's not cool. You're not gonna get people wanting to work with you in the comic book space if you fucking admit to that. What? Look, I know we all have our own stances on that type of shit, but like, you know, realistically speaking, if you're a comic book artist and you want to have people work with you or collaborate with you in the comic book space, do you think people are going to want to work with you if you're like, yeah, I record private calls? That's not going to fly for a lot of people.
Let the trash flow. Nah, I can't do it. I have honor. I have honor. I forgot. I've never told anyone this. I have it on tape. I have it on tape because I thought he was going to say something perhaps that my
What the fuck?
lawyer might need to hear. I have that whole conversation, phone tap Ethan. Now here's the thing. I recorded it for my own benefit, for my own purposes, should legal shit come.
And like, listen, I'm sure he's in like a one-party consent state where he's like legally in the clear for recording it. I'm not saying he's doing anything illegal, right? But like, clearly, dude, like it's gonna prevent people from wanting to work with you if that's a behavior that you just keep on doing.
Come into it, and I've never intended to share it with anybody.
He says he's never gonna use it because he's an honorable man. I don't know about that one. The honorable throat goat, maybe. Look, Ethan, we know that shit ain't going nowhere. You would never ever in life delete dirt willingly. It's gonna go into your frog vault and be ready to be whipped out whenever you feel like you have to defend yourself, put some uppity buster in his place, or I don't know, your bipolar flares up again and you just
Oh my god. I love Mikey's content, by the way.
Just have to break it out just because. EVS has dropped more personal shit for lesser reasons. Bro is just a control freak who really believes that he's this indie comic dictator, this digital mob boss, this internet cult leader, always accusing others of plotting against him in Comicsgate, when the real Machiavellian backstabbing caught in a pizzeria parking lot dit-sucking nigga is him. And it's been like that since the drama with Tim Lim and hasn't changed. Now, some of you are probably wondering, Mikey, why did you call EVS Throat Goat? Throat Goat is the prestigious title gifted to EVS because of a story some Anon on 4chan posted about him years ago. I think I shared this story here once before. I'll start off by saying, yes, I'm a homosexual, gay, whatever you want to call me. So this was a few years back during my college days. I was lonely and doing that Craigslist casual encounter thing. I ended up spotting one that seemed perfectly legit. Got in contact with the dude and he said we should meet down the street from T&J Pizza. Guy's waiting by the dumpster. Hey man, you from the CC? Oh hey, yeah, we gotta make this quick. He come over to my car, sits in it. Says he's in town for a few days, small talk. Only wants to give me a BJ, nothing done to him. Take my dick out, and as he's about to go down, it happens. In my back seat, I had my comics I had just picked up. He stops, gets nervous, and asks if I read comics. I say, yeah, and then he...
Hey Nerdy, let me guess, more comic book bro fighting? Well, this is a video that's, I think, let me check. It's 2 weeks old, so I don't know if there's more infighting, but this is a video I've been wanting to check out for a while. Right now, we're getting to the homosexual history of one of the guys.
He says he has to go, and sorry. Confused as fuck, I go home and don't think about it. One day, I'm reading Wizard, R.I.P., and I see top artist. Holy fuck, that's the guy who almost blew me. Ethan Van Sciver, who I
only knew. Oh wait, this guy worked on X-Men?
Only knew from X-Men, not a DC guy. Had a good laugh about it and bring it up now.
Wait, so this guy's worked on like actual shit before. Holy crap, I didn't know that. I thought he was just an indie guy.
And again.
I just wanted to talk to him, basically, you know, he was talking all that suck my dick shit. I wanted to come to his face and actually show him how we suck dick, you know what I mean?
Anyway, the
what the fuck?
Effectiveness of Ethan's prognosis on people outside of Comicsgate became most apparent when he had a confrontation with Jesse P.S. of Pod Awful, the op who must not be named for Dick Masterson. Back in March of last year, EVS came onto Jesse's show. He did this because Eric July had come on Jesse's show just 2 days prior as part of Jesse's then ongoing Dick Masterson detractor campaign to air out Dax Herrera's dirty laundry and for Eric to explain his side of the whole feud with Dax, Vito, Riley, and the rest of the dickhead crew. So of course, Ethan Van Sciver had to come on and correct the record.
Did this person get cock-blocked by comics? He did.
On Eric's prior record correcting. Basically, he was going to use his prognosis to attempt to distort Jesse's sense of reality. It didn't work.
You don't think they mean...
I don't watch your show, so I don't know. I don't know what you're about.
No, hang on a second. You don't watch my show? Are you sure?
Yes.
Because one time I've got a screenshot of you saying you love my show. You don't...
yeah, I've never been on this show before. Oh, really? Because we have something of you saying that you love my show.
Do you remember doing that?
I might have tuned in once.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh no. A guy said in New Orleans Wizard World 2015, this 18-year-old guy, he was volunteering at Wizard World, and he said you were trying to like suck him off or some shit.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh, come on.
That's what it says.
True. Would not do that. I would not do that. It's
and
crazy.
then
I would not. I am not a homosexual.
This guy here said, I think I've shared this story here once before. I'll start off by saying, yes, I'm a homosexual, gay, whatever.
Oh, God.
To call
Jesse,
me.
Just stop this. This is
Just stop this. Just stop these shenanigans.
bullshit.
What are you getting upset about?
Look at all this stuff that you know, people have made up about.
I'm asking about it. I'm asking if it's real. I don't know this made up.
I already answered.
Oh my god, dude.
Answered you. I said no, it's not true. It's not
this is a
real.
different one. This is a different one. It's odd.
Yeah, I know.
It's
I know.
odd that
It's
it
the same
happened.
guy.
No, it's not the same guy.
It is the same
no,
guy.
No, you can
dude.
see he's got
It's
a different.
The same guy.
No, he's got.
No, it's the same guy, dude.
It's the same guy. It's the same guy. It's the same guy. He's so mad.
I know who it is.
Who is? You know who it is?
Yeah.
Oh.
My knowledge of you begins and almost ends until now with you appeared on a panel talking about me versus Alex Stein one time. I knew in my heart of hearts that you didn't actually give a shit about Alex Stein, that he's a big name that you want to latch onto. You're like a glad handing.
You think so?
Well, 100%. Your whole thing is like attaching
You
yourself.
think Alex Stein is a big name that I want to.
I don't think you even have to do with big names. You told me you like my show, and that was a lot. Like,
I'm just being nice.
Yes, you lick ass. That's what I'm saying. You should make. You should. You know what you should do on these streams?
This is the thing, dude.
Do you know what you should do on these streams?
My content is so much
you don't
better
have
than
content.
yours, and I
you
don't have a fucking.
No, I'm your content. I'm your content. You retard-eyed bitch. You. You need me. You need Eric July. You don't have content.
I have plenty of content.
No, you've never.
I'm very kind to everyone.
No, you're not.
And in
I'm very kind to everyone.
Response.
No, you're not.
This is what I get.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
All
Very
right.
kind.
Okay. You
Well,
really
then
want to?
And I don't either. I.
You sure you want to go there?
Or
should we ask? Should we ask Pan?
Oh, what are you, war campaign? You got war campaign in there?
Should we ask?
Oh my god, the war campaign. He's mentioning the war campaign.
Ask him, are you kind to everybody? Are you sure?
Very embarrassing showing for the king of Comicsgate. This would be the last time in 2025 that Ethan would attempt to frognetize anybody outside of his usual sphere of influence. And Uncle E is very protective of that sphere.
I want this community. I want this this group. I want this corner of the internet to be free from grifting pieces of shit like.
I guess, aren't you a grifter? Aren't you a grifter? I don't know. The Comicsgate people seem to be, you know, obviously they lean towards the right, it seems. And, you know, that more often than not has a lot of grifters, that scene.
Yellow Flash and Eric July. I want them out of here. I don't want them in my space. They're in my space right now. They could be somewhere else.
Yeah, gotta keep those grifters out of your space. The grifter suites at Comicsgate are already full after all. Now, just because he mostly gave up playing mind games with people outside of his usual sphere of influence, doesn't mean he wouldn't try any bullshit on people still within it.
Chapter 2, you got a friend in me. Oh no, what's this gonna detail?
One example of such happened in early November of last year with Nick Rekieta.
Oh my god, it involves Nick Rekieta. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, Nick Rekieta.
All people. The former king of LawTube who ruined his reputation, his YouTube career, his ability to practice law, and his family by getting in a drug-fueled polycule with Aaron M. Holt of Steel-Toe, Aaron's wife.
Dude, the fucking Nick Rekieta story is so entertaining. This guy was at the height of his popularity during the Rittenhouse trials, the Johnny Depp trials. This guy was making fucking bank, and he ruined it all.
In Rekieta's own wife, that ended with Aaron leaving and losing his wife, and the Rekieta's getting their house raided by the cops who busted them for possession of coke, which Rekieta's daughter tested positive for. Disastrous shit that allowed Nick Rekieta to clutch Lolcow of the Year, Cokehead of the Year, Worst Husband of the Year, Worst Dad of the Year, Worst Polycule Partner of the Year, Worst Lawyer of the Year, and Worst Baldo Ambassador of the Year.
Dude, screw fucking Tom Brady, screw Michael Jordan. This is the real GOAT right here.
This is the Baldo. And this number, this is Drexel's, this is unused. But this number you got to do and shove your balls in there.
All in.
What? I'm sorry, what? What the fuck?
2024. Bruh, that's GOAT shit. That's the Lolcow equivalent of Michael Jackson walking off the stage with 8 Grammys in his hands. And because, obviously, GOATs gotta look out for each other, the throat GOAT had to run defense for the
Oh my god, these guys hate Ricada so much that they're losing all sense of proportion. He didn't do their laundry, execute him. I had parents who dropped the ball too. Drugs were involved, 9 kids, sending mom and dad to prison would make things worse for us. So like the kids to just stay in that like drug fuel environment. Like, okay, like obviously like the foster care system has its own criticisms, right? And like unfortunately, like it needs to be reformed, you know, because I think even still to this day, like the foster care system is flawed. But like, come on, dude. The on paper situation is these parents are doing dangerous stuff around their kids. It's not a safe environment for the kids. That's the logic there.
Coke goat and say his kids being forced to live in a dirty drug den and stumbling upon their parents' stash is just gonna help them build character.
I grew up having to become self-reliant, having to make plans, having to, cope with life.
Okay, let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. Are we back? Are we back now? Are we back? That is the question. Let me refresh real quick. Are we back? Are we not? Either way, that was fucking weird. Yes, okay, we are back. Sweet. Sorry about that. I had to do the did you plug it back in? You know, did you unplug it? Did you plug it back in? I had to do that. It was so weird. That was so weird. Okay, I'm sorry for that, by the way, chat. I'm sorry for that. I have no idea why that happened. Honest to God, I have no idea why that happened. But we're back now. We're back now. Oh shoot. Okay, I have to sign back in to my thing in order to see chat. Okay. Or have chat be displayed. I mean. Okay, there we go. Weird. Sorry about that. I was so fucking confused because I was like, my internet bill's paid. I know damn well my internet bill's paid. Okay. Hopefully that's like the one time that happens today. Again, I do apologize. Because that should not be happening. Oh, that's right. I forgot to fix this. I forgot to fix this when probably would help if yeah, there we go. It's full screen in that shit. Okay. Let's fucking refresh. Well, let's, you know what, let's say, just in case, let's save the timestamp for this. In case like refreshing it fucks it up.
Being unkind to me, being
Okay, I think that's just the video quality of not Mike's, by the way, not Mike's, whatever fucking stream he got this from. But yeah, okay, we're back now. Sorry about that, chat.
fair. This stuff actually is probably, I know this sounds hard to believe to some of you pussies, this is actually going to be good for the kids, okay? In a way, it is. They're going to grow up to be stronger, more self-reliant. We got to make sure our own clothes are clean. We got to, we got to feed ourselves. It all sounds terrible. It's going to be better for them. It was better for us.
Ethan was more forgiving than most when it came to Ricada, because Ricada and his situation with his kids reminded EVS of his own childhood, which is illustrated.
Dude, that's fucked up, and so on so many levels. That's fucked up. That's fucked up on so many fucking levels. Let me share out the stream again, cause
in a graphic novel, One Dirty Tree by EVS's younger brother, Noah Van Sciver, who also happens to make comics. Ethan grew up in a house of squalor himself because his dad, who was also a failed lawyer like Ricada,
Oh no, his dad's a lawyer too? What's with lawyers and just having the most fucked up party lives? What the fuck?
Barely worked and had bipolar disorder that worsened with age and stress, causing him to crash out on his kids over little shit and spend all of his time on projects that he would never complete, like renovations on his house or some epic Mormon poem that he gave up on and just never got around to finishing. Man, don't that...
Oh wait, I have to... Okay, yeah, okay. It's all still good. Okay.
last part sound familiar?
It all makes sense. It all makes sense.
Anyway, despite Rekieta supposedly being a friend of Ethan's, EVS would still try to milk him for content with a fellow lolcow, Ethan Ralph, who he brought on stream with Rekieta for some gun on Baldo.
Oh no.
Blood sport action. And it didn't really go anywhere because Rekieta just ran away.
I got Ethan Ralph back here. Let's bring Ethan Ralph on and see if we can work some stuff out here. Welcome, Ralph. What's up, brother?
Oh, how's it going, gentlemen? I'm hearing, you're still in contact with this bitch and she's still, licking things about me.
Dude. I'm not gonna cover it here, but watch the Kino Casino's coverage of like the recent Ralph stuff because it's fucking hilarious.
Me and trying to affect my family situation, and
I haven't talked to her about your family situation or what she's trying to do, man. So like again, I don't I would prefer not to like go head to head with you on any of this because I don't have anything to go head to head with you on. I got no hostility towards you. Look, dude, I'm gonna peace out. So adios, guys. Later.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Oh, there goes Nick. All right. Yeah. Listen, I don't know. I got three guys who, I'm friends with who are fighting right now.
Why did Rekieta just run for the hills? Well, despite him obviously being intimidated by the Ralpha male's aura, it's because he had been set up.
Now, he tried to say, I noticed when you came in on the video that he claimed that Rackets had brought you up, but it was Ethan that first asked about you.
To me, he said, Rackets is on here. Or he said Rekieta, and he's talking about you. Now, I went back and looked.
Oh, this is a little sneaky, trying to get some... You know what, gotta respect the hustle, he's trying to get some content on the live stream, trying to get some donos. I can respect it kinda,
Before, he actually wasn't talking shit about me. But Van Skyver made it sound like that, right? Like, this guy's on here trashing you. Do you want to come on and respond? He was frustrated because he didn't get what he wanted. Because I pulled back because I was like, all right, first off, you fat fuck, you don't deserve any of the money I would get off this anyway. And second off, it was a setup from the start. Like, this is a calling card of his. I don't enjoy the whole, like, he lied to me. Like, it's like, well, he lied without lying. I mean, Rekieta was talking about me, but the way he made it sound was Rekieta's on here talking shit about you. And I was like, oh, really?
A lolcow milking two other lolcows for content on their
oh my god, that's a visual right there.
Show is what's called a recession indicator. In this specific context, it's also called being a shitty friend. Rekieta and EVS have known each other since the early days of CG. And Rekieta has not only had Ethan's back and swept for him, he even took his and Dick Masterson's side in their feud with Eric July. And EVS's reciprocity? Trying to lure Rekieta into a blood sports match on Trashcast so he can make a quick buck off of him and Ralph. Ethan Van Skyver doesn't have honor. He doesn't have principles. He doesn't have any respect for the fans who back his release every once in a leap year ass comics. He doesn't even have the money to refund them anymore.
Are you serious? Oh my god, dude.
VS isn't refunding the books anymore. He says you got to roll with me. Because if you
I can't right now. I just can't refund them. I'd love to. I was refunding everybody up to a point, all refund requests. I can't refund people because if I do, when the time comes to put out the books, I might not have enough money to do them. I got to make sure.
Holy shit, dude. Then make the books. Stop live streaming and make the books then. Holy shit.
Or I have the money in the bank to be able to produce these books when I'm ready to produce these products.
But what he definitely doesn't have anymore are friends. The closest to that were the guys in War Campaign who EVS legitimately crashed out over after they broke up with him originally.
And we're moving on. We're gonna do Drawn and Backhold. We're Comicsgate, man. We're just not gonna be on the big channel so much, I guess.
Oh, well, that is your choice because you guys had You guys had my ear. I love War Campaign.
Research it.
Whoa. Okay.
He
Can we
said
stop
that.
for a sec? Guys, I need to stop for a second. Ethan, I get you're pissed off right now. Stop what you're doing. Ethan.
What? Who are these guys? Holy shit.
Stop that, please.
Stop that. Stop that. Get some help. Stop that.
I get that you are not happy with how the conversation just went on your live stream. Let this one go, please.
He doesn't really give a fuck about the people who are still around. John Malin and Shane Davis might be loyal and the two most prominent former pros in CG after EVS, but EVS definitely doesn't see them as his fucking friends. Mafia bosses don't have friends, they have capos. Though to be honest, Malin and Shane aren't even good for that either.
No, the EVS and Shane are definitely cancel pigs. 100%. They stream every night and they're like fucking obsessed with another man, like two gays. It's so cringe and weird.
Comicsgate ain't nothing but late books and drama, and casual onlookers really don't know the depth of this shit. In fact, let me give you an example of just how skeevy things can get in Comicsgate by taking you back to 2024 and going over Fingergate. Mandy Summer.
I'm sorry, Fingergate? What the oh no. What are we about to learn?
Has a past, but hey, who among us doesn't? I mean, most of us don't have drug arrests or serial exhibitionists who've been showing ass to the whole internet for years. Yes.
Oh no.
Mandy was showing cheeks to the web, and unlike like Preston Poulter, she wasn't even getting paid. Nah, she was just doing it for the love of the game. Just a hot wife doing hot wife shit. That was her past, but old habits die hard, and Mandy's desire for male attention and love for showing off the goodies to complete strangers online carried over into CG, where she was getting into digital goon sessions with male members. And then
I'm sorry, what? Oh, what? Holy shit, man.
This included Ethan Van Sciver's colorist for Cyberfrog, Kyle Ritter. Mandy would later use evidence from these goon sessions to blackmail people with.
Videos of me, whereas I have R-rated hardcore him, and he is fucking terrified that I'm gonna release him.
What? Oh, what the fuck? Holy shit, man.
Because she's not going to be fucked up.
I'm not sure I want Fingergate. Dude, we're learning it. We're learning it together.
Around with anymore either.
This is how Comicsgate, the movement founded on fighting the SJW.
Oh wait, this is what she looks like now? This is what she looks like? What the fuck?
D-gens in the comic book industry, and whose MVP Richard C. Meyer was calling Heather Antos a cum dumpster who glooped and globbered her way into her position at Marvel, was getting down with ungodly levels of e-thoughterry.
The old thought next door. What the fuck?
Happening behind the scenes. Not only was this happening, it was revealed in early May of 20.
Oh my god, and he's deaf.
2024 that Ethan Van Sciver knew about all of it.
She would masturbate for Kyle. She would like do 2-finger inserts in both holes for Kyle.
What the fuck?
Yeah, and make Kyle think that they were in love. And Kyle would be, Kyle would say things like, "I'm gonna get you on Ethan's show." And she'd say Ethan or Malin's, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, yeah, baby, I didn't know any of this was going on until it was already over. And Kyle didn't want to stop it. So, Mandy kind of said, help me, Kyle. Does this sound familiar? Help me. Kyle's obsessed. Please just tell him to stop it. Because Kyle didn't want to stop. They were jerking off together on camera. Kyle's sad and lonely, and so was...
Oh my fuck. This is all just sad. I didn't know the comic book lore this deep. Oh, what?
Dale. That's what's going on with Dale and Mandy. So that's what she's doing. She's sticking fingers in her asshole and her pussy on camera for Dale Keown. Most likely. Yeah. Most likely, I don't know that for sure, but most likely that's what's happening.
Guys in CG are always yapping about the Saska sisters and implicating that Eric July has some weird improper relationship with them on the basis of their own fever dreams. Meanwhile, grime-tastic nastiness like this is occurring in the back rooms of Comicsgate. Who knows what else is happening back there? What other freakery is still going on in the shadows? Because for all we know, EVS might be throat-goating it up behind the scenes. Maybe that's the real reason behind why his prognosis works so well.
Oh my god.
Your boy Zach
is 4 things.
Your boy Zach
Is a retard.
Your boy Zach
Is a
Your boy Zach
is a liar. And
Your boy Zach
is a
BDSM porn star.
What? Oh, okay, Jesus.
It's been a while since we've checked in on your boy, on Comicsgate's boy, and he's not doing alright, which is about how he was doing when we left him over a year ago. So, Richard C. Meyer has continued his crusade against the birthday party clowns, those annoying, culture-warring, nerdy losers obsessed with calling out everything woke in media they aren't even the target audiences of. Now, a lot of you familiar with your boy Zach's content over the years would go, but Mikey, isn't that the exact type of content Richard spent the better part of a decade making himself? Why yes, for years, calling out the abundance of far-left politics, rainbow tribesmen, and women built like Ivan Drago was the go-to bread and butter content format for Richard C. Meyer. All that complicated stuff he just brushes aside. They call him Simple Dick for a reason after all. They being me for the first time in this video. Simple Dick lacks self-awareness. That diet of glue, crayons, and wood chippings that the military provides Marines has gradually corroded that part of his brain. This is why most of what he says is just off-topic tangents and seething. They call him Richard the Rambler for a reason after all. They again just
the Rambler.
Being me for the first time in this video. Richard C. Meyer is a man of many words, mostly because he has ADHD and can't stop yapping about miscellaneous bullshit in his videos, even though most of them are only 10 to 15 minutes long. Just quartering Maxim with how he stretches out the length of these bitches. Almost every video from your boy could be cut down by about 60 to 80% and nothing of value would be lost. And Simple Dick agrees, which is why he pruned his 4,000 plus video channel down to just the 100 most viewed ones back in June of 2025.
Huh. Interesting. I didn't want new viewers attracted by the first promotional campaign to be overwhelmed by over 4,000 videos, so I privated all but the most popular 100. Also streamlined the channel name, privated videos that weren't deleted. Store owner confirmed that the TikTok crowd I've been talking about is what he's seen in his store. Weird, okay.
He did this because his old ass is trying to chase the TikTok Zoomer crowd. By doing this though, he inadvertently revealed that the golden age of his channel was in fact one of the most birthday party clown friendly channels in comic YouTuber history. He was an OG really, a pioneer. If he had started just a bit earlier and started talking about Gamergate instead, he would have had his head chiseled next to anti-SJW legends of that era. He's also the OG who started the whole use your YouTube audience to kickstart your comic book career strategy.
The entire appeal of Rippaverse is telling depressed middle-aged Republicans that they are winning by ordering awful comics because that might bother Heather Antos. Okay, first of all, Zach, that was your fucking business model.
I mean, it makes sense, right? You have a pre-established audience. You want to go into a different medium. Have them crowdfund for you. I don't to say he's the inventor of it would be, I think, a little bit of an exaggeration, but if he's popularized it in this space, you know.
Holy shit! I have been here since the beginning. I am one of the first four, including Richard, members of what would become Comicsgate. He fucking said in the beginning he's going to build a goddamn audience so he could sell his fucking books. That was his goddamn bit. Everybody who followed, I swear to God, is following the frickin' Richard C. Meyer business fucking plan.
Tragically, your boy can't face this fact. Call him a vampire because he don't see shit when he looks in the mirror. All he sees are the faces of content creators doing way better than him in every aspect of life, mocking and prodding him like schizophrenic voices in his head. Schizophrenia is actually a great descriptor of Meyer's behavior in the past year and a half now. Bro is just barking at demons that don't exist.
Oh, for context, this is the first time I've ever heard of this guy, but he sounds fucking insane.
Except in his own cracked psyche. Like this post here where he gets on Critical Drinker for not reviewing The Penguin in a week, to which Critical Drinker responds, bruh, I got a life. I don't...
Right. Like, I think Critical liked... If I'm correct, I think Critical liked the Penguin show, right? Because like the Penguin miniseries was fucking amazing. It was awesome. But yeah, like especially if you're a reviewer, sometimes you have stuff planned ahead of time. Sometimes it just doesn't work out in schedule. And like obviously, I know Drinker does like the Drinker recommends stuff, right? But like sometimes his channel is more so focused on like the stuff that he doesn't like. So if there's more stuff if there's stuff that he wants to criticize within that week, this is such a weird way to attack Critical Drinker.
Dedicate every waking moment of it to talking about movies and TV shows. Richie don't know about that because that's literally his own life. Talking about shitty movies, TV shows, and comics while taking busy time out of that hectic schedule to seethe about content creators who don't like the same slop he does. What's funny is that the content creators he sees at, rather than getting mad at him, show concern for this obviously mentally disturbed man.
Quantum Ranger Power says, loving the latest cope over your opinions being that you never actually watch anything. Funniest conspiracy theory about a media reviewer in a bit. Yeah, is that ya boy by any chance?
There are some things that are said that like can be addressed, but then sometimes people will just say something so beyond reality that you're just like, how do you think? Don't you think we would have noticed if Drinker was making it up as he went along and all?
No, yeah, because like you could definitely tell if someone hasn't like watched something and they just know like cliff notes of something. You can
all of these streams.
I mean, if I can spend an hour or two talking about a movie that I've never seen, like, man, I want that acting ability. You know, with guys like that, I don't know, man. If he put half as much effort into making his little comic books as he does to obsessing over people like me and Gary and Disparu and stuff, like he'd probably be in a lot better place in life and his career. So. Ultimately, it's kind of sad to see what he's doing to himself.
But the pinnacle of Simple Dick's old man yelling at clouds era is his one-sided hatred of Eric July in the Rippaverse. Because of
and like again, I've covered Eric July in the past because like I think it is funny, at least early on, how he would respond to like criticisms of himself, you know, and how he would respond to some stuff. Because, like, ultimately, maybe he's gotten better at it now, you know, because I haven't kept up with a lot of it, admittedly. Because mostly my foray into comic book drama is mostly, like, the Shine Comics situations. And then, like, the Comics Explained situation was fun to cover as well, because like the guy was called a racist for following Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker.
Of course he hates Eric July too. This is the only consistent thing about this sector of the internet, ranting about Eric July every day. Rippa derangement syndrome is a requirement for being part of CG. What makes your boy's specific brand of RDS so hard to listen to is how obviously it's motivated by sour grapes. At least Vito and EVS have their own canned excuses for why they despise Eric July that totally have nothing to do with him being better at selling and shipping comics than them. Simple Dick doesn't. This is just a straight up cold red hater alert. And what makes the haterade Myers sipping so obvious comes down to two things. Thing one, how hard he switched up on Eric back in 2023 before EVS snaked Eric July.
Hello, Eric July has set a high bar and I'm looking to match it. A new kind of war has been printed and domestic shipping for that book will begin next week. First Kill is still being lettered. I can guarantee that both books are amazing. Okay, so he liked Eric, and then as soon as like everyone switched up on Eric, he was like, I hate Eric too, guys. I hate Eric too.
After he sent him a night letter and turned the rest of Comicsgate against him, Meyer was one of the guys singing Eric's praises the most. But everything changed when the birthday party clown mania set in. Eric July, despite not even making YouTube content like he used to because he said he wanted to focus primarily on his business for a while, got lumped in with Drinker, Nerdrotic, Mahler, and the rest. Which is weird because there's really no culture war shit in the Rippaverse, really. There's just no explanation for the tonal whiplash Meyer had against Eric July, except for thing number 2, envy. Now, like all of Comicsgate, which Richard C. Meyer denies he's part of despite what makes up his audience and what makes up CG's being damn near a perfect circle, your boy would deny this accusation till he was blue in the face, but it's obvious that, like the rest of Comicsgate, Eric July's punctuality and frequency was making everybody else look bad and feel bad. Onlookers were wondering why it was such a bitch for the rest of these dudes to fulfill when this libertarian fella who's been doing this indie comic shit for half as long is delivering over a dozen books a year. And we know this gets to Meyer because he once took a jab at the common American duo Tim Lim and Mark Pellegrini in January of last year out of nowhere. See, Simple Dick really hates delivering comics on time, and it's a really weird complex compared.
How dare they release a comic book when they're supposed to? How dare they?
Compared to basically anyone else in CG. See, with those guys, they just haven't finished their books. A lot of them just ran off into the sunset with their backers' money. But not your boy.
Yeah, because at least with like Ethan here, we can see, because like obviously we've seen it. He's showcased, Mikey has showcased some clips. Ethan was working on comics at one point. Now he's just not delivering.
Believe it or not,
Vito has worked on his comic. We've seen that before. Again, not delivering.
Richard does actually complete.
Like at least fucking I know the concept. Like Ethan's stuff is like a cyborg frog. Okay, I know Vito's stuff is like it's like a superhero that has to go to other universes. I know that at the very least. What's this guy's comic?
Complete his books. He just doesn't release them.
Speaking of fight, are you still working with Richard C. Meyer?
No, not so much. Mostly because I work to create content, and I'll do something for Richard, and it doesn't come out for 2 years. I mean, it's completed, and it doesn't come out for 2 years.
Wait, so the comic book's ready to come out, and he just doesn't release it? Why? Even if you're just losing money at that point, right? Because even if you don't meet sale expectations, it's better than not releasing it at all, right? If it's already completed, you might as well release it.
I mean, I've seen all the art, and it's colored and lettered and ready to go, and it doesn't come out. And I'm like, this is frustrating, really, really frustrating for me. So that's the only reason.
On-time delivery just isn't a priority for your boy.
It's just gotten really bad to the point where all the conversations right now are like, your books are late, mine aren't. That guy's books are late, this guy's books are on time. Take that, wokies, take that, people with late books. But there's no like discussion of the books. It's all just a bunch of take that.
Because who cares if a comic is delivered on time if it's slop? True fans with exquisite taste are perfectly fine with waiting months or even a year for a top shelf product. The best artists are lazy anyway. This is what this delusional old man actually believes.
What? Who are some of your favorite productive artists out there?
It's like saying, like, what's your favorite punctual band? You know, they got the set list and they stick to it, buddy. And if the flyer says 7 p.m., gosh darn tootin', they're there at 6:59. No, one of the most famous things, if you're into concerts, is that there are some artists, some bands, who they just show up when they want to show up.
and they get criticized for it. I'm sorry, but if I'm paying to be at a concert, are you going to cover ranting for vengeance again? It depends. It depends. I know he's been on this fucking Resident Evil kick, talking about like how the fans are, I guess, like wokies, which I have not seen whatsoever. Like that was the last time I kept up with him. Was he's been making a lot of like Resident Evil content lately. But like, okay, back to like this subject right here, like this fight. Like I'm sorry, what? Like, dude, people hate it when the bands are late. If you're gonna be late, you better be a fucking spectacular artist that puts on an amazing show.
Sometimes they will.
I will only wait so long for a performance or art to be done.
Start 4 hours late, and there's kind of an understanding that great artists are going to be difficult.
It's just cope. Every time he complains about Eric July or any of these other birthday party clowns, he's just coping about why they're doing better while he's just stagnating or doing worse. And why that's not only okay, it's actually a good thing. Richard's just coping. He's a permanent resident of Copesville, New Copesico. It's why he's so addicted to AI, because he just can't even with reality anymore.
Wait, oh no, he makes art with AI? That's even fucking worse, man. Say what you will about Eric July, but at least he's using real artists.
Oh, your boy loves him some AI. You would think he was OpenAI CEO trying desperately to keep his overvalued company from going under the way he sings AI's praises. Eric July once said something mildly critical of AI, and Richard threw a fit.
When freaking Eric July is like, there ain't no future in...
Writers and world builders, if you're building a universe, you need a universe Bible. It will save time, improve consistency, and help your stories hit harder. I break down how we use ours at the Ripperverse, plus tools you can use too. I mean, Eric's just trying to help out other creatives. One of the most amusing concerts I went to was a band showed up early, but we had two venues with the same name, so the equipment went to the other. Oh my fucking god, are you serious? Oh no.
AI is going to write its own prompts. Like, what the fuck are you babbling about? What kind of fucking shit-eating retard says the greatest technological advance of all humanity? Don't bother. Blizzle Blazzle, don't be doing that shit. Like, shut the fuck up. So let me explain to you how creativity actually works.
Let me explain to you how creativity actually works, says the guy who's never released a comic book.
It is much like AI.
This is what this grown-ass
Right?
man, this grown-ass combat veteran is getting up to every day as he's approaching retirement age.
Tricky Dick. Is this about Dick Masterson? Oh no. I might be coping a lot in this section because I'm a fan of Dick. Clip that one, chat.
The Sonichu medallion is one of the most curious artifacts in the world that, once acquired, will bring about a terrible future for its possessor. And we aren't just talking about Final Destination type shit. Nah, it's more creative than that, and very dependent on the possessor themselves. In Dax Herrera, aka Dick Masterson's case, it made his lifelong friend Sean quit the show, made him become a father in his mid-40s, and made Eric July, his mortal enemy, more successful each year. There are so many people who look up to Dick Masterson for some reason and want him to be their E-Daddy, and I never understood why. This guy peaked twice years ago. Once was when he managed to troll his way onto the Dr. Phil show forever ago to clandestinely shill his book, Why Men Are Better Than Women, which was admittedly very clever and funny. The second was less him and more Maddox handing him a W by suing Dax. Now, he might have had a case if he wasn't a retard and sued him for the wrong thing in the wrong jurisdiction. Because
yeah, no, that was the funny thing about it, was like the guy suing him was so incompetent.
Because of these 2 lucky breaks, people have become convinced that Dick is some comedy genius. They also think that he's some Mac Daddy because he stole Maddox's girl. Neither of these are true. The latter objectively isn't true because Dick's girlfriend, who's now the mother of his kid, wasn't stolen from Maddox. Maddox dumped her and Dax got with her afterwards. Dickhead.
No, yeah. What's funny, like what was funny about that situation is like, despite the, because like I think Maddox was in a different relationship at that point. I want to say he was. I forget the details exactly, but like he either was already in a relationship or he wasn't in a relationship. Point is, he wasn't dating that girl anymore, but he was like, "No, Dick, you're not allowed to date her." Which, you know, I guess if you're like following bro code shit, but like clearly at that point in your guys' relationship, you were just co-workers on a podcast together.
It's act like Dick has been macking it up. In reality, he picked up a half-eaten to-go plate some Armenian nigga threw away, took it home.
God damn.
And treated it like Din Din. Oh, Dick, congratulations on getting married, by the way.
It's a whole new era for Dick Masterson.
Oh, because I'm married?
As you're now a married man.
Holy shit, Dick's married now? What the fuck? That's new. Clearly, it's been a hot minute since I've kept up with the show. I think I might have heard that 80s girl was pregnant. I think I might have heard that a couple months ago, but I didn't know he was fucking married now. Jesus.
Yeah.
Now, some of you may wonder, what took Dick so long to finally put a ring on it? He's been with 80s girl forever, after all. Well, part of it is just that he spent his 20s, 30s, and first half of his 40s being a giant man-child and LARPing like a pussy demolisher, despite the crown jewel of his romantic conquest being a hand-me-down from an Armenian. 2 is jealousy. Cause Dick wasn't even the second guy to ride that ride when it came to 80s girl. Out of them, the most prominent, aside from Maddox, was Greg Sestero. Yes, that Greg Sestero from The Room. And
that's a fucking crossover I wasn't expecting, Jesus.
Allegedly, this relationship had Dick super pressed because of a gift Greg gifted 80s girl. A cat.
Vito, can you defend this story? And I know you love cats, right? Like, I mean,
I do love cats.
Tell the story then, Jesse. Yes, you're right. Go ahead.
80s girl dated Greg Sestero from The Room. She fucked.
Okay.
She fucked that guy. That's
Yeah.
that is proven. That's a known thing. Dick hates Greg Sestero. She was given a cat by Greg Sestero from The Room. 80s girl dated 80s girl's Dick's wife, so she's having his kid now, right? Anyway, the point is, she dated Maddox and Lord knows how many other people in between Greg Sestero and Dick Masterson. But Dick's dream is to be Hollywood Dick Masterson. He wants to be Hollywood Dax, and so he's been incredibly jealous of that story of Greg Sestero this whole time. So he forced 80s girl to have her cat destroyed.
What? I don't know how true this story is. It's insane if it is.
I don't think that's
that's
not the story I heard.
100%.
Okay, what'd you hear
true.
then? I've heard more fucked up stories, but it's one of the more fucked up stories that I've heard, right? Like,
I thought Ethan and Dick were cool. What?
It's like, oh, your boyfriend gave you this cat, so take it to the kill shelter, and you know they're not going to survive. An adult cat has like, I don't even know, like a 4% chance of getting out of a kill shelter, right? Like,
right. Yeah, they brought it to a shelter. What I heard was that it is one of these shelters that if the cat doesn't get adopted, they'll kill it. Like,
no, but he took it to the kill shelter. An old cat. What do you think happened to that cat?
Wait, so is this? I don't want this cat from your previous relationship. We need to get rid of it. That is. Pardon the pun here. It's kind of a dick move.
You know, seriously.
Like,
I don't know. I have a soft spot. Even though I'm allergic to cats, I have a soft spot for cats because cats are generally cool. They're independent creatures. If I could, I would totally own one. But unfortunately for me, it would have to be one of those like freaky hairless ones. But if this is a true story, god damn, Dick, what the fuck?
I don't know.
He's dead.
Hey,
What the
Vito.
fuck?
Dick had 80s girl's cat annihilated. Sent that little motherfucker to Auschwitz, never to be heard from again. Eventually, he matured just enough to marry 80s girl after putting a baby in her. Good for them. What hasn't been so good for Dick is his view. Similar to the CG guys, everything is lower than it was during the Golden Age. And what's interesting about Dick Masterson's Golden Age that I've noticed is how perfectly it correlates with Comicsgate. His Patreon shot up in 2016 and 17 and stabilized at a healthy peak in 2018 where most
Yeah, because that was, I believe that was during like the peak of the trial stuff was like 2016, right? The peak of it.
remained until 2020. This is the first Golden Age, and that roughly tracks with CG, who were still a growing and vibrant community at the time, with all of their rockstar crowdfund campaigns blasting off one after another. But again, coincidentally, like Comicsgate, Dick's Patreon started to dip during 2021 and
The Gunt and Dick were on good terms at one point, but just Fuentes, he went DEFCON 1. Oh, Jesus. No, yeah, because I think Dick is still cool with Nick, isn't he? Like he still like has Nick come on his show every once in a while.
continued dipping until early 2023, until something magical happened. The dickheads in Comicsgate all started A-logging Eric July. This era gave Dick Masterson a second win and brought his revenue back to the closest of its peak it's ever been since. This nigga Eric July has been filling pockets of people who aren't even his employees.
Again, I will like, you know, to give kind of like a Kobe defense, I guess. Like, I will say, at first it was fucking funny to like make fun of Eric July, because like you know he would always have a response for people criticizing him. But at this point now, you know, now that we're in the year of our Lord 2026, all the people and like mainly like fucking people like Vito, right? Vito has not released his comic book whatsoever. Say what you will about the quality, say what you will about the quality of Eric July's stuff. You can love it or hate it. At least he's fucking releasing shit. Vito's like, oh, we're working on a comic. We're working on the comic. I promise we are. And every once in a while, granted, it's been a hot minute since I've seen Vito on my timeline. Every once in a while, he'll like have like updates of like how the comic book looks and everything. But he hasn't released shit yet. Not once has he released a book yet. At least Eric's being fucking productive. He's got multiple people now working on books for him.
Or at least it was. As you can see, since 2024, there's been a very sharp decline in Dick's Patreon that's getting dangerously close to hitting the lows of 2016. Literally the year he started his Patreon. So what's the biggest problem for the biggest problem in the universe? There are two. One is Eric July. Now, Eric hasn't gone to fight fire with fire route with Dax.
To be honest, I'm not sure what the issue with Eric July was, other than his comics were terrible or something. But that's really what it was. It was like he made at least ISOM 1, ISOM 2. Like they were, I don't know, they weren't my cup of tea. I think it was, and like it wasn't even just that they were like mediocre books. It was how Eric reacted to like the criticisms, right? At least that's how it was for me at first, right? Because like I followed I haven't followed it in quite a while, but I did follow the new rendition of Biggest Problem in the Universe for a little bit. They would cover Eric July a lot on that show, and I just thought it was funny how they covered him. I'll be honest. Also, Drunken Peasants covered him too. And again, I thought their coverage of it was funny.
What he did do was put out a half-hour receipt-rich expose in March of 2025 that proved in greater detail what I already proved in my Comicsgate documentary, which is that Dick, Vito, Riley, Mint Salad, and the rest of the dickhead sphere were lying about pretty much everything or simply misunderstanding shit because they're retarded. If you want to see all of Dick and Friends conspiracies debunked by a different black guy on the internet, consider giving Eric's video a watch. But the thing Eric did to flame Masterson the most was a lengthy tweet from March 9th in 2025 that he made in response to some dumb bullshit Dick tried to use to own young Ripper with. I'll give you my attention this one time. I know this will be the highlight of the last 5 years and you'll create a lot of content out of it. Your entire narrative hinges on controlling the conversation while I focus on actually running my business. You don't really have anything else to do, and that works in your benefit. That's why you keep lying to people, desperately trying to stay in control of narratives. 0 emails or contacts were ignored. The screenshot you're showing, which I've never seen before, doesn't even support your own claim that I stopped responding. If they planned to send me something or drafted it, does not mean that I actually received it. You retard. I was never served. Attached is an email I received before the trial, completely blowing a hole in your argument. No trial ever took place that required us to appear. I've never failed to appear. There was no case that I lost. You've lied.
Shoot, I'm trying to remember the fucking what the situation's referencing.
About the entire thing. Your comedic career peaked in a Pizza Hut commercial that didn't even air. Not a single reputable film, show, or stand-up special to your name. At best, you're just a gay podcaster. You built your entire brand piggybacking off a man you once idolized like a father, Maddox. When that dried up, you latched on to me. Now, you hover, obsess, lie. And while you allegedly enjoy getting pegged in a cow costume and blowing dudes at festivals, you'll...
I'm so confused. What is that referencing? I'm so confused.
You'll need to find another bull for your affairs. I'm not interested. You got your homosexual ego bruised. One video of me, not even mentioning you, covering your nonsensical review has sent you into a 2-year meltdown where you've wasted thousands of hours crying about me. You can dish out critiques, but fall apart when yours get dismissed. You being unimportant irritates you. What really makes you a hoe is how you operate through others, using your pet retard to do your dirty work. You're not some enemy of mine, you're just a low-effort content farmer desperate to leech off someone with no interest in engaging in this clown show. That's why you run from people like @PodAwful, who actually has the time to clap back. You need another Maddox to stay relevant because nobody actually cares about you. You can't carry anything by yourself. You're a 40-plus-year-old, unaccomplished, unfunny shot jock who gossips like a schoolgirl for engagement. You hide behind a comedian tag to excuse your lies and retardation. You lied about the pull-up narrative, claiming I aimed at you, yet still sent your pet retard. You lied about your pet retard's case. You lied about...
Oh, I think I know what he's referencing. The guy who dated a Star Wars girl. What was his name? Shoot. I forget his name. But yeah, he had went to like Eric July's physical warehouse and Eric called the police.
About our charity involvement, even going so far as to tag the IRS and contact the charity like a Karen, injecting yourself into something that had nothing to do with you, where there was no malpractice, all for content because you're boring as shit. And yet, we're still here, still building. That pisses you off. Our success is living proof of just how irrelevant and uninfluential you are. You're a reckless, drughead, low impulse control degenerate, surrounded by people who reflect the same traits constantly, running from responsibility, stability, decency, and anything resembling a meaningful legacy. And I'll give you that much. In that regard, you're more of a nigga than I could ever be. This is the only time I'm addressing you. You need me, not the other way around.
Bomb the shit out of them.
And that was basically it. There was never really a rivalry between Dick and Eric, no matter how much Dick tried to frame it that way. This post was, from Eric and a lot of the Rippaverse fans' perspective, the moment that laid this one-sided beef to rest. Dax Herrera is a fraud, a charlatan, is currently losing viewers and money and hair every other month. And he also dresses up as a cow named Juju who lets women peg him in the ass.
Who's Vito?
I'm Dick's co-host, Milo.
Sorry?
Sorry? Fucking Milo, Jesus.
Good.
I'm Dick's
Dick
co-host.
Masterson's co-host, yeah.
Yeah.
Who?
Dick Masterson?
Juju?
Chapter 5, super overdue. Oh no, what's this section?
Oh, but the other biggest
Okay, finally, we get to the veto section.
Problem, in more ways than one, is the guy who's responsible for dragging Juju, his pet retard Riley, and the others into this drama to begin with. The fat spaghetti meatball-shaped Italian who's a cutie super fan and who's still jealous of a successful black man. Vito Gislaldi. Vito's initial complaint about Eric.
Dude, Vito is such... He, like, when you hear him do actual comedic bits. I think he could be a relatively funny guy. Like when he was on Shot from the Point, I thought he was funny. But do not let that guy talk about free speech absolutism, or don't let him talk about fucking Mr. Girl, because oh my god, he will go down some weird fucking rabbit holes and defend some weird ass shit. I think Vito just needs to get microphones taken away from him at this point.
July was that he was some dumb libertarian who made a bunch of money off culture war dummies when he had no experience in writing anything. Well, Vito, Eric July has now written 3 comics, 2 96-page graphic novels, and 1 144-page graphic novel in the time it took you to finish a 70-page graphic novel. And even then...
Oh god, did it finally release?
You didn't really finish Super Killer. Your artist, Keter...
Oh no.
Lau said he finished drawing it back in 2024. And you said...
Wait, the art's been done that long?
On late December 2024 that over half of the pages were colored. Despite this, you still didn't drop the comic until August of 2025.
Happy episode 200, everyone. Happy episode 200. And in a miracle, a very big announcement, Super Killer is now live as a special episode 200 bonus.
And the version of the comic you released still had no color.
Wait, are you serious? There was no color to it? I guess it's one thing if you release an initial version that's not color, not colorized, and then you release a version of it that's colored. Because manga does that. Manga releases versions of it where part of it's not part of it, but the initial release isn't colored, and then later on there's a release where it's colorized. That's a perfectly fine business decision. But if the whole thing was you were waiting for it to be colored and then you release a non-colored version of the comic book, then that fucking sucks.
Not even half color. The colored version of Super Killer just doesn't exist, even though, according to your own words, 70% of the comic was already colored.
Oh, that's fucking bullshit. What the fuck, Vita?
Did your colorist Valentina Pinto really not finish coloring the rest of the comic in 8 more months, Vito? Or did you run out of money to pay your colorist so she never finished because you never gave her the money to?
Ooh.
Considering that you reopened the Super Killer campaign just a few days after finally dropping it while it was unfinished, I think we all know the answer. Vito.
Damn, what the fuck, Vito?
Truly is Comicsgate royalty, because just like the lot of them, he can't manage a project for shit. Now some of you might go, well Mikey, you have to at least give Vito credit for finally releasing a comic and delivering it to his backers. No the fuck I don't, because Vito still hasn't delivered the book to his backers. Oh, you can read the unfinished digital version if you backed it, or a cool ass nigga on Kiwi Farms with a huge penis just gave you the PDF. But the guys who paid for a physical print book, yeah, they still haven't gotten those.
Are you serious? He's only released the digital version? There's no physical version available? Dude, again, Eric July's been releasing physical copies of his books. Vito, what the fuck?
Frank,
I'm not familiar. Yeah,
Super.
yeah.
Oh, you're not familiar with Super Killer?
No.
Oh, probably because it's 3 years late. Super.
Oh, hack the movie. By the way, I think I like his stuff. I don't know. I say I like his stuff, and there's probably gonna be a video on him from Mikey in a few years. Who knows?
Super Killer. I want to say like 2.5, 3 years ago was the first first indie comic I ever pledged to, like backed on Indiegogo.
Nice.
My good friend Vito made it.
Yeah.
I pledged to 2 other comics since then.
Mm-hmm.
I now own physical copies of those other 2. I still don't have the first comic. But Vito's working really hard on the comic.
To get the first one.
Yeah, I still don't have Super Killer. My other friends who make comics, I got them on time. Can you believe it?
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's gonna come out though.
Yeah,
any one of these days.
Also,
any one of these days, it will come out.
Mint Salad, the human urinal for Dick Masterson's producer and pet retard Riley, got
Riley. That was his name. The guy who got arrested.
Pissed off because Vito was talking shit about her on The Biggest Problem in the Universe back in late December of 2024. So she posted a rough draft of Super Killer for everyone to read. So technically, a digital-only unfinished version of Super Killer has been available to even non-backers since 2024. If you're a backer of Super Killer, Vito is still over 2 years late on delivering a colored print version of his comic to you. Vito has been very stressed about not being able to finish and deliver 1 comic in the span of time Eric July has been able to finish and deliver 3, while also running a comic empire that has produced an additional 20 plus comics and counting. Also, he's just a bitch in general. Surprisingly thin-skinned for a comedian on an internet drama.
Oh no, yeah, I would absolutely say that Vito is incredibly thin-skinned, and then also too, he will use tactics to try and like get people's stuff taken down or canceled, and then later, when it obviously blows up in his face, he'll go, "No, you see, I was just being a comedian."
A show who cosplayed as a pedophile for a gag. To the point he's been driving away viewers, super chatters, and Patreon donators by banning them just because they make fun of his fat ass. Also, it turns out the beef between him and Riley and Mint Salad wasn't complete kayfabe after all, and Riley and Mint really were fucking with Vito. And Vito just couldn't handle it. Keep in mind, Vito thought all the A-logging Riley and the other dickheads did to Eric July.
No, yeah, I will say, yeah, he was all for what they were doing, right? Which in hindsight, I was laughing at that too. Not necessarily because of the action itself, but because like Eric should have handled it better. I don't know, maybe that's a bad take on my end, but like in the moment, I was like, Eric needed to like handle this better, because making a video addressing it is kind of what they wanted, right? But and then like also too, Vito had the take that like Jax Films was overreacting to SS Sniper Wolf taking a picture of his house, but then Vito freaked out when Riley was saying that he was gonna come to his house.
Were hilarious. Now he's getting a little taste for himself, and bro is rattled. This bitch-made behavior, the way he treated paying fans, the passive aggressiveness, and low energy on the show have been taking a toll on both the show's performance and Dick's patience. Vito doesn't even come to Dick's house to record the show anymore. Nah, he's got a stream from his house now.
Are you fucking serious? That's so lame, dude.
Dick, as a new daddy and husband, made an executive decision that his house is now a Vito no-go zone. Very wise decision from Dax, I must say. Now, there has been one bright spot for Vito. Riley and Mint Salad stopped messing with him. Not because they decided he was such a great guy. No, it's because Riley and Mint Salad broke up. Mint left Riley.
Oh shoot, I did not know this. God damn.
She not only left him, she cucked him with a dude named Schizo Sean.
Schizo Sean? What the fuck?
Also stole
What are
his
these
shit and
names?
skipped town together, Bonnie and Clyde style. Yeah, it's real tough for Riley. All that A-logging just to go to jail, lose your girl, and have her skip town with another dude with all your stuff. What's funny is that Riley is still obsessed with Eric July, and it's like, bruh, you got bigger problems than a Negro making comics. He not only is still trying to bait Eric and ruin his business with his antics, he wants Eric July to apologize.
What?
Like, Vito could just release Super Killer, you know, Eric could just apologize to Dick and Ethan and I.
That's what's always been wild about the Eric thing. Eric July at any point in time could talk to.
What would he need to? I will say. What would he need to apologize about? What was he saying about Vito and Dick at the time?
Ethan Van Sciver could talk to you or talk to any of the people involved in that. Now he could say, I don't want to talk to Dick, I don't want to talk to Vito, I don't want to talk to you, but I mean, realistically, it would be very easy for him to pick up the phone, have a conversation with Ethan, and square things out to at least to the point where there's some kind of formality there.
Look, Eric, we lied on you, shit on your work, tried to destroy your business, stalked you IRL, accused you of fraud, got you embroiled in a lawsuit with a ministry, and took selfies at your ancestors' tombstone. But we're willing to forgive you for all of that so long as you say you're sorry.
We take mental health really seriously, so everything we're about to say is just our overall view of the situation. Don't take any of this and try to use it against the show. But I say all that to say, that nigga crazy.
Yeah, okay, Riley. But hey, keep your head up, bro. Maybe you'll find another autistic girl that'll let you piss on her so you can pay your rent.
Jesus, that's a fucking sentence.
So we've established that Ethan Van Sciver is a bum, a liar, a schemer, a dude who ultimately has nothing, including money to refund people who are tired of waiting a whole presidential term or longer for their comics. Only thing this dude has are all his streams making fun of Eric July. But he doesn't even have those anymore. When it comes to somebody like Ethan Van Sciver, who can't stop running his mouth, can't stop fibbing, can't stop gaslighting, and keeps playing stupid games, it's only a matter of time until all that fucking around results in a lot of finding out. Such was the case with Knife School. Knife School is the name the brother formerly known as Ripoff Verse is primarily going by on his various social media. Ripoff Verse was the guy who would make those Eric July puppet shows that Ethan Van Sciver loved to play on his trash cast. Now that may lead a lot of you.
Now, admittedly, I did find these funny as well. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I found them funny. Although, like, admittedly, like I said, it's been a long time since I kept up with any of like the Eric July stuff. So like, it more than likely got stale. But like, in the moment when they were coming out, I found them funny. I will fully admit to that.
You to believe that Ripoff Verse, taking so much time to make a puppet out of Eric July and make skits, was a Riley tier Eric July A-log. You'd be, surprisingly, wrong. But your confusion is very understandable. After all, just the name gives off the vibe that this is a guy obsessed with Eric July. He was who Ripoff Verse mocked. He wasn't even the first guy he made a puppet out of.
Just a super long time ago, I made it wasn't even a YouTube channel. It was just a couple of videos. I named the channel Just Ripoff. And it was these sort of crappy handmade puppets because I wanted to offend Tim Pool and Critical Drinker and Nerdiest.
According to Knife School, even the name Ripoff Verse was just...
As an autistic woman, no thank you.
The coincidence, it being the name of his original channel that got obliterated because his puppet shit got a little too spicy for YouTube. See, Knife School never cared about monetization or shit like that because he wasn't a career YouTuber.
I was in Budapest at the time because I'm in an old colleague. We've built an animation studio over there and I've just rounded that up. I've got some books coming out because I love my indie comics, have done all my life. But I've never really heard of Comicsgate or include it.
What did I miss? We're just watching a video by Mikey No More. It's about Comic Book Gate, which I don't know if you know a whole lot about, Neon, but basically, you know, like independent comic book creators. No, thank you to what? Oh, you'll have to rewind. You have to rewind the stream for that one. I don't want to repeat. I don't want to repeat what was said.
Because well, it's not really, is it? It's a tiny little sort of snow globe.
He works in film and animation and comics and games, etc. You can literally go to his Twitter account right now and see him talk about his art and projects. He's also the guy who kind of exposed Vito for fucking off with donor money back in 2024. And
are you fucking serious? Oh no.
Decided, you know what? I'm gonna make my own comic that's a parody comic of Vito's parody comic. And he did. He made his own 50-page parody graphic novel of Super Killer called Super Killer that he finished by himself in like 4 months.
Hell fucking yeah.
So yes, this guy is very legit. Now, that may lead a lot of you to ask, but Mikey, why would a professional artist from the industry with all that experience engage in all this dumb internet drama? To which I have to ask you, how the fuck do you think we got here in the first place, bro? Anyway, according to Ripoffverse, the whole YouTube media critic puppet shit was him taking the piss out of people that dudes within his industries complained about. Anyway, EVS took notice of Ripoffverse channel, being most interested in, of course, the Eric July puppet specifically. But EVS had to donate to a Beagle animal rights charity in the UK.
I was getting messages like that every other day of people wanting to play the videos in full. And the point of them is that they're fucking free. They're for people to clip and just spread around and have a laugh with. Like, I've got money, I'm not a YouTuber, just for a bit of a joke. So I said yes, didn't think anything of it. And then not long after that, he asked if I could make them for him. And I'm just like, no. Just simple as that, just no. What?
No. No puppet for you. No.
I will do though, if you want, because he only really wanted the Eric July ones. So I'm like, yeah, sure, man. Well, look, if you make a small donation to my charity, you can preview the Eric July ones for a week, and then at the end of that week, they just go public and on my Patreon. And he's like, yeah, sure. And that's it. End of the story.
Because in the UK, it's apparently perfectly legal to experiment on beagles to the point that thousands are bred specifically for this purpose.
Why you gotta do that to the beagle, man? That's my favorite dog breed outside of like Basset Hounds and like English Bulldogs. Why you gotta do that to them? What the fuck, UK?
You can live your dream of a
Robin, you gotta answer for this.
Modern day Dr. Mengele in the UK, so long as your surrogate Hebrews are beagles. So with that gentleman's bargain made, the Ripoff versus Eric July puppet shows became a regular part of Ethan Van Sciver's Trashcast. And when I say regular, I mean like hundreds of live streams involve these puppet shows. But cracks start to form between EVS and Ripoffverse, as many of Uncle E's relationships tended to.
Then he went around and he was saying things like, I got Ethan in line, I kneecapped Ethan Van Sciver. So I wrote back to him, I said, you didn't kneecap me, I was being nice to you, because I said, listen, I'll leave you alone if you leave me alone. If you want to be left alone, he was clearly afraid of me. He was clearly afraid that I was going to make trouble for him.
Ripoffverse was talking a little shit, talking about how he had to put the Frog King in his place. What had happened was that he caught wind that EVS was telling people that he was his employee. EVS.
Oh, I imagine he did not like that whatsoever.
Would try to work his prognosis on Ripoffverse, but he forgot that his gaslighting doesn't work against people who are already aware that he's telling lies. Needless to say, Ripoffverse and the rest of CG have begun rubbing off on each other in the wrong type of way. Which was fine by Ripoffverse, now Knife School, because he never gave that much of a damn about CG anyway, outside of engaging in it for some internet drama. It really should have ended there, but then, just last month, Knife School decided that he wanted to rebrand. He was done with the puppet era and he was going to use his platform for new things in the future. So he wiped everything clean and also activated this new feature on YouTube that lets you automatically claim any video using your content.
Oh no, I can see where this is going.
In the Knife School, he just thought it was going to get all the videos on YouTube that were just straight uploads of his puppet videos. Knife School wasn't sure what to expect because he admitted that he really didn't understand how it works. What he really didn't expect, and what EVS definitely didn't expect, was for Comic Artist Pro Secrets to get a strike on it. Now, it was just one strike, but it got Ethan so spooked, he did something kind of insane.
I mean, I get being upset by that. And like it to act in good faith here. I can see the logic where it's like, oh, it's just gonna target 100% uploads, like just full re-uploads, and not just the people like using it for fun. But like, you know, you just gotta make sure you pay attention to that shit, and hopefully he does in the future.
EVS's reaction to this was to private every one of his trash casts featuring the puppet shows. Over 400 streams, over 7 million views, just
god damn, man.
Gone. Now, Knife School clarified he didn't strike EVS's channel, and he did fix it for him once he got back home. But he also, because Ethan was talking shit about him, and more importantly, his Save the Beagle charity, warned Ethan that
you see, that's where you lose me. You're talking shit on the beagles. You're talking shit on dogs. How fucking dare you, motherfucker?
his ability to keep his roof over his head was in Knife School's hands. Just to be on the safe side, EVS is having a guy go through and edit out all of the ripoff verse puppet segments one by one before unprivating them. A whole catalog of years worth of Eric July detracting just Thanos snapped out of existence. And Eric July didn't have anything to do with it. The do nothing and you win strat remains undefeated. The lesson to be learned with all of this is, if you stay on your grind, keep sowing your seeds, and don't let fuck niggas bring you down to their level, you will prevail. Well, probably. Everything that Eric July is building could collapse before 2030. I don't know, we'll just have to see. But we're 3 years into Comicsgate predicting the biblical downfall of the Rippaverse. Tragically, God left that Old Testament lifestyle behind and doesn't just smite fools because...
But yeah, I'm glad I finally got the chance to watch this. I think Mikey No More makes great videos. He does. Let me because I think he's uploaded since. Has he uploaded a new video? Oh no, this was his last upload. Okay, well, like, he does great shit. Seriously, go check him out. It's Mikey No More. I'll throw his @ in chat so that way you guys can see it. Nick's watched him before on stream because he's made videos on figures like the quartering. Again, makes great fucking content. And let's see, was there anything currently going on that I wanted to talk about? I didn't really want to talk about any of the Anissa or iDub stuff because like people have already talked to death about that. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it for the show today. And apologies for the technical difficulties that happened while the show was airing. I do apologize about that. Specifically, when Neon was on and OBS crashed for when I was trying to pull up a picture he had sent me. And then apologies for the Wi-Fi going down. I have no idea why it went down. Luckily it's back working now. But before we get out of here, guys, we gotta thank all the lovely members of this channel. First off, we gotta thank the one, the only. We gotta thank fucking Pigeon Salad for being a Super Nerd 3, going further beyond with his support for 27 months, and he's been like a member in periods for like 31 months. Seriously, man, thank you so much. And then we also have Daniel J, Weird Collar Guy, Beryl, Anime Girls, Wookie Z, Kicking the Swede, Lady Nerd Artist, K-Huck, and Manic. Thank you guys for all the support that you've shown the channel. Now, if you want to support the channel by being a member, you can join for just $1 today. Or the more appreciated support, you can subscribe, like the video, ring the bell for all notifications. This is Nerdy John, signing out. And remember, don't be freaky.